I'm getting.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, great.
Looks like we're going.
So Michelle, is Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde re-logging in? Is that what she's doing?
Yes, and then she may, if we can't get the computer audio going, she's gonna hopefully dial in the phone, be able to do video through the Zoom, and then the audio through the telephone.
Yeah, okay. In the system settings, I don't know if she has a PC or a Mac, but in the system settings, there is there's a way to turn the microphone on and off. So that could be what her issue is.
We have the other commissioners, so I think we'll wait a few minutes and give her a little time to get back on. That works for everybody.
We are we are live on YouTube, so anytime.
Thank you. Just so people know, we're waiting for one commissioner to work out some technical issues. So it looks like Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde is back on.
Do you want to test audio, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde?
Unmuted. So Becky, if you're going the audio through your phone, it's going to be *6 to unmute your phone on your phone keypad. still not, So I don't show you coming in through the phone either.
Commissioner Hatfield Hyde is saying we should go ahead and start, and she can operate on chat. So we'll take you up on that. And I'm sorry you're having difficulties. That has to be very frustrating. Good morning, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for being here. To our online audience, thank you for tuning in again and for your ongoing interest in Oregon's fish and wildlife. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'll call the April 23rd, 2021 Commission meeting to order. We each represent the whole state and are appointed from one of the 4 congressional districts or the east or west side of the state at large. I live in Langlois on the south coast, and we'll go next to Vice Chair Woolley.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm Greg Woolley, and I represent Congressional District 3, and I'm Vice Chair of the Commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, I'm Jill Zarnowitz, and I'm in District 1.
Thank you. Commissioner, well, Hatfield Hyde, will just let you introduce yourself from there as with a wave, and Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart, and I'm the Eastern Oregon at-large representative, and I live in Sisters.
Thank you. Director Melcher.
Okay, very well. Good morning. And I'm not sure if Commissioner Spellbrink got a chance to introduce himself or not. Maybe I missed that, but.
I'm sorry. You're right. Commissioner Spellbrink. It's a good.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon, District 5.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, good morning and welcome to our latest Zoom commission meeting. I'm really looking forward to the day when we can at least put some of these behind us and meet in person. We did, commissioners, prepare and present or provide to you a written field reports, which has been our standard, and we don't plan to go through those here today. In addition to the written field report, we also provided a write-up from Roger Furman, Information Education, about our work on recruiting, retaining, and reactivating hunters and anglers in the state. We do have our expenditure report, and so I'll call on Erica Kleiner, Deputy Director, in the room next to me to provide the expenditure report.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, and Commissioners. For the record, I am Erica Kleiner, Deputy Director for Administration. Your written materials reflect financial data through the end of February, so we're nearly 7 quarters through the biennium, so we're getting close. This will be a pretty quick report. We continue to be in a really good place financially. Department-wide expenditures continue to track both within available limitation and revenue. Monthly license sales revenue increases really aren't slowing down at all as we get into 2021. March sales numbers were particularly strong. We had a 36% increase above 2020 for March. On the expenditure side, we can expect to see spending pick up a little bit as we near the end of the biennium. So that's a normal occurrence. No concerns about any of our budgets not tracking where we need them to be. And really no changes with our unrestricted cash balance. It continues to hover in between 50 and 60 million. So we're in a great place. For budget development, our 2021-23 budget presentation kicks off Monday of next week. So we're ready for that. We're very excited. I believe video links for the hearings were sent to you yesterday. So please tune in if you can. We'll be in a little bit of a holding pattern with our budget until the next economic and revenue forecast. That's set to occur May 19th. So that's really what will be used for general fund and lottery fund budget decisions. And then a couple of audit updates. The ODFW Audit Committee will be reconvening to meet May 5th to receive an update from our external audit partner, Marina and Company. They are auditing our fishing charter and guide coupon book program. So they're looking at opportunities to make improvements in the administration of that program. They're also looking at the controls that we have in place for that program. And importantly, they're looking at opportunities we have to leverage additional federal funding. Right now, we don't have the data on those fishing coupon books to report to the federal government to prove they're unique license holders. So they're going to be making some recommendations about how we can work with the charter and guide stakeholder community to move in that direction. And that's all I have for today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners, are there questions? I don't see hands up, Erica, but could you just mention on the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, if that revenue does come in, if that bill is passed, what's the timing on that? When would it start?
I believe I saw, Chair Wall, I believe I saw the first year would be 2022. I don't know if Director Melcher has anything to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Wall. That's correct. I think the first year would be 2022, assuming it passes in this Congress, fairly early.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see other questions, but before we go, Commissioner Woolley, Vice Chair Woolley.
Well, just want to try to gauge the enthusiasm level with this legislative session. Director Melcher, do you have any insights into kind of what the energy is around this time? We've waited quite a while for this to get into the pipeline. So any thoughts about that?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to raise that during other business. We do have a draft letter for the commissioners to hopefully approve for the chair's signature. But I will speak to that in greater detail here in the coming minutes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Next on the agenda, and commissioners, we've added a new standing item on the agenda, which is titled Adapting to Climate and Ocean Change. And so we'll be monthly giving you a report on many of the department's activities on this particular topic. Today, we have two individuals queued up to talk with you, Davia Palmieri and Dr. Charlotte Regula Whitefield. And I will let the two of them take it away from here.
Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Davia Palmieri. I'm the Conservation Policy Coordinator for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Charlotte will introduce herself for the second half of the presentation. So as Director Melcher said, we're starting a standing update on climate and ocean change related issues as part of the director's report. We're starting this month and the next couple months with some of the high level context setting statewide initiatives. And then throughout that, and as we go forward over the next few years with these standing updates, we'll focus on reminders and updates about activities related to the climate and ocean change policy, which was adopted in July of last year, so about 9 months ago. In addition to sharing all these statewide initiatives, we'll give informational updates on agency work that falls within the scope of the climate and ocean change policy, as well as information on new or updated policies that are under development for future consideration by the Commission. I expect you'll see a large diversity of ODFW staff giving these updates. It won't just be me, which is great. And we'll get a taste of one of those informational policy updates with Charlotte's presentation this afternoon about climate adaptive inland angling policy frameworks. And sorry, not this afternoon, right after me. And so we'll start This time with kind of the highest level here in Oregon, which is the governor's executive order number 20-04, which was signed by the governor on March 10th.
Tavia has locked up. Let me go check. Well, looks like Michelle's checking.
Yeah.
So perhaps for the sake of time, we'll go ahead and cue Charlotte up. There's Charlotte. Go ahead, Charlotte. We'll let you go first on this agenda item.
Okay, that sounds great. Good morning, everyone. Let me start sharing my screen, and I will be happy to get started.
So my Zoom just totally rebooted.
That's okay. We decided to go with Charlotte first, and then we'll let you follow up.
Okay, sorry about that.
So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. Just to confirm, are you guys able to see my presentation and hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. So for the record, my name is Dr. Charlotte Regulo Whitefield, and I'm the Acting Fish Policy Analyst for Fish Division. And today I'm here to briefly give you an overview of the department's proposed framework for the development of a climate adaptive inland angling fishery framework. So as many of you already know, Oregon is experiencing the direct impacts of climate change. And this is really manifesting itself in fluctuations in air temperature, changes in hydrology, and other environmental impacts. These changes, in turn, are directly affecting Oregon's aquatic plants and animals, especially our inland fish populations. As a result of this, the department is very much interested in developing a climate angling policy, specifically to ensure that the department takes a proactive approach to developing regulations that reduce angling associated stress on inland native fish populations. And this is really critically important because the impacts of climate change are expected to only increase within Oregon, throughout the nation, and throughout the world. So now really is the time for us to begin to prepare for what we see today and what we think is going to be coming in the future. So here in Oregon and throughout most of the Pacific Northwest, climate change impacts are really manifesting themselves in three main ways within our inland habitats. Specifically, we are seeing changes in warming waters of our in-streams, and this really is as a result of increasing air temperatures. Within Oregon over the last decade, we've had about a 2-degree Fahrenheit increase in our average air temperature, and this is projected to continue to increase in all seasons, particularly in summer. These increased air temperatures are directly related to increasing water temperatures, specifically in our shallow and slow-moving streams, many of which are essential fish habitats. In addition, we're having changes in our precipitation levels throughout the state, and really with a focus of increased winter precipitation levels and a decreased summer precipitation levels. And this is really being correlated with those increased temperatures that I just described. So these changes are really altering how our in-stream flows are occurring and affecting fish movement patterns, biological events. Last, we are seeing increased frequency and intensity of droughts throughout the state. And this is really due to that decrease in spring and summer precipitation and that increase in our warming of our environment. These events have already been directly linked to changes in our stream flows and directly linked to reduces in habitat quality and connectivity for inland fish. So as climate change continues to affect our habitats, we are seeing direct impacts to our inland native fish populations, specifically with their behavior and in their healths. These impacts are expected to be amplified for species that are listed as threatened, endangered, and candidate species. These impacts include changes to behavior such as emigration, feeding, and aggregation, in addition to changes in their health, such as increased potential for pathogen loads, changes in growth rates, reproduction, and developmental rates. On top of this, the agency is concerned about angling-associated stressors that could be amplifying these pre-existing impacts of climate change. So as a result, the agency is very much interested in further developing this series of regulations to kind of look at the impacts of climate change and if we are able to kind of reduce any sort of angling associated stress on top of what these populations are already experiencing. So the good news is that the department has already begun to take steps to reduce the compounding impacts of angling stress on inland native fish populations. As you can see on this slide, I have 3 examples of past series of regulations that the department has used and has used successfully over the course of several years. The first example that you can see is low flow closures that have been used for the department for several years now. And these are specifically been used in instances when in-stream water levels were too low to allow fish to migrate through mainstream rivers. And thus, by regulating angling along these areas, we were able to protect aggregating fish until flows returned to normal. An example of this really was done within the Tillamook area, and this was implemented through temporary rules. The next example that you can see has been named hoot owl regulations. And these really are temporal closures of angling within specific time periods of the day that are particularly associated with periods that are hot. These regulations were widely used starting in 2015. And once again, these were implemented using a series of temporary rules and have been used throughout the state since effectively to help reduce stress on our fish populations. The last example that you can see here are thermal sanctuaries, which were another regulatory tool the department has started to use, especially within the Columbia River system. This allows the department to use closures of key fishing habitats where fish aggregate due to colder water temperatures, allowing these fish to have a place where they would be able to have reduced stress from climate and angling. And these regulations have been implemented through a series of temporary and permanent rules. So in light of the changing climate and in light of the department's concern of additional stress from angling, today I'm really here to talk to you about this policy framework for climate angling policy. Specifically, I'm going to go over some of the high-level guiding principles of this framework to really set the stage of why are we doing this and why is this important to continue to develop this policy. As I just described, the department already has some tools within our tool belt to kind of address these issues, but this policy really is meant to be a high-level guiding framework, which really lays out much more of specific series of kind of, I guess, opportunities and information in which the department will be able to utilize. So kind of starting from the top of this list that I have here, through this guiding framework, the department really is going to be able to develop a policy to ensure that ensuring conservation and opportunity through a proactive rather than reactive approach. In addition, this policy really is meant to help to really instill this long-term policy of relevance. And this is really important specifically because this policy is meant to really sit between the ocean and climate policy, which is really a high-level principle-based policy, which Davia will be talking about following my presentation, and also between our angling book regulations, which are really more specific. So the policy that we will be describing today is really meant, as I've mentioned, to be adaptive in nature, to allow the department to explore the use of a wide range of data from live sensors to model outputs while incorporating and defining concepts such as best available science into our decision-making framework. Data access and transparency are expected to be important aspects of this policy consideration as well, and they are critical for the department's ability to understand the small-scale regional variation and how climate change has and will continue to affect Oregon's ecosystems differently. And last, this policy needs to be flexible enough to allow the department to continue to address climate change impacts over time and act on new science as it emerges. Climate change is obviously a very important and very new series of science. And as we continue to learn more, it's going to be critical that the department is able to utilize as much data and different techniques to interpret and to utilize this data in our decision making. As a result of this, the climate angling policy framework really is going to have the proposed vision as seen on this slide. Specifically, we really want to look at the impacts of changing climate on inland fish populations and really look at the idea of how do we develop regulations that can proactively be implemented to reduce associated stressors from angling and really support climate resiliency in these populations. And then also make sure that these regulations are implemented in such a way that we really focus on conservation and then opportunity in light of how conditions are going to be changing and how they're going to be changing differently throughout the state. So the proposed policy is going to have three main components, or three main proposed components. The first is that we, as the department, are proposing to develop a set of climate change indicators or climate change thresholds. And these will be determined based on best available science and data access and are likely to consist of a combination of qualitative and quantitative metrics that the department will be able to use to assess regional and seasonal impacts of climate change on a given location and inland fish population. Second, we are going to be really implementing this policy through two different tools, climate refuge and angling restrictions. So these thresholds that will be used to implement these two things will really help the department to inform how, when, and where the department is going to be implementing climate refuge locations and specific angling restrictions. Next, I'll be going through each of these components individually. So the first thing that I really want to kind of stress here is that this policy is in very early developmental stages. So these are going to be just highlighting some of the many considerations that the department has been thinking about over the course of the last several months of how to develop a policy like this. So climate change indicators, specifically these indicators are going to be thinking about different components of climate change and environmental stressors. And these indicators are going to be a wide range of different climatological, hydrological, and ecological parameters. The major consideration for this is really to think about how climate change, fish population biology, and fish adaptation sciences are rapidly changing. And because of that, this framework really needs to have the flexibility for the department to think about evaluating these thresholds and indicators over time and adjusting them as needed as we get new science. Secondly, the climate refuge. The department will characterize climate refuge for inland native fish populations through the use of, once again, best available science and data that we have available. And we're going to consider these in respect to duration and magnitudes of change in specific areas and which areas we think are being less affected by climate change, thus really indicating areas that might be a refuge for these fish. This could include areas with colder water, higher dissolved oxygen, and increased flows compared to surrounding areas. The climate change refuge are expected to reduce acute climate exposure by basically serving as resting and aggregation areas for native fish, and thus are really important for us to protect so that we can reduce So additional stress from climate or additional stress from angling so that the fish aren't having climate change stress in addition to other stress that really could have pretty severe adverse effects on populations depending on where they are. So also the department's going to be considering the frequency and duration of how long these locations are designated as a refuge to make sure that they're not only efficient in reducing stress, but they maintain their efficiency in being climate refuges. Much of the science is actually suggesting that different regions throughout Oregon are going to be changing conditions at varying rates, so that we need to make sure that wherever we're designating or potentially designating as refuges really are efficient for the time periods that we are designating them as. And last, we are also looking at this larger idea of angling restrictions. Specifically, we are looking at how does climate change, how can we adapt angling regulations to specific Oregon ecoregions and really taking into account small-scale variations in climate and environmental change. Specifically, we are looking at the duration of closures is going to be critical and really understanding that balance between biological needs of the inland native fish populations, the time period in which it's going to potentially take to implement said regulations, and also the limitations of data access. Throughout the state, Oregon does have very good coverage of some of these climate change indicators in some areas, but not in others. So understanding data limitations and understanding data access, as I've mentioned earlier, is going to be critical to our implementation of this. In addition, the department's really looking at the opportunity to have a tiered approach to angling regulations and restrictions when climate thresholds have been reached. And this could actually manifest itself in a combination of utilizing potentially full closures and hoot owl regulations, depending on how, when they are appropriate, and if the data are able to help support the utilization of these. So as I said, we're in very early developmental stages of this. And one of the first steps that we have done was really to implement an internal agency working group. So starting in January of 2021, the department established a small working group of staff, which has been meeting bi-weekly since January. And this is really to start scoping out the proposed aspects of this policy. Staff ranged in geographic distribution and expertise, specifically to really encompass the variations of our ecoregions throughout the state, in addition to really understanding what are the needs of our human communities, as well as understanding the diversity of the department's staff and training in expertise in ecology, biology, management, and regulations. One of the first steps of this working group really was to reach out to other states and to really consider what has been done and what is being done throughout the nation on this topic. So as you can see here, staff had initial conversations with Montana, Colorado, and California fish managers. And these early conversations were really insightful and very informative for staff, and has helped us actually start to develop how we want to move forward and what aspects are really going to be important in not only understanding our science, but also the implementation and application of policies like this. I would say, fortunately and unfortunately, Oregon's quite a bit different from these other states in the fact that we have such a wide variety of ecoregions and such a wide variety of fish species that we manage and that we're hoping to manage under policies such as this. While California was likely to have similar constraints to Oregon, through conversations with their managers, we've actually learned that although California has regulations on their books similar to this, they haven't actually implemented them more than once, and that occurred in 2015. And that lack of implementation really was a result of a lack of framework in actually their implementation policy. So although they had regulations on the books, it was very difficult for their managers to actually use them. And that's one key thing that we are striving to make sure is included in this policy, is a very clear and very direct and very transparent way in which we can actually use these use and implement these different regulations when and where they're appropriate. So as a result, as we move forward with this policy, Oregon's most likely going to be one of the first states in the nation to have such a comprehensive climate inland angling policy. So this really is an opportunity for us to think very deliberately about what we would like to include in this policy. How is it going to work for Oregonians and for our environment, most importantly, and really kind of set the stage and be a pillar for other states to hopefully follow. So my last slide, I just really want to stress this idea of, since this policy is in such an early stage, how important community outreach planning is going to be. So as you can see here, the general timeline is that starting in the summer, we are going to be starting to have a community outreach and tribal government outreach period. The department and the staff working group are actively developing community and engagement outreach plans. It's going to be very critical for us to think about levels of participation and very key deliberate engagement tools, specifically in light of limitations and opportunities, in all honesty, of an online digital platform. So hearing the voices of the communities and really understanding the needs of them, as well as the voices and needs of our academics and our environment, is going to be a critical aspect of this policy moving forward. So our goal is hopefully in fall of 2021, we will be bringing back more information to the commission with a commission informational potentially in winter 2021 into 2022. So with that, once again, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to allow me to present this brief overview on the climate adaptive inland angling policy. And at this time, I would be more than happy to answer any of your questions and look forward to returning to the commission in the fall or winter to explain more of what we have developed. So thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Let's go ahead. If you have questions on this specific portion, let's go ahead and do those now, Chair, and then we'll go back to Davia's presentation.
That sounds good. It looks like Vice Chair Woolley has a question right away.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Warfield, for this presentation. And thank you, Davia, for coordinating this with staff. It's great that this series is getting kicked off. So thank you so much. I was wondering if there's any prognosis for this year. I mean, based on the precipitation levels thus far in the snowpack, and whether we're predicted to be in a El Nino or La Nina year and that sort of thing. I mean, are there any? And I know it's too early to tell and predict, but I'm just wondering if there are any thoughts at this point of what sort of year we would be having in relation to impacts on fish related to climate. So
yeah, thank you for that question. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, that's an excellent question, and one that we are early in the season, and it will be difficult to necessarily predict. But currently, the state of Oregon and most of the region, specifically the Willamette Valley, actually is already in a drought. So we are actually already experiencing reduced flows in several of our streams and rivers. And if that continues and our trends of having lower precipitation continue within these regions, we are expecting that we're going to have another decent drought year. But once again, this is early in the season, and we are actually hopefully going to be getting some rain next week that might catch us up, but might not catch us up completely. So to answer your question, yes, we are actually actively watching what is going to be happening this season. And as I mentioned in the presentation, the department already has some tools within our tool belt to react to these type of things, such as our low flow temporary regulations and our hoot owl regulations.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's knock on wood for this year. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I have one question as well, and I'll look to see if there are others from the other commissioners. Dr. Whitefield, thank you for the report. Very interesting, and interesting to get an early preview of this one. The question I have is, if I were an angler listening to this, I would clearly understand the need to look at the stressors on the fish from climate change. I would also be asking, are you connecting to the habitat people and making sure also at the same time that there's a lot of discussion about how to keep the sanctuaries, for instance, cold, and the other, to keep the habitat resilient at the same time we're trying to reduce stressors in this way that you described. So I'm just asking if the connections are clearly being made as this policy is being developed. Are we also looking at how do we make the habitat more resilient so that we have less need to worry about the stressors, if you will? And maybe that's a Davia question for later, but if there's any immediate answer, that's great.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Chair Wall. I'll begin with an answer, and I actually might bring in Dr. Clements just to follow up if he has any sort of additional comments to that. But yes, at this point, you're absolutely right. Thinking about this policy in a holistic way, since it's so early in development, is critical, and really thinking about how do we look at it from a climate lens, habitat protection lens, and also from a reducing angling stress lens is exactly where we're going with this, or hopefully going with this. So the utilization of climate refuge is going to be one of the keys that we're going to kind of think about as we think about the protection and kind of I would say protection and really utilization of habitats to make sure that we are kind of identifying those regions that you just talked about where fish have that capability to reduce stress. So the short answer is yes, we are actively working with the Habitats division here. We are also reaching out to other areas that are kind of looking at similar projects and similar kind of frameworks. As I said, the other states, but in addition to other departments that are kind of looking at this. So short answer is yes, absolutely. You are correct. We really need to think about this not only from the population standpoint, but protecting our habitats. And that is an aspect that we are starting with, but we haven't necessarily moved forward very deliberately with yet since we're early in the policy.
Thank you. It looks like Dr. Clements did come in.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I think Charlotte hit the nail on the head. The department does a lot of work, as you know, both in division and region to protect, restore habitat. And there's a lot of focus on both finding and mapping cool water sources, finding refugia, and putting the tools in place to protect, restore those areas.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't see other commissioner hands, so Director.
Thank you. Okay, well, we're going to go turn the clock back to Davia and try this again.
Yes, thanks, Director Melcher and Chair Wall. I apologize. And thanks to Michelle for waving outside my window that I wasn't on anymore. So I'm going to turn my video off when I share screen, just in case I'm having a bandwidth issue. So luckily I lost you all pretty early on here, just starting to, I guess, can you guys see my screen? Okay, great. Just starting to sort of get into the details here on the governor's executive order number 2004 from March of last year. The really high level, most important piece here of the executive order was updating the state's greenhouse gas emissions, adding new goal of at least 45% below 1990 emissions levels by 2035. There was not an existing goal for 2035 in statute. and then at least 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. The statutory goal was at least 75% below 1990 levels by 2050. And so that's really among the key pieces of policy in the executive order. And then on top of that, there are general directives in the executive order. It lists a large number of state agencies, including Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and charges those agencies, including the Fish and Wildlife Commission, with exercising any and all authority and discretion to help facilitate Oregon's achievement of these greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, to prioritize and expedite any processes and procedures that could accelerate reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, to consider and integrate climate change impacts, and the state's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals into planning, budgets, investments, and policymaking. And finally, to participate in an interagency work group on climate impacts to impacted communities. And so these directives apply to all of the state agencies listed in the executive order, including ODFW. And the department has really focused on directive number 3 as one of the areas where our existing authorities allow for us to really take action under the policy. So we've really focused on that one. We have participated in the interagency work group on climate impacts to impacted communities. That is being organized by the governor's office and has changed a little bit, and with the creation of the governor's Racial Justice Council, and really taken on a climate justice lens. So that work being led by the governor's office happened throughout the end of 2020 and is somewhat on pause during the legislative session, as many of the staff working on that are also working in the legislature. So work on that impacted communities group will continue later this year. There's also a large suite of specific directives in the executive order. This does not include the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And the highest profile of these is probably the Department of Environmental Quality's Climate Protection Program, which is responding to the governor's directive to create sector-specific greenhouse gas cap and reduction program. As you can see from the timeline I'm sharing, DEQ has recently stood up a rules advisory committee after spending much of 2020 on preliminary work and technical workshops and outreach. And they expect the Environmental Quality Commission will take action by the end of 2021 on the cap and reduce program. Other major actions under the direction of the executive order include updates to state building codes, updates to energy efficiency standards across the board, and implementation of the Sustainable Transportation Strategy by the Department of Transportation, Department of Energy, and the Land Conservation and Development Commission. So there's a lot more information available from all of the listed agencies here on each of their websites about how they're responding to the directives in the executive order. I also wanted to call out some of the other natural resource agencies. The Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, for example, does not have specific directives like ODFW. They've stood up a new climate committee within the OWEB board that's working on recommendations for how to better incorporate climate change into OWEB's work. The Department of Forestry is working on development of a carbon and climate change plan that will cover really how to incorporate carbon sequestration, carbon emissions from forestry activities, and really looking at the full suite of the Department of Forestry's work, incorporating carbon and climate change. And I see that to be somewhat similar to the Department of Fish and Wildlife's work on the climate and ocean change policy. We just had a bit of a jump start on that work because we were already underway on that before the executive order came out. And finally, the Global Warming Commission, which actually does have a specific call out in the executive order to develop state goals for carbon sequestration and storage by Oregon's natural and working lands. So the Global Warming Commission has been going through a series of informational sessions on carbon sequestration, the challenges and opportunities related to actually measuring it and actually getting increased carbon sequestration through different activities. So the department is paying attention to that and working with the Global Warming Commission to understand how the goals that they develop and put forward to the governor could have an impact on fish and wildlife and their habitats. So a major part of the executive order directed all of the agencies named to submit a report by May of 2020 with our commitments under the executive order. So the department's primary commitment was that we would adopt the climate and ocean change policy and begin to implement it. And then I also have on here reporting. So the information that I have not in black here, in red and blue, was submitted to the governor's office in March of 2021, just a few months ago or a few weeks ago, as a 1-year update on progress since the executive order in March of 2020. So we reported on adopting the climate and ocean change policy in July, finalization and publication of the statewide climate adaptation framework, which will be the subject of an upcoming director's report. So we'll go into a lot of detail about what's in that framework, the process behind it, and how it relates to the department's work. We reported on leadership on ocean acidification and hypoxia through the OAH Council. There was a council report to the legislature in September of 2020, and a recent agencies report with information from each of the involved agencies on how we can better integrate Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Council's recommendations into agency work and budgets. So that will also be a topic that we'll bring back here to go into a lot of detail, probably with Dr. Braby and others from the Marine Program. We reported on our carbon footprint assessment. So part of the climate and ocean change policy was a commitment to assess the department's current carbon footprint, including emissions from our operations and carbon sequestered on agency owned and managed lands. We have recently implemented a contract with a professional in carbon footprint analysis, and we're expecting that we'll report back to the commission on the results of that initial assessment in August or September of this year. And from there, we'll be working on a carbon reduction plan, carbon emissions reduction plan for the agency once we have a baseline. We also reported on leadership on science. That's something that the department finds to be foundational. And I think you've had some updates on these kinds of things in the past, but we'll be integrating those into the director's report as well. Just for example, some of the research on elk forage and changing climate conditions and the nutritional availability to elk, which I know the commission has heard of, and some work that we're doing to look at the adaptive capacity, the thermal tolerances of fish, for example. So there's a variety of science topics that the department is engaged in that we'll provide more updates on at future director's report on climate change. So all of this information is on the governor's executive order page. Our initial report in May of 2020 with our commitments, and our update from March of this year is also available there. So as I said, our primary commitment under the governor's executive order, sort of stepping down from that governor's statewide level to the department's work, is the climate and ocean change policy. And I know you all are familiar with it because you adopted it just 9 months ago. But I really wanted to review that as kind of the starting point for these director's report updates, because the policy itself is a key principle-based policy. Here are the sections of it, but really going back to the sideboards of why we developed it and the staff's vision for how it's implemented is that it would be integrated with existing policies and procedures. There's, among the scientific community, among the fish and wildlife management community, among really all organizations engaged in long-term planning, there is a sense of, well, we have to deal with climate change in addition to everything else we have to deal with and think about and plan for. And the concept of our climate and ocean change policy is to make it not something that is other, and make it just part of the process of how we do each of the things that we have the authority to do. So integrating it with existing policies and procedures is really what we want to focus on, and why we came up with this key principle based policy. And as a reminder, in terms of what's in the policy for implementation, you'll see here numbers 2 through 4 are all about incorporating the key principles into the department's work. So into our science, into newer revised plans or policies, which you saw from Charlotte's presentation, and a potential new policy. And then through our consulting, regulatory, and advisory roles, which is really at the staff level rather than the commission level in some ways. And so it's really all about taking these key principles and putting them into our work. So I encourage you all to, as you go through materials for commission meetings, think about these key principles and where they're showing up. And we'll try to make some of those connections for you, and encouraging all of the commission presentations to do that as well. But that's really where the rubber meets the road with the policy, is making sure that we continue to do our work as directed under authority that the commission has, with the best available science and expertise, and just adding a layer of what do we know about climate change in the long term, even if we're making a short-term decision. So that decision might not change in the short term, because it's a decision that is on an annual basis, but we're going to keep that long term in mind. So that's kind of the implementation plan for the climate policy. We also have major coordination goals, the carbon reduction plan, and a communications goal. But for today, I'm going to really focus on those key principles as a reminder. So the key principles are organized into different sections. The first one is coordination, and it's all about collaboration with a wide swath of partners and a diverse swath of partners. So I hope that commissioners look for that in each of the exhibits and decisions that are made, to see that the department is not doing this in a vacuum, that the department and our staff are bringing questions about climate change, bringing data about climate change to all of the collaboratives that we work on. The next section is about science, and it directs us to make sure that the science we are doing is tracking the changes and being applied to help us look to the future of what we expect. There's also a goal within the principle within the science section about tailoring our science towards reducing the critical uncertainties. What uncertainties might be holding us back from making a decision, or having a reasonable set of future scenarios, and targeting our science toward that. And so with the standing director's report, when we bring information about climate change and how we're incorporating that into our science, I hope you'll see that there. Communicating clearly about uncertainty in the science that we do, as it relates to climate change and otherwise, is always important. And the fifth is about modifying research and monitoring during periods of adverse environmental conditions, which is somewhat similar to what Charlotte talked about for potentially modifying fishing opportunity during these periods of adverse environmental conditions. This would be applying to our own work and handling of individuals in the field. The next section is key principles for management of species and habitat. The first being that conservation is foundational, and that is not something unique to the climate and ocean change policy at all, but it's something that will be at the core of each and everything that we do. That management of species and habitat should consider future conditions and what we've learned from the science. That we have the ability to address range shifts and respond to the arrival of new species with either our existing invasive species frameworks, or to create regulations for new opportunity, as an example, the market squid regulations that were adopted recently. Another principle of maximizing conservation outcomes when resources are limited, that directs the department to prioritize where we are working on conservation, and that is something to look for in each of our topics in front of the commission. And adapting management to current conditions, and this is also something that's not at all unique to the climate and ocean change policy, and something that we'll see throughout much of our collaborative work on species management across all environments, that adaptive management frameworks have become the norm in most cases, and are set up to bring in large amounts of data about current environmental conditions, future environmental conditions, and have triggers in place that are precautionary and can make changes to adapt to current conditions. And finally, protect and enhance the most important habitats. And this is a key principle that will apply in habitat work, and hopefully we'll see a lot more blossom under this principle with the development of the habitat division. And finally, our key principles for operations, enhancing infrastructure preparedness, which you'll see in the future related to hatcheries, for example, as one of the topics we'll be talking about. Avoiding exacerbating the impacts of climate and ocean change, which in some ways gets back to Charlotte's presentation as well. And then reducing the department's carbon footprint, which relates to our carbon footprint assessment. So that's just a reminder on what's in the policy. As I said, you all have read that and appreciate your support for that. I just put together a quick list here of upcoming topics. And it would have been great to go right into Charlotte, who's going to talk about the climate adaptive angling regulations, but we got that already as one of those. And we'll plan to have updates on these as part of this director's report, or if they might just be their own exhibit when they come up. But the Rogue South Coast Plan is one of the newest plans that is going to be coming forward under the Climate and Ocean Change Policy. The Dungeness Crab Gear and Whale Entanglement Risk Reduction Conservation Plan is a subject that's not new to the Commission either, but certainly will be influenced by the Climate and Ocean Change Policy, as well as the recent suspension of the abalone fishery and regional abalone management. Other topics that will be coming forward in the next few years, climate vulnerability assessment of the hatchery system, including information about the post-fire rebuilding and making sure that we are resilient to expected future conditions. Fish Passage Rule Revision Initiative. There's more information available about that on the Fish Passage website, and more information will be coming soon. It is a broader rule revision that will be influenced by the Climate and Ocean Change Policy and will have an impact on available fish habitat and how we manage for fish habitat. The implementation plan for the reintroduction of anadromous fishes into the Oregon portion of the Upper Klamath Basin has just begun, and that will be influenced by the Climate and Ocean Change Policies. We figure out a pathway for reintroduction. The Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project is underway, and the Commission has heard updates about that in the past, but it's one of the key science pieces that will provide information about the highest priority habitats in the terrestrial environment under climate change scenarios. And finally, I just wanted to mention the Habitat Division development. Should the budget that is approved include a new Habitat Division, as that division grows and is staffed up and the vision for that comes together, I'm quite sure that it will be influenced by the Climate and Ocean Change Policy. And so really the key here is that you will be seeing a lot more work coming forward from the department that's influenced by the Climate and Ocean Change Policy. And using that word influenced by, because all of these things are important work of the department under our authorities and our mission that would be going forward anyway because of conservation needs or timing. But because we put together a key principle-based policy, they will all be influenced by the policy, and it will sort of be part of everything that we do. And that's the goal with the policy. So that concludes my remarks today. And I would have turned it over to Charlotte to go into detail on one of these things, but I'm hoping this is a useful update as part of the director's report.
Thanks, Davia.
Yeah, it looks like we have a couple questions already. Shall we go to those right away, and then maybe Commissioner Labhart first and then Vice Chair Woolley?
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Great reports from both of you. I have two comments. One is keep this in front of us. Keep coming back. It's important. It's an important topic, and we need to make sure that we keep that as a high priority for the Commission. Second topic is on the principles. I like all of those principles, and in particular, you know, when Dr. Whitefield was talking about the inland angling policy framework, if I was a fisherman, I'd go, well, what's going on here? What's going on? And I particularly like at the end of her presentation where she said, we're early in the process. We're going to involve the public, we'll involve stakeholders, we'll involve interest groups. So I encourage folks that are watching this, as we are early in the process, and we will very, very much appreciate the input and collaboration and work with the interest groups as this moves forward. So I want to make sure to mention that. So thank you for the good work on this. Keep it in front of us, you guys.
Okay, so I'll go. I have a couple of questions and a comment. So first of all, how was 1990 selected as a benchmark? And then the second question is, are other agencies doing a carbon footprint assessment? Is that a statewide directive? So those are my two questions, and then I have a comment, Damia.
All right, thanks for the question, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley. As per 1990 as a benchmark, that is beyond my expertise on greenhouse gas emissions. It is somewhat standard. The IPCC tends to use that, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The existing statutory greenhouse gas emissions goals referred to 1990 levels. And so I would expect the governor's office was seeking to be consistent with those existing goals. But why that number, I can do some research and get back to you on that piece. And remind me your second question.
Are other agencies doing a carbon footprint assessment?
Great. Actually, the Department of Administrative Services is working on a contract with Good Company, which is a Corvallis-based organization that specializes in greenhouse gas emissions assessments. And they are putting together essentially a protocol that all state agencies could use for assessing greenhouse gas emissions. It's not one of the directives in the executive order. It's just a proactive step Department of Administrative Services is taking. And because our commitment and the policy had a more aggressive timeline than what the Administrative Services is working on, and because we really want to look at carbon sequestration, which will not be part of what DIS is working on, we've decided to sort of take a slightly separate pathway there. But we are working with the statewide sustainability officer on that agreement we have with our contractor. So they're in the loop on that as well. But there was not a requirement to do either of those things.
Okay, well, I appreciate that our department is taking a leadership role with state agencies. So hopefully we're a role model and they can follow our example. So just my quick comment is that I appreciate that you are using a climate justice lens as you're developing the policy. For those that aren't familiar with climate justice recognizes that low-income communities and people of color communities are disproportionately impacted by climate change. The other thing I appreciated, you're talking about coordination with diverse organizations, and a lot of community-based organizations are very concerned about climate change. So I'm happy that you'll be doing some extensive outreach as you develop your community engagement program. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
I do want to say, just like others, that both these reports were very good. And I think that they both, for me, helped clarify how the original climate change policy will begin getting integrated into other policies and rules that we're developing. And I already saw some of that in reviewing the presentations that were emailed to us. So I think that this is great, and it gives us a good guidance to integrate these, which I really appreciate. So thank you.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Woolley, did you have your hand up again, or just left? Okay.
No, okay, it's back down.
I have a bunch of questions, but I'm going to save them just in the interest of time because we've gone quite a while on this one. I do want to make a couple comments. One is I agree with what other commissioners have said, that it's great to have this in front of us. I appreciate the leadership from our two presenters with those great reports and the leadership to get us to this point. Also, across the agency management, that this is both front and center and integrated shows, in my view, great leadership, and it's much appreciated. I think that we now have, and every time I hear the climate change and ocean change policy described, I'm more impressed with our foundation for addressing these issues. I think it's a great base. When we adopted it in July, lots of people talked about, yeah, the foundation's great. Now let's see what implementation looks like. And I think that having this monthly in front of us, or as a feature of each of our commission meetings, as well as beginning to really think through what implementation looks like, is a great start on implementation and much appreciated. So thank you. And I don't think we have other commissioner hands up.
Okay. Well, thank you, Davia, and thank you again, Charlotte. Well, we're going to move next to an update about some of our pygmy rabbit work, which is one of our species. I guess I would call it a charismatic microfauna as opposed to the traditional charismatic megafauna. And we have Kaylee Adkins on, hopefully, to give you an update on some of her work on that species. Kaylee, there she is.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Let me share my screen. Everybody can see and hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. So good morning, everyone. My name is Callie Adkins, and I'm the East Region Conservation Wildlife Biologist for ODFW. My position works primarily with Oregon Conservation Strategy species, a subset of species that is highlighted for the greatest conservation need and management concern. I'll be talking with you today about a project that we've been working on over the past year, conducting pygmy rabbit surveys in Southeast Oregon. So, okay. Because we might not all be familiar with pygmy rabbits, I'm going to dive into some unique life history traits that you'll hear me reference throughout the presentation, and that will be helpful in understanding our process for monitoring their populations. Pygmy rabbits are sagebrush obligates, meaning that they rely on sagebrush habitat for their survival. They consume sagebrush all year round for both food and water needs. In fact, it comprises almost all of their diet in the winter. Additionally, they use sagebrush for cover and protection from weather and predators. Another interesting fact about pygmy rabbits is that they are North America's smallest rabbit. They weigh in at about 400 grams, which makes them roughly the size and weight of a 12-ounce can of Coke. And even though they are small, pygmy rabbits are the only rabbit native to the United States that dig their own burrows. And since they don't have specialized claws for digging like we would see on a badger, and they are so small, they require very special, deep, loose soils. These burrows are extremely important to their survival. They use the same burrows year after year, and they provide thermal refuge in the winter and summer and protection from predators, their greatest source of mortality. Because pygmy rabbits are sagebrush obligates, their distribution, both range-wide and in Oregon, is restricted to these habitats. You can see this patchiness by looking at the map of Oregon on the right that has all recent, within about the last 20 years, observation of pygmy rabbits in the light blue. As you can see, although there are scattered observations across Eastern Oregon, there is continued species presence in the distinct patches across Northeast Oregon in the North Basin and Range ecoregion. And this patchiness is because they require those specific soil types. So within the sagebrush, we have really patchy distribution, susceptible to fragmentation in their range. Additionally, since pygmy rabbits have such strong associations with with sagebrush in deep soils. Their biggest threats are related to changes in habitat quality and quantity. It's estimated that about 45% of historic sagebrush communities in Oregon have been lost from a variety of reasons listed here. Unfortunately, once lost, it takes about 2 decades for big sagebrush to get back to the state that pygmy rabbits have been found to utilize. And since pygmy rabbits have a maximum lifespan of about 3 years, that math just doesn't work out. Although pygmy rabbits are adapted to live in patches across the landscape, it is difficult for them to disperse long distances between these patches. This means that stochastic landscape scale events that are common with changing climate and increased space in between these patches could cause individual or local population extirpation, which severely decreases metapopulation health. Because of these threats and others, pygmy rabbits are highlighted as an Oregon Conservation Strategy species and sensitive species in the state of Oregon. And they're also listed as a federal species of concern by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So when starting the process of beginning this project, we were able to draw on several historical data sets and a body of literature on pygmy rabbits in Oregon. And I'm not going to go into detail about each of these studies, but I do want to touch on what we used. So we used historical data points from surveys conducted on state and federal lands. We used telemetry studies that we were able to draw data points from, and as well as the insight on movement patterns and habitat selection from these studies. And we also used a range-wide species distribution model that came out of the University of Idaho. And I'll go more into depth on that shortly. However, as you can see, looking at these different studies, it's been 10 to 15 years since most of these surveys were conducted. And they weren't using a consistent survey protocol. So there's a need to investigate the current status of pygmy rabbits in Eastern Oregon. So this brings us to our current effort. To better understand the status of pygmy rabbits, we created 3 main objections. Assess current status of historically surveyed pygmy rabbit sites, which means that we're looking at a baseline. Since pygmy rabbits are pretty difficult to get estimates of, we're looking at the historical sites as a baseline to compare current populations to. Second, we wanted to estimate the distribution of pygmy rabbits. And for this, we're specifically looking to refine existing models and identify the important patches for conservation. And finally, establish appropriate survey methodology. With limited staff and funds, we want to figure out the best way to collect information on this important species. So the first step in our project was to narrow down where to start our surveys in Southeast Oregon and create a systematic method for conducting these surveys. So to start off with, we used the species distribution model that I referenced before, and this helped us narrow down our scope. So as you can see, the cooler colors on this map are areas that the University of Idaho modeled to have a higher prediction of pygmy rabbits. However, this model was created at a range-wide scale, so it pulls in information from several states. And models that are created at this scale tend to overpredict distribution at the localized scale. When we looked at the area classified as excellent habitat, it was far too large of an area for us to conduct surveys. So we needed additional information to help us narrow down these survey locations. To do that, we took the highest values from the species distribution model that I just touched on and gridded out that excellent habitat into 1 square mile cells. We then selected public lands for ease of access. And we further prioritized areas by looking at the observation data that we did have, the historical observation data. And we ranked each cell by the number of burrows that were observed in that cell, the type of observations that the survey gave us, and also the age of the survey. So we ended up with the following map that looks like what you're seeing on this screen. This is zoomed into Harney and Lake County so that you can see a more fine scale map. But of course, we did this for the entire range in Eastern Oregon. So on this map, the green cells are the highest priorities for us to survey. So at these priority cells, we followed the protocol for burrow surveys that were established by the University of Idaho to determine if burrows were active. So this is important because, one, it gives us a standardized survey methodology that several states are using, so we can compare this data really easily. Next, because we're using the same data that was used with University of Idaho to create that species distribution model, we can possibly plug this information in and refine our distribution maps. And this meets one of our objectives that we're hoping to result from this study. So our survey protocol involves conducting meander surveys, looking for burrows throughout a 1 square meter grid scale. Once a burrow is found, and a burrow looks like that bottom middle picture, they're pretty hard to find. But once we find one, we get down and we look for pellets, fresh pellets, or active sign of digging. And as you can see in that pellet photo, that's a quarter or a nickel, I believe, and they're really small. So it's literally kind of looking like a pinhead in a sea of sagebrush. They're pretty difficult surveys, and our staff out doing these surveys are really talented and working extremely hard. So once we have the combination of a burrow and fresh pellets, that's how we indicate that it's an active pygmy rabbit site. However, we also wanted to add another layer into this project and investigate using game cameras at sites that we believed were active burrows to test the efficacy of using cameras to conduct surveys for pygmy rabbits. And this also gives us the ability to test that our assumption that we can classify a burrow as active through pellet and digging presence. Like I said before, these surveys are pretty difficult, and it becomes even more difficult because it's pretty hard to age pellets out on this landscape. No studies have been done to indicate how long pellets can persist on the landscape. And it's very difficult to tell if it's fresh or active. So we wanted to check up on our protocol to make sure that we were getting sign of occupancy by pictures of pygmy rabbits. And additionally, by adding cameras, there's a possibility that we could estimate density of rabbits at a burrow and also look at predatory species presence and richness. So we're still conducting surveys through the month of April, and excitingly, we're finding new burrows every day. But I did want to touch on what we've found so far in the few months that we've been surveying. So we've been able to survey 46 grid cells, and 12 of these had this sign to qualify as active burrows. At 3 of these 12 sites, we were able to get photo verification to validate our survey design. And at 10 of the sites we surveyed, we found that it was no longer suitable habitat for pygmy rabbits. And this is due to presence of historical fire and annual grass invasion. So again, this is an ongoing study. So digging too closely into the data is premature. And also we're limited to only looking at our study area that I've circled in blue here on the map. But of course, if you give a biologist some numbers, they're going to want to start to interpret and find connections. And here are my big takeaways for the first 2 objectives of this pilot study. First off, 26% of the historical cells that we surveyed were still active, still had active sign of pygmy rabbits. And 22% of historically occupied cells that we surveyed were not just lacking pygmy rabbit sign, but no longer suitable habitat due to loss of sagebrush. So overall, these are not good trends for pygmy rabbits. But we can look at the spatial distribution across the patches that we surveyed to help us gain even more insight. So most of the active burrows that we found were in the southern portion of our survey area. And the northern portion that I put that X on experienced more losses of habitat and occupation at historical sites. So we think that there was an event, a fire event there that likely caused individual or local population extirpation in that area.
which is not great for the metapopulation of these pygmy rabbits in our survey area. However, the historical sites in the southern portion still have relatively high densities of active burrows and are still in good shape. So this information does give us clues on how to focus our future conservation efforts. So to touch on our third objective of looking at the survey methodology that we chose and give some main takeaways on this, I see it as a success. As I mentioned before, it's pretty difficult to survey for pygmy rabbits. And it's really difficult to know if pellets are fresh on the landscape and how recent sign at a burrow that you find is. And it's actually really rare to see pygmy rabbits in the day. So this is much different from typical surveys that we conduct, that we are looking at, looking at the animal and we know that it's present because we can see it. We have to rely really solely on sign at burrows for this. So camera surveys are a great additional tool for us to use in the future. And additionally, in using camera surveys, we were able to pick up predators at different burrows. And this could be really useful for us in the future because predation is the main cause of mortality for pygmy rabbits. And the flip side of the coin of being able to validate success at burrow sites, we were also able to flag areas that didn't really look right. They had a burrow on the landscape, but it didn't really look right for pygmy rabbits. This was especially helpful when we were starting off our surveys, and we had a new technician that hadn't conducted pygmy rabbit surveys before. They were able to set cameras at these sites that were, burrows on the landscape, but didn't quite look right. And sure enough, you see the picture on the far right, it wasn't a pygmy rabbit burrow, it was a kangaroo rat burrow. So we're able to really test that protocol and make sure that we're making the right call on burrows. So the next steps for us in this, this pilot project was deemed a success for us, and we've been able to extend our funding for this project through the BLM Good Neighbor Authority Agreement. This will double our effort for the next 3 years, and we'll be able to expand our surveys to the entire range of pygmy rabbits in Southeast Oregon. So very exciting. We'll be able to continue our work and really get to explore into the distinct patches across Eastern Oregon. Additionally, we're looking to further conservation of pygmy rabbits and other avenues by participating in climate refugia workshops through the University of Washington, where pygmy rabbit is a focal species. We're working with partners and other fellow species experts to identify areas of refuge and resilience across the landscape. So with that, I want to acknowledge that this work, this pilot project that we were able to do, was funded by a Pittman-Robertson grant and state match through Oregon license dollars, as well as staff time. And I want to acknowledge my technician, Ross McLean, for his months of hard work collecting data for this project. And I'll open it up for questions now.
Thanks, Callie. And I knew your name was Callie, but somehow Kaylee came out of my mouth when I introduced you. So
it definitely, the spelling looks like Kaylee.
my apologies, but I knew it was Callie. So any questions, commissioners?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. I don't know if my hand is showing up or not, Director. So I'll just go ahead. First of all, just thank you for this report. And I think a lot of our public is interested in studies of species that are addressed in our conservation strategy, wildlife that are not game species. So, hopefully we can keep these coming. So thank you so much for that. My first question is there any sense of the historic range or distribution of the population kind of pre-anthropogenic changes? I see a study back to 1984. Is that considered the historic observation data?
No, so there are reports dating back to the early 1900s. And in that, it says south of Baker City and east of Klamath Falls. So pretty much the entire, south 3/4 of the east region for us. And now it's been constricted down, mostly to that northern basin and range ecoregion. There are a couple sightings in the last 20 years that pop up. We saw some way up north, and then there are some far west of the areas that we're looking at. But there's not great information on the survey protocol or what those observations were. And if pygmy rabbits persist in those areas, it's definitely just, a very small local population that's not connected to other populations. So we're focusing most of our work in this core area in Southeast Oregon and the Northern Basin and Range ecosystem.
Okay, thanks. And my other question, since the populations are so fragmented and that they are so vulnerable to range fires and loss of their primary food source, the sagebrush, I assume it's sort of a fire dependent species. Does it readily reseed and kind of repopulate itself in these areas between the fragmented populations? Because you're saying they're reluctant, and I mean they're long distances for such a small rabbit to travel to find suitable food sources. So could you address that?
Sure. So the issue with that is that their habitat is kind of a 1-2 punch. So they need that big sagebrush, and they also need those deep, loose soils for burrows as well. So we get, localized population extirpations when we see a fire event in the area that has those two specialized aspects. So there might be big sagebrush outside of these soil patches, but they're just not found there because they can't create their burrows. And, they don't really have very many defense mechanisms against predators except for those burrows. They actually have been found to disperse pretty great distances. So, they could technically get from one patch to another. It's that if there's not cover in between those patches, I mean, they're just a hawk buffet.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, hawk and coyote. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Callie.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for your questions.
Director, I do have a couple questions, but I don't know if my hand is actually raised.
Go for it.
Tell if people can hear or not. The question for you, Callie, is, and by the way, thank you for the report. Very interesting. It was interesting to hear all the studies and how we're looking for these. Is there an estimate on timing of when we'll start looking at some of the actions that might be of use to recovering some of these rabbits?
Sure. So the first step is to get a really good baseline of where they still occur. Like I said, there are historic observation points, but these are pretty outdated. A lot can happen for a pygmy rabbit in 10 to 15 years. So we want to go back and revisit and really focus in the areas of conservation and these patches that we should focus our work in on. So that's our primary goal for the next 3 years. After that, there's certainly a lot of different ways that this could go. It would be super interesting to look at the genetics between these patches, and that kind of alludes to how movement is occurring between these patches, and that can be done doing pellet surveys. You can pull genetics out of pellet surveys, and we can look and see, how genetically related are these populations and are these patches, and how genetically related even are populations in different counties. So that would be really, really interesting in the next step. We're not necessarily looking, to expand or recover, we're looking to see what exists and conserve that area, because like I said, it's really difficult to get this specialized habitat 1-2 punch that they need. And we should protect the areas that are already working. In the future, if we get a great baseline, we could start doing, some monitoring of other sites that might have the soil that is correct for pygmy rabbits, and making sure that there's sagebrush in those areas. But there are a couple limiting factors for them that we really have to focus in on.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if I could add to that, Chair Wall, that this, when we talk about habitat restoration activities in the sagebrush biome, these soil types may essentially help us focus on sagebrush habitat restoration in areas that benefits not only other sage obligate species but also pygmy rabbits.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that comes down the line, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Good point. Thank you. And Director, when you get to the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, if you could just touch on whether this kind of work is exactly what we might be able to do, and especially, as Callie said, looking at keeping what habitat we do have, if that's the funding we need to look to for that kind of work.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't know, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, if your audio and microphone is working.
Yeah, and let me get you unmuted. Okay,
We're not
and
getting you.
I think.
Okay, I'm coming through Michelle.
Ah, gotcha.
we're doing the work through. So Callie, I just first want to say I'm absolutely in love with these little rabbits. Some of my questions I feel like were already answered. But I think Director Melcher mentioned looking at how pygmy rabbits and trying to stop the feedback.
So Becky,
Yep.
if you mute the speakers on your laptop, that should help.
Am I still screeching?
That's
I'm
better.
just going to text my
Yep.
questions in chat. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
What to do?
And while we're waiting for the text to come in, I do have kind of an additional aspect to add to the conversation we were having. One portion that makes identifying new areas on the landscape really difficult without historical presence is that these soils that they require are really difficult to map and use remote sensing for. So even the species distribution model that we're using don't use these soils as an indicator across the landscape. And that's probably why we don't see those distinct patches being pulled out within the model. So that's something that's, a huge difficulty and something that would be a, large effort to pull off soil mapping at that resolution, but it would be extremely useful for us to be able to find new areas on the landscape to conserve.
Thanks, Callie. And so we'll go to Commissioner Labhart while I read Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde's question.
Director Melcher, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde's question is in the chat. So could we respond to that? How do the sagebrush needs of pygmy rabbits and sage grouse relate? And also, what is your approach to annual grasses issues?
Sure. So the needs of sage grouse and pygmy rabbits, so they both require big sagebrush and expanses of big sagebrush. As I mentioned before, pygmy rabbits have that additional aspect of specific soil types. There's actually a study done out of University of Idaho, the same lab that did the species distribution modeling, that looked at using priority management regions for sagebrush to conserve pygmy rabbits. And they actually found a pretty good overlap between those priority management regions for sage grouse and pygmy rabbit core areas. It's just, there's that additional soil aspect. So we have to make sure that the umbrella that we're casting does include these core important areas where we have the good soils for pygmy rabbits. And that's, their needs with sagebrush are relatively similar. You know, they both are sagebrush obligates and they require a large component. And then our approach to annual grasses, that's really difficult. If we had that answer, we would solve a lot of problems. I see it as, you know, trying to make sure that our core areas are extremely resilient in identifying these areas that we need to try to make resilient against fire. And that begins with the work that we're doing now of identifying the areas of protection. It's really difficult to protect this landscape as a whole against annual grass invasion because it's a very, very worthy opponent. But it could be easier to protect these chunks that we know are extremely important.
Thank you.
Okay, Callie, I guess it's my turn. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, of course.
One question, how much longer is the research going on for?
So we got funding to extend this out for 3 years.
Okay.
So we'll have 3 more years of surveying, which is very exciting.
I'm just disappointed that it's being funded by Pittman Robertson and hunting dollars. It's too bad you don't have other funding sources available there. And to also Commissioner Wall's comments too, I would agree if hopefully we can get the Americas for Renewable Wildlife Acts through. But I also want to mention, you know, the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. This is right in the wheelhouse of what we fund. So, and we're still trying to raise money for that fund, but that, you know, the main purpose of that is to implement the conservation strategy. So if you need extra dollars, talk to Davia. So, because that's right in our wheelhouse for things that we fund. And so maybe we can get some additional dollars and expand the research to get you some better information.
Yeah,
thank you again for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. And from my viewpoint, in my position, Recovering America's Wildlife Act would be an absolute game changer. So I definitely did a little happy dance when we heard the news yesterday.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Callie.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me this morning.
Yeah, have a good weekend. We'll go next to our annual Gray Wolf report with Roblyn Brown. There's Roblyn. Go ahead.
Just sharing my screen now. Okay, can everybody hear me okay and see the first page of the PowerPoint?
Yes, it's all good.
Thank you. I'll turn off my video while I'm doing this presentation just because I have fears of my low bandwidth here in Enterprise. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. I am Roblyn Brown. I'm the Wolf Program Coordinator. I work out of the LeGrand East Region office. I will turn off. I'll present the highlights of the Oregon Wolf Annual Report for 2020. I'll talk briefly about their legal status, what we've learned from our intensive monitoring, and the most challenging part of wolf management, livestock depredation. This map represents the legal status of wolves and how it varies based on their location in the state. In November of 2020, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced that they were delisting wolves for most of the U.S., but the delisting did not go into effect until January 4th of this year. Since this is the annual report for 2020, the map still shows that wolves were federally listed as endangered in this entire gray striped area, the western 3/4 of the state. While they were listed, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and ODFW worked together to monitor wolves and implement non-lethal measures to reduce depredation, but only the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had the authority to make decisions about harassment or lethal removal of wolves. And now for state legal status. Wolves are already delisted statewide and protected as a special status game mammal. The Oregon Wolf Conservation and Management Plan has a 3-phased approach to address both conservation and management needs in eastern and western halves of Oregon, based on the number of successfully reproducing packs. The red line, highways 97 to 20 and down to 395, separates the west and east wolf management zones. The west zone is still in phase 1 and will be until it has at least 4 breeding pairs for 3 consecutive years. In 2020, we had 1 pack in the west zone that qualified as a breeding pair, so it will be at least 3 more years before the west zone moves to phase 2. The east zone has been in phase 3 since 2017. There needs to be at least 7 breeding pairs to stay in phase 3. Last year, there were 16. The statewide wolf year-end minimum count for 2020 is 173 individuals. This annual wolf count is done during the winter after December 31st, when individuals of a pack are most likely to be traveling together, so they're easier to count. The minimum count is not an estimate based on a population model. This count is known wolves verified through direct evidence of tracks, photographs, or seen on aerial surveys. We located 22 packs at the end of the year. The pack is a family group, but for monitoring purposes, it's a group of 4 or more wolves traveling together during the winter. A pack is determined to be a breeding pair if an adult male, adult female, and at least 2 pups survived to December 31st. We documented 17 breeding pairs last year. We also counted 7 groups of 2 or 3 wolves and 6 individual wolves. This chart shows the annual minimum counts of wolves since 2009. You can see the increasing trend in the number of known wolves, including the 9.5% increase from 2019. In fact, over the last 5 years, the average increase has been just under 10% per year. Of course, there are more wolves in Oregon than 173. It's challenging to locate secretive carnivores and count them, and count each individual, just like it is for pygmy rabbits. New pairs and dispersing individuals are the hardest to count. As the population increases, it will not be practical or necessary to count each wolf. This is why several states are developing models to estimate wolf populations, as Oregon does for other wildlife. ODFW will switch to a population model in future for wolves, but there's no established timeline yet. This graph shows the number of packs in yellow and the number of breeding pairs in orange. You'll notice that we had the same number of packs at the end of 2019 and 2020, but there was a 27% increase in how many packs reproduced in 2020. In 2019, pups were produced in 22 pairs, and last year, 28 pairs produced pups. 6 of those pairs had a single pup survive to the end of the year, but 2 pups must survive to count it as a breeding pair. So reproductive success was higher in 2020, but survival of pups was lower. Since Oregon has a young recolonizing population, there are more new pairs breeding for the first time and are more prone to failure due to inexperience and no pups from previous years helping at the den. So what we witnessed last year was not unexpected. The percentage of packs that are successful as breeding pairs has varied between 25% and 100% since 2009. So 77% for 2020 is within the expected range. The blue areas on this map indicate resident wolf activity, basically wolf territories. It could be a single wolf, a new pair, or a pack using the area. Wolves didn't just increase in numbers during 2020, they also increased slightly in distribution, such as a new area of known wolf activity, what we call an aqua, in Grant County, south of John Day. 13% of the wolf population was in Western Oregon, up 27% from 2019. ODFW continues to monitor the wolf population intensively so that we can identify any threats to the small population early. We collected over 17,000 wolf location data points in 2020. This data was collected through remote camera photographs, scat, track, and howling surveys, and radio collar data. We monitored 8 radio collared wolves dispersing during the year. 4 of them dispersed within Oregon, 2 dispersed to Idaho, 1 went to California, and 1 wolf dispersed from California to Oregon. After years of Oregon radio callers heading to California, we have already received 1 radio caller disperser from California now. That wolf was born in California. He was sired by a wolf that was born in the rogue pack that had dispersed to California and started a pack there. This shows how mobile wolves are. Having 3 new regional wolf biologists increased wolf program capacity for last year. 47 radio collared wolves in 26 different groups were monitored during 2020. That's almost 50% more than any other year. 21 radio collars were put on wolves last year. That's also a program record. Collars failed, wolves died or dispersed out of state, but by the end of 2020, we were still monitoring 34 collared wolves. That's 20% of the known wolves, so 1 in 5 wolves carried a collar. There were 9 known mortalities during 2020, 2 more than in 2019. Oregon State Police investigated each one of them. A Winaha pack pup was discovered near the pack rendezvous in July. 2 other years we have found pups dead from parvovirus in this pack area. An indigo pack yearling was found dead from apparent starvation. 7 wolf deaths were human caused. 1 wolf was killed by a motor vehicle collision on Interstate 84. 1 was hit by a boat while swimming across a reservoir along the Snake River. 1 wolf was killed illegally under the Caught in the Act regulations that allow a livestock producer to kill a wolf within the act of biting, wounding, killing, or chasing their livestock or livestock working dogs in the eastern 1/4 of Oregon. The Wallowa County producer shot a yearling wolf while it was chasing his cow-calf pairs. That producer had hazed wolves multiple times and had lost 2 calves to wolf depredation in the preceding days. 4 wolves were killed illegally in 2020. 3 deaths are still under investigation, and OSP is actively seeking more information. The breeding male of the Rucka Ridge pack was shot in May. The breeding male of the Cornucopia pack was shot in September. A subadult wolf was shot in October, and the case is closed on the 4th wolf, a subadult gray female that was mistaken as a coyote and shot in December. OSP and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service law enforcement are seeking information about these and other illegally killed wolves from previous years. Poaching of all wildlife is unacceptable, and rewards from multiple organizations have been offered for information leading to a conviction. Reports can be made anonymously to the OSP Turn-In Poachers tip line. The department continues to make depredation management a high priority. The intent is to minimize depredation while ensuring the conservation of wolves. ODFW biologists did 73 livestock investigations in 10 counties last year. This graph shows the number of investigations of dead or injured livestock that were confirmed as wolf caused in the east and west wolf management zones since 2009. Last year, statewide, there were 34 confirmed depredations, almost double from 2019. If we look just at 2020, 16 depredations, over half, were done by just 1 pack, the rogue pack in orange in southwestern Oregon. This is the 2nd year in a row that the rogue pack has attacked more livestock than all the rest of the wolves in Oregon combined. So now let's focus on the yellow bars. There were 15 depredations in the East Wolf Management Zone. This is a large increase over 2019, but it's less than 2016, 2017, and 2018. Those 15 depredations were done by 11 different groups of single wolves, with no packs known to depredate more than twice. And 14 packs had no confirmed depredations. Livestock producers in some areas of the East Wolf Management Zone have been sharing the landscape with wolves for up to 12 years. So many of them are experienced at reducing conflict. Their reduction in bone piles and carcass attractants, bringing wolves in close proximity with livestock, has no doubt helped a great deal. Ranchers deserve credit for expending time, energy, and money to reduce the vulnerability of their livestock. Non-lethals are not 100% effective, and ODFW authorized lethal removal has been necessary to reduce chronic depredation in 5 of the last 12 years. This combination of implementing non-lethal and lethal measures, in addition to other factors, has still allowed for Oregon's wolf population, that yellow trend line, to increase significantly, while depredation events and livestock losses have increased at a much lower rate, that orange trend line near the bottom. 2 things are necessary for this to continue. The ability and desire of livestock producers to use tools and techniques to protect their livestock. And sometimes when that doesn't work, lethal removal needs to be used as a tool to reduce chronic depredation. No wolves were lethally removed for chronic depredation in the East Wolf Management Zone in 2020. For the third year in a row, all confirmed wolf depredations in the West Wolf Management Zone were attributed to the rogue pack. The rogue pack has depredated since 2016, despite significant non-lethal measures by livestock producers and agency staff, with 40 depredations in total. Until just 3 months ago, all lethal removal of wolves was regulated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in this area, and lethal removal was not an option under the Endangered Species Act. Notice the parallel trend lines in this graph. Confirmed depredations in the West Wolf Management Zone have increased at a rate similar to the increase in the wolf population. This is reminiscent of what happened in Wallowa County in 2010 through 2013. For the Naha pack, it took a combination of non-lethal and incremental removal to decrease the depredation rate. During 2020, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, USDA Wildlife Services, and ODFW staff implemented a coordinated overnight patrol in Klamath County to haze wolves out of livestock pastures where depredation was concentrated. Agency staff hazed all night on 99 nights between July 30th and November 25th. The hazing pushed the wolves back into the forest on some nights, but other nights they depredated. Depredation finally stopped as the cattle were moved out of the area for the winter. Although COVID-19 outreach harder, the ODFW website continued to educate and inform Oregonians about wolves. Sometimes we receive reports from recreationists and hunters that misinterpret wolf behavior, causing them to experience fear. We created a video at the end of 2019 about what a person could expect if they encountered a wolf in the woods. We hope to help people better understand wolves so they would know the risks and wouldn't be afraid. If you haven't seen it yet, the video can be viewed at the website shown on the bottom of this slide. The video went viral during 2020 and had over 10 million views by the end of the year. Quite a success. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Rob Lynn. Questions? Looks like Vice Chair Woolley has his hand up.
Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, and also Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde has a hand up. So thank you for your presentation, Robin. And it's always great to get these updates. I guess there was a year, I don't know if last year or the year before, we really couldn't get, there was not the ability to do a good count. I don't know if that was snow conditions or what it was, but it's good to see some positive trends. You know, looking at the map, I was trying to determine which area was considered a Lane County aqua, and I wasn't sure which one of those groups were considered Lane County. They seemed a little east to me, but you know.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, the Indigo Pack goes across into Lane County.
It does. Okay.
Yep, southeast corner there on the Willamette National Forest.
Okay. Yeah, it's getting kind of close to urban there. So anyway, so the human cause mortality, of course, is always, you know, concerning. And I guess the one that concerns me is the person that mistook the wolf for coyote and killed it. And it seems that, and let me know if I'm oversimplifying this, but it seems like someone can kill a wolf, say, oops, thought it was a coyote, and then they're off the hook. And so that's concerning to me, since coyotes, of course, have zero protection from our department, and anybody just has a gun out in the woods can shoot a coyote just for the heck of it. And so I'm concerned. And then also it's also public, this event was publicized, so I'm concerned about just copycats, you know, that could go out and do the same thing. And I know there's not an answer to that, because I guess it's our current policy of what we allow, but I just want to express my concern about that. And then just regarding the hazing in the Klamath, did you say those were flyovers that were done, or?
Yeah, Chair Wall, or Vice Chair Woolley, those were not flyovers. So everything that happened in Klamath was all night on the ground. So they would start at about 6 o'clock in the evening and they get done about 8 o'clock the next morning. And they were up all night. Sometimes there was one person, sometimes there was two, sometimes there was three. They were on the ground with night vision scopes and the ability to use infrared to spot wolves moving around. They were also able to watch the livestock and listen for any noises or movements from them that would alert them that there was danger with wolves nearby. They also would go around with spotlights and just, check the area and keep a constant movement around in the area. A lot of noise, a lot of radios, a lot of gunshots or cracker shells, just trying to make that area a little bit less attractive for a wolf to move into it. It's not a very large area, but it is amazing, over the summer how frustrating it was that even in a small area, a wolf that weighs 100 pounds in a several mile area is actually quite hard to find and change its mind of what it wants to do. So it was a frustrating endeavor that had limited success.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that work. It sounds like very intensive work, and I appreciate that, all those efforts. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks. And I would just add, Vice Chair Woolley, that the situation in Baker County that you referenced, that's essentially a decision that's made by the trooper, the enforcement personnel, whether to cite or to warn. That's not reflective of any policy that we have. It's really just like with all wildlife crimes, they have the latitude to make that decision. And I see Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde has typed in a question and some comments, Rob Lynn, in the chat, so I'll let you read those.
Yeah, so I'll read this from Commissioner Hyde with Chair Wall's permission. Says, thank you, Rob Lynn, for your presentation. I appreciate all the work that has gone into trying to manage the depredation in the road pack. Nevertheless, I'm concerned that necessary resources will not be in place this summer to help manage. I'm also concerned about the ongoing level of depredation of this pack, even with extensive hazing. And yeah, I can assure Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde that we have the same concerns and are also very, very concerned about the amount of resources that were spent last year. It was at least, just looking at staff, just the hours of staff was out there was about $42,000. It's a pretty low estimate of what really costs for the travel and the overtime to work 12-hour shifts. So yes, we're also very, very concerned about that, and we'll be watching the situation very closely this spring and summer. And what Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde was referring to about the necessary resources is that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, since they are no longer federally listed, will not have quite as much capacity in that area this summer. They are still, have said that they want to stay involved and want to help, but it'll remain to be seen, how much capacity they have this year. So thank you for your comment.
So I have a question. I appreciate that your report as well is very detailed and lend light on some of the things that have happened over the last year. But and also, I didn't say this to Kali, but she did a great job and obviously is having a great time with her pygmy rabbit study. But on the road pack, under the plan, what would be the next steps that the department or the landowner or livestock owner could do?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz. So we can't let up on the non-lethals. The cows won't be coming back into that particular valley in the Klamath until next month. There's a few that are there now, and then there's also the issues over on the west side in Jackson County. So we just can't let up on those non-lethals in any way, shape, or form. Those are going to have to be continued. The livestock producers have been amazing, and the landowners have been great at picking up dead livestock immediately and burying them immediately. They've been really diligent about that, so there's not attractants in the valley to bring wolves in. But these wolves are very experienced now at killing livestock, and it's very likely that there could be a problem again this summer. So we'll just have to face that as it comes and follow the plan and what we've got for phase one in our rule. It's also a point too that we're not exactly sure about the status of the pack this year. We did lose OR7 recently, a year ago, and we have a new breeding male in that pack. But the breeding female that has a collar on her is not currently hanging out with the other two wolves in the group. So it'll be interesting to see if we have kind of a new rogue pack starting up, and it'll be interesting to see if there's some changes based on that as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I see Commissioner Spellbrink has his hand up.
Yeah, good report, Robin. And also, I just was going to make a comment. I know I've been kind of following what's going on in Idaho since they have hunting seasons now for wolves there in Idaho with the population, the healthy population there. But I've been following that, and it's not an easy hunt. Just what Roblin said, about how hard it can be to find a 100-pound wolf. But I know over there it seems to be a real challenging. It's not like you can just go out and kill a wolf. It seems like a real challenging hunt. So yeah, they're pretty smart. And, I'm glad for that. They're surviving fairly well.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Spellbrink. Commissioner Labhart has his hand up.
Yeah, just a comment, Rob Lynn, in case you haven't heard. I was invited down to a meeting in Klamath with county commissioners, congressmen, staff, and probably about 30 ranchers to talk about the wolf issue. And to the letter, at least what I was hearing, and I was mingling pretty good with the crowd, there was a lot of kudos to the department staff for the efforts that you and your staff and the other biologists, local, and even at the state level, were putting into addressing the issue. So I was hearing a lot of good kudos and want to make sure you heard that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Very good. Thank you, Rob Lynn.
Thank you, Chair.
We will, Chair Wall, do you want to finish the director's report with temporary rules, or do you want to take a break? I'll look to your.
Let's go ahead with the temporary rules and maybe through other business and commission updates, and then take a break if that's okay with people.
Very good. Then we do have commissioners, I believe it's 18 temporary rules that require your ratification. And standing by to answer any questions, or if I need to, I'll bring somebody else into the room.
Okay. I do have a question, Director. Could you have somebody take a look at 3 and 7? They appear to be almost identical, and I'm trying to figure out if they are identical. They're both on the same or rule numbers. They seem to be the same, including the dates. So I'm wondering if I'm very close on the dates. There's one date difference. Is that just a duplicate, or is there something that we're missing here that I don't understand?
Well, I can see if, yes, Chris Kern is in the room. I can let him address that specifically. I think what you're seeing is as we go through the select area commercial seasons and we make modifications, typically we start with a fairly conservative approach and then liberalize if the opportunity presents itself. So I think these are just some staggered liberalizations of the fishing opportunity. But Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like my video may not be working, but Chair Wall, Director Melcher has it basically exactly right. What started out as a 4-hour fishery might be moved to a 6 or an 8-hour fishery. It could be on the same day. So as we monitor that fishery, see what the ESA impacts are looking like, as well as what the catch is looking like, staff is continually making adjustments in that fishery up or down to react to what they're seeing. And some of those can be with the same previously set dates. Again, just either modifying, potentially the area within Young's Bay has also been modified at least once this spring, I believe. So a bigger area versus a smaller, all measures to manage around the ESA impact versus catch in the site. So fairly common.
Thank you. That helps. Director, it looks like we have at least one other question, and then I would like to come back and ask about the last rule. So, but it's a different topic. Most of these are fish. So let's go with those if you can.
Okay, so it looks like we have Commissioner Hatfield Hyde has typed her question in the chat. Is that who you were referring to as having their hand up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, and
Yeah.
that's my question as well. I was also looking at that one, and so why don't we go ahead and take Commissioner Hatfield Hyde's question since I don't see other hands up.
Okay, and I'm looking to see if we have Doug Cottom in the room. Maybe we don't yet, but we'll. Oh, maybe he's. I'm looking at the list here. I don't see Doug Cottom. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Good morning.
Thanks, Doug. Did you hear the question? It's regarding the last temporary rule regarding dry ditch maintenance.
I didn't really hear the exact question. Can you repeat it, please?
It's in the chat. I'll read it to you.
Okay, thanks.
Says, would appreciate further clarification and the process for how the temporary rule was developed.
The temporary rule is developed. The rules are being developed by the Department of Agriculture primarily, and so we have to establish here now early before the dry season ends to create the temporary rules that would allow the potential removal of sediment during the dry work period. So this has been an ongoing issue for several months. And because of the difficulty of having Department of Agriculture create the rules and us having to create the time frame for dry ditch maintenance, we had to get this set up here in the short term so that we can have the final rules developed before the end of this year. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and so I guess I would add to that and say that this dry ditch maintenance issue is a product of legislation that passed in 2019. And I don't recall the bill number, but there was much angst over the state's fill and removal laws related to agricultural ditch maintenance. And so the legislature passed a bill that essentially provides for these agricultural ditches to be maintained, but only during certain periods of time during the year. And we and Department of Agriculture are basically responsible for identifying those times of the year and the other rules that go with that program. So our piece is the timing, which says, you know, during this month for it's regional, so it's not just a blanket rule across the entire state. It says, you know, during August in this region, that's when the ditches are dry and you can do maintenance. I'm oversimplifying that, but
it's a complicated situation because of the regional nature and the extreme differences across the state between the regions and the timing of which we would be comfortable with maintenance of dry ditches. So there's been a lot of work put into this, led by Nancy Taylor.
If I could just follow up, my question was also about, I mean, I do understand that this is complicated, that there's a lot of interest in it. My question is on the process, and if we had, you know, if we had a public process, I mean, it looks like it was done as a temporary rule, but we had the legislation a couple years ago. So was there process so that people that were concerned about this could be part of this discussion. And I do understand that we're shooting for the dry areas, but these are at least in part irrigation ditches, right? So they would be wet with the irrigation time. So I just want to check and make sure that we had the public process so people could be part of this. And if there's a way to do this without having it be temporary, so that people did have the chance to be involved.
Well, Chair Wall, the way I would answer that is that most of the work from our end has been not only discussing these issues with, for instance, the Farm Bureau, but this has really been an intensive discussion with our district fish biologists in the different watersheds because of the complicated nature of having to determine what is a dry ditch period. So I believe that the public process has a long ways to go before the permanent rules are made.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I don't see other hands up. I do wonder if we can do all of them but that last one as a group, and then if there's any additional discussion on the last one, since that's the one that seemed to have gotten the most attention.
Yeah, it's your prerogative. Need a motion and as to the full package or the full package less the last one.
Seeing no other hands up, just to keep things moving, I would move that we ratify the 17 temporary rules set forth in today's agenda and then talk about the 18th one separately. So I would move ratification of the first 17 of the 18 temporary rules.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? It's been moved and seconded to approve the first 17 of the 18 temporary rules. Seeing no hands up, those in favor of ratifying the first 17. And if you could give a thumbs up so we could see it. And Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, can anybody see her right this minute?
Yes.
Thank you. Then we have 6 yes for that part. And could we then, any additional discussion on the 18th one? Discussion or questions? Commissioner Zarnowitz.
I understand the concern of having this as a permanent rule in the public, but having dealt with this type of thing in the past, and you have the Wildlife Division dealing with a fish issue right now, which when the Habitat Division, if it gets approved, that would all be in one area, but it will change. These type of dates can change from year to year, or as climate change, in fact, impacts the water levels, the flow levels, and those type of things. There may be changes anyway every year for these type of and in different regions, as Doug Cottom mentioned. So I can see why right now we need to have a temporary rule for it to meet the legislation that just occurred. And perhaps in the future, we may have to each year change the dates in different regions because of flow levels and conditions in those areas. So I think I don't have problems with going ahead with approving that number 18.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
Let's see. Okay, I move to ratify number 18 of the temporary rules set forth in today's agenda.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded to ratify the last of the 18 temporary rules. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? Thumbs up. Okay, motion passes and we will take a 10-minute break. So if you'll come back 10 minutes from now, we'll start right in with Exhibit A. Thank you all. Becky, are you trying to talk to?
Yeah, we saw we see your little microphone jumping up and down, but still can't hear anything.
Hey, Becky, I know you can hear me, but I can't hear you. So I was going to say, are you on a PC or a Mac? You're on a Mac? You should be able to go into the settings and there should be a microphone. If you go, and I actually have a Mac at home, but I don't have it here with me, so I can't go through it, but you should be able to go in the settings and look for what the microphone setting is. And I suspect it's turned off, and that's why you can't get the microphone piece. So anyway, I just wanted to make that comment, and I will go off video.
Welcome back, everyone. I think everybody is back, so we'll go ahead and get started. And just to mention before we get back into an agenda item, usually we would have had public forum, but we had no one signed up today. So that was what was happening with public forum. And we'll go to other business and then commissioner updates and then exhibit A. And under commission updates, we have had one commissioner asked to make a comment about one of the director's items, the informational items. So we'll cover that under commissioner updates. So if we could go to other business, and Director Melcher, I think you were first going to talk about the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. And then we also had an update, I believe, from Vice Chair Woolley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. And I did, under other business, as I indicated to you all in a note I sent you, I think on Wednesday evening, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act was introduced officially on April 22nd, Earth Day. And we're all very excited about that and excited about the prospects of its passage in this Congress. The Congressman DeFazio is one of the original sponsors this time. He was signed on last time, as were most of our congressional delegation, but in this go around, he's one of the original sponsors of the legislation. So we'll be working that here in the coming months and hopefully working it to fruition. I did provide you with a draft letter, or at least a framework for a letter that we would like to send to each member of our congressional delegation. One, thanking them for their support if they in fact supported it in the last Congress, but then urging their support, or in Congressman DeFazio's case, thanking him for being an original sponsor, but urging their support for this next introduction, or this current introduction. So we don't need a motion or a vote, and I know several of you have responded to me already individually, but just a head nod or sign of support for the letter, which would be under the chair's signature. Okay, very good. And Commissioner Woolley asked a question earlier, and maybe this is what you were referring to, and thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Maybe this is what you were referring to, but Commissioner Woolley asked a question during, I believe, the Pygmy Rabbit presentation. And the short answer is that is exactly the kind of project that we would see receive funding under the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. Essentially, the act is designed to invest in our state wildlife action plans, which in Oregon is our Oregon Conservation Strategy and our Oregon Nearshore Strategy. So we will be using those documents to help guide any investments. And if the act passes in its current form, excuse me, in its current form, that will deliver between $22 and $25 million per year, $44 to $50 million per biennium to the department for this expanded conservation work. And I'd be happy to answer any additional questions. Appreciate all the thumbs up on the letter.
So Director, just to clarify, I think that question was attributed to a different commissioner, so I don't want to take credit for it. I don't recall which one it was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it was, okay. Yeah. And yeah, I'm definitely as excited as anybody that this is now before the legislature.
I guess Commissioner Woolley, you had asked about the prospects the prospects of passage, that's what you would ask about. And you know, we're really feeling pretty optimistic. We were optimistic in the last Congress when the bill had, I believe, 180 bipartisan co-sponsors. We expected it will be supported even at least that strongly again in this Congress, if not more strongly supported. And then the one other difference is, you know, in the last Congress, the administration was they were neutral to maybe not even lukewarm on the concept, but at least some of the signs we're getting from the current administration, while nothing explicit yet, but is that there seems to be more support there. So we're really optimistic that this is going to happen. And as you and others have said, which will really be a watershed moment here. And certainly if it happens or when it happens, it will be the largest, I think, most impactful piece of legislation for fish and wildlife conservation in the 21st century.
Great. Kurt, could you also just say a sentence or two about any match that the state would have to do if this starts coming in?
Yes, as the bill is currently drafted, there is a required 25% match from the state, non-federal match. So in order to leverage the, you know, $22 to $25 million, we will need to have 25%, which was about, I think, about $7 million in state match. I think Commissioner Labhart mentioned earlier, certainly we see the OCRF as a piece of that. We will be advocating strongly for other state match, and we will get very creative if need be to hopefully fully leverage those federal funds.
Thank you.
And I think, I guess I would just add, you know, there's one of the, you know, in some of our conservation efforts, what's really missing is really the boots on the ground, so to speak. And so, for instance, in our sage grouse efforts, we really need, you know, the boots on the ground at the local implementation team level to be able to be out and engaging with our private and public landowners on sagebrush conservation, and things like that will be, I think, it will be easy to find match to leverage those funds into those field positions.
That's great. Thank you. I think Commissioner Labhart has his hand up as well.
Well, I just wanted to add, it seems like with politics, it takes about 3 times to get something through. And this is the 3rd time now that this has been introduced in Congress. So hopefully it'll pass this time. And I think, yeah, thanks, Mary, for bringing up the match, because we've got to find that match too. So it's going to be a big deal. So we'll find the match, I'm sure. If we can get the, you know, $25 million in addition to that, I'm sure we can find the match somewhere.
And just, you know, not to put the cart before the horse or to count our chickens before they hatch or whatever metaphor you choose. So if or when the act passes, then we will obviously need to go to the legislature for limitation, and certainly we'll need to have this would occur likely in the 2022 session or in an emergency board meeting sometime thereafter. But we'll have to, you know, we'll have to have a plan on what it is we want to do with those resources. So we'll be working diligently. And of course, the Alternative Funding Task Force did a lot of that legwork to a degree for us in 2016, but we'll have to freshen that up.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't see other questions on this one, so thank you on that. And Commissioner Woolley, did you have anything under other business, or should we go to commissioner updates? Seeing nothing, no hand up yet. Let's go to commission updates, and The first one is the beaver management and trap check updates. Commissioner Woolley, if you could, Vice Chair Woolley, if you could mention that. I think you might be muted.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, lip syncing there. Yeah, we have our facilitator on board, and we have a meeting scheduled for Monday with staff, and our facilitator and myself and Commissioner Hatfield Hyde and Commissioner Zarnowitz. And so I haven't seen an agenda yet specifically. I anticipate it's kind of a project launch meeting where we can talk about timeline and schedule and kind of review what our goals are moving forward. So I'm excited that the ball's finally rolling. And also just thanks to Michelle for being kind of a liaison with the procurement process and the different parts of this. There's a number of moving parts to get this rolling. So thank you, Michelle, for your work on that. And also for my fellow commissioners for stepping up and wanting to be involved with these committees. So more to come. And yeah, thanks for that opportunity for an update.
And thank you for carrying that one. Let's go to Commissioner Labhart. You had a comment back to the director's report.
Yes, I wanted to mention the pink shrimp review that just came out in our manual. And I don't know who put this together, but if Scott Groth, Jill Smith, and Eric Anderson, I just want to, this is a tremendous report. It's a $23 million industry in Oregon right now. And when I read through this, I'm going, man, if there's anything I wanted to know about pink shrimp and what the past, present, and future is, this report did it. So I just want to give a shout out. I took the time, hopefully, I'm sure the other commissioners did too, to read it. And it was a very informative for a commissioner that doesn't know much about pink shrimp. And so I wanted to shout out to them and thank them for that. And then also two other things. I'm not sure the department can do this, but I think I can. House Bill 2913, which is the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, moved unanimously out of a House Ag and Natural Resource Committee, moving forward with a due pass recommendation, and that removes the sunset for the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund and gives us $1 million to move that through. It's still got a ways to go, but I'm more optimistic than ever that this thing's going to move through and we're going to get this program reauthorized and get the sunset removed and get some significant dollars on the ground for conservation strategy. And last but not least, Representative Levy is leading an effort, an Oregon Solutions effort that's coming to fruition regarding elk depredation. And it looks like it's going to receive, everything I've heard, it's going to receive a governor's designation as an Oregon Solutions project. There'll be 2 co-conveners that will put together for that. And it's pretty much a statewide effort on elk depredation. The department will be intimately involved in that, as well as various interest stakeholders and the public in that process. So stay tuned for that. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay, so I don't know if this is the appropriate time. There are another couple of items that we talked about to bring up. And so I'll just bring those up. And they're really kind of up for a little bit of a discussion for our commissioners. So we have well, we'll see how this plays out, but a meeting in a few months regarding the marbled murrelet. And this has been kind of ongoing for I don't know, probably the 3rd year now. And we're looking forward to some sort of resolution. And so in the same kind of vein that we did with the wolf plan to get commissioners up to speed, I think it would be helpful if we had a little discussion group to be able to make sure that everybody understands the history of this issue and also the life history of the bird so that we're better prepared. The meeting was moved a number of months because there was a request to have an in-person meeting. We don't know yet at this point if we'll be able to have an in-person meeting, or if we'll just go ahead and have an online meeting. Or, but we do have some, I guess, timeline deadlines to get this done mid-year. So anyway, I just wanted to get a sense from commissioners if you'd be interested in something like that, to have a discussion about the marble murrelet issue, so that we're all kind of prepared, if it comes up. I don't know if it's July, by July, to have it, some decision making on our part. So any thoughts on that?
Thank you for bringing that up, even. And yeah, we are looking at July because that's the timeline that we need to meet, and likely won't be in person, as you say. I appreciate what you just described, and would especially key off being informed, knowing the full story, having the information it takes to make good decisions. And I think that we've talked a little bit in the past about maybe having an afternoon, a Thursday afternoon discussion before the June meeting, in order to really hear from people about this issue. And I do remember that we had great information coming in before the Wolf plan. And I think we even had some invited testimony and a panel or a couple panels, and got a fairly broad update on the science and on the issues. And it would be helpful to me, at least, to do that. So I like what you're describing. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So do any of the commissioners have any thoughts about that? Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's not necessary, or something in between? Let's see, who had their hand? Let's see, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I think it'd be good as a refresher to bring everybody up to speed on that. And I guess we may have a new commissioner with a vacant position at that time, and I'm sure that person would need to be up to speed as well. So,
okay, I'm not sure which of you was next. We'll go with Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too. Just, I think it'd be good to maybe have a little bit of update before we get into the meat of it. So I just want to say I agree 100%.
Okay, Commissioner Lebhart.
More information, the better. Great idea.
Okay, terrific. It sounds fairly unanimous. Maybe Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, do I have? Oh, okay. Do you have something in the chat? Would also appreciate the briefing. So we're unanimous. So thank you, commissioners. And one other quick thing I wanted to bring up. We had the incident in Southern Oregon with the yearling bear being euthanized. And, probably most of us read the staff report on that. And then those that dug a little deeper probably read some of the news accounts. And so I'm not here to pass any judgment on anyone's judgment or perspective on what occurred. So my main concern is just that we are able to do a good job with our kind of public relations efforts and our efforts to communicate with the public, because there is some confusion around, or say different stories about the sequence of events that occurred, and of course questions about the outcome. So, and I talked with Director Melcher just briefly about this during the week, and I thought it would be, and also of course we have a letter from several of the wildlife advocacy organizations. And so I thought it would be good if we had maybe a subgroup of our commission and at least a staff person to be able to talk with a couple of individuals that could represent those organizations. Just to be able to sit down and talk and listen and show that we care enough, which we do. We care enough to be able to just sit down and have a discussion, because sometimes that's just lacking when these sorts of incidents come up, and there's some confusion about the sequence of events or why certain actions occurred or why they didn't. So again, not to necessarily try to end up agreeing on everything at the end, and certainly not to criticize or condescend or any of those kinds of things, but just to show as a department that when these sorts of incidents come up and there is confusion about details and that sort of thing, that we're willing to take the time to address questions of the public. So I wanted to just get a sense of that, and even maybe just take it a step further. But I know that I'd be interested in attending, and I didn't mention this to you ahead of time, but I think Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, when she came out of the gate in her first meeting, talking about her collaborative nature and style and how important that is, and I would maybe make a recommendation for Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde to be the other commission representative and a staff person. I mean, that'd be up to staff. I mean, I kind of, Kevin came to mind to me, which is with his kind of even presentation. So anyway, just commissioners, what do you think about that? And Kurt, or Director Melcher, fill in if I want to make sure I don't misrepresent our conversations. So if you want to fill in anything, please do.
No, thanks, Vice Chair Willett. I don't think you misrepresented our conversation, and I think as you and I discussed, we're happy to work with folks, and we've been doing it collaboratively on non-lethal bear management in the Rogue Canyon, where we've been working with HSUS on that particular issue. So we're happy to have that discussion and participate. I will say, I'm glad you picked Kevin, because you may not all know, but Doug Cottom is retiring in a couple months. So if you would have assigned that to him, you would have had an empty seat. So anyway, and I meant to mention that retirement under my other business report, but I forgot. So anyway.
So, I don't know if that's why Doug is looking so dapper today. It's kind of a wardrobe upgrade. I don't know if he's still on the call, but anyway, Commissioner Zarnowitz, would you like to speak? I think you're muted. Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah, I know the department's dealt with these type of issues, and then they're very difficult, and largely are. I think the department has tried for many years to have inform the public, educate the public about not feeding, not picking up young animals and that type of thing, which then can result in them becoming a problem animal in the future. And so I guess I think it'd be a good idea for a couple commissioners and staff to go ahead and I think you two, Commissioner Woolley and Hatfield-Hyde, would be great at doing that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner John. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, is your voice coming through now, or are you gonna write it in? Oh, there you go. Okay. So she said, I'm open to listening. I'm even a better listener when I'm on all day mute. Commissioner Zarnowitz may be better than me on this with her experience with the department. Well, I don't know, maybe the two of you can sort that out, but you sort of counter recommendations there. So anyway, we can make a decision around that, but the point is, we'll have a couple of commissioners involved, and then we can sort out the details of how we do this. So does anyone else have any thoughts about it before we move on?
I would just
Chair Wall.
I would just make one quick comment. I agree with you. I appreciate you bringing it to us. And I think the value of sitting down and listening to people and having that kind of an exchange is high. So I appreciate it.
Okay, all right, so we'll just move forward with that. So thank you for indulging this topic.
Thank you. One last thing under commission updates. I just wanted to mention to the commissioners that the Columbia River, Washington, and Oregon joint conversations are going on. They're very much in line with what we have discussed and how this commission has framed those discussions in terms of focusing first, if we can, on the resource and rebuilding the Columbia River stocks, and maybe focused also on staying in sync with the larger four-state process. So just know that those are ongoing and very much in line with how you've described how you would like to see those happen. So unless there are any other commission updates, we'll move right to the minutes from last time. And if anybody has a motion on the minutes, and do note that there were some updates to those, some minor corrections that Michelle already made. So we would need to act on that version. So if there happens to be a motion.
Okay, I would move to approve the March 19th, 2021 meeting minutes with minor correction made on pages 5, 6, and 7, and continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to accept the minutes with the corrections as noted. Those in favor? Looks like 6 thumbs up. Thank you all. Then let's move to Exhibit B. And just so people know, at least when the meeting started, we did not have anybody ready to testify on this one. So we'll hear the staff report and not have testimony. So on the Pacific halibut fisheries regulations, Christian Heath is the person who is up. And Christian, if you would also introduce yourself and go ahead and start.
Let me see if I can share my screen and get everything set first. Apologies, when I did this, it was off of the Chrome, and now I'm on the app, so it might backfire. Let's see. So.
There.
Are you able to see the correct view?
Yes.
You're good.
Whoops, now the outline came up.
Okay.
Yeah, we see your cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I might have to move the camera because it moved it to the other screen. So.
Cheat sheet is going now.
Yep. Are you still able to see me?
Yep, you're good.
Slide. Yes.
Perfect. All right. Well, good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Christian Heath, and I am the Assistant Project Leader for Groundfish and Halibut with the Marine Resources Program located in Newport. I am here today to talk to you about the 2021 sport and commercial Pacific halibut fisheries. I'll provide some background information to help inform your discussions today, and just note, I will often refer to Pacific halibut as halibut. The commissioners are asked this morning to adopt quotas, season dates, and management measures for sport and commercial Pacific halibut fisheries in 2021. Reminder, the halibut fisheries are federal fisheries, therefore staff will be recommending that you adopt these regulations by reference. The management of halibut is a team effort involving many co-managers. The International Pacific Halibut Commission, IPHC, is responsible for the overall research and management of Pacific halibut in waters off the US West Coast, Canada, and Alaska. IPHC is a public international organization created in 1923 by an agreement between the United States and Canada, and it consists of 3 commissioners from each country appointed by their respective governments. Each year, IPHC conducts surveys to estimate halibut abundance and assesses stock status. At the annual winter meetings, IPHC determines the total annual coastwide catch limit, allocates the limit to 10 different areas shown on the next slide, and adopts management measures. The National Marine Fisheries Service represents the U.S. interests in this process. And although the states have no formal role, at least one ODF staff member attends the annual meetings to ensure coordination. In the US, the National Marine Fisheries Service, working through the Regional Fishery Management Council process, develops annual regulations for Pacific halibut fisheries. For the West Coast, which includes Oregon, Washington, and California, this means the Pacific Fishery Management Council, or PFMC. ODFW participates in the PFMC process through the director's voting seat, usually delegated to Maggie Summer for halibut, along with 2 other PFMC members from Oregon. The states of Washington and California do the same, and the Washington Treaty Tribes also have a seat and are very involved in halibut management. The PFMC also receives advice from the state and federal fishery law enforcement representatives as regulations are developed. Additionally, there are multiple opportunities and public input during the PFMC process, including public testimony. One outcome of the PFMC's annual halibut management process is the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan. The catch sharing plan specifies how the West Coast allocation is then allotted to the different fishery sectors and subareas on the West Coast, including within the state of Oregon. Dates and management measures for sport and commercial fisheries are also established in the catch sharing plan. After the annual regulations are set and fisheries are underway, all of the partners mentioned here work together to monitor and manage the fishery in season. Examples of in-season management include closing season when quota is reached, or moving quota from one subarea to another if it appears the quota will go unused and could benefit fishing opportunities elsewhere. In addition, ODFW's participation in PFMC process and in-season management, federal halibut regulations are adopted into Oregon administrative rules by reference, along with any additional state rules if necessary. This is the step why we're here today. A key message here is how highly collaborative halibut management is, in a process that brings together all of the relevant scientific expertise, stakeholder interest, and regulatory authorities. This reflects the key principles of coordination in ODFW's climate and ocean change policy. This map shows the 10 IPHC regulatory areas, and you can see that Oregon is in Area 2A, circled at the bottom right, along with Washington and California. Area 2A is on the southern fringe of the species range, which extends south to around Central California. The bulk of the stock and spawning biomass is located off Alaska and British Columbia. At their 2021 annual meeting, IPHC commissioners were able to come to an agreement on a total coastwide harvest limit and limits for each regulatory area. Limits are based on the annual setline survey, stock assessment, and socioeconomic considerations. The 2021 coastwide limit is about 6% higher than it was in 2020 at 39 million pounds. This increase reflects increased estimates of the incoming 2011 and 2012 year classes, which I will mention later in this presentation, as well as an increase in the default level of fishing intensity. For Area 2A, the IPHC adopted a mortality limit of 1.65 million pounds in 2021, the same as in 2019 and in 2020. This is approximately 4% of the total coastwide limit in 2021. The bulk of directed halibut, Pacific halibut catch comes from the Gulf of Alaska and IPHC regulatories 2C, 3A, and 3B, which have much more of the overall halibut biomass than we do on the West Coast. The IPHC's annual stock assessment is an ensemble of 4 models that use data collected during the IPHC annual setline survey, fishery data, and updated biological information such as age, size, and sex ratios. The results of the assessment are presented during the annual IPHC meeting to provide the halibut commissioners, other fishery managers, and stakeholders with the most recent stock status and trends. This graph shows a key piece of those results, the relative coastwide female spawning biomass as a percent of the estimated unfished female spawning biomass. The black line is the best estimate based on the combined models, and the blue shading represents the uncertainty associated with that estimate. At the start of 2021, the female spawning biomass is estimated at 33%, as noted in the blue text on the right of the graph. Below that notation, there are 2 reference points that IPHC uses in managing the halibut stock. A trigger at 30% of unfished female spawning biomass, shown here as the dashed line, and a limit at 20% represented by the orange shaded area. If the spawning biomass were to fall below the 30% trigger, as it did between 2010 and 2015, IPHC would start reducing the harvest rates with a greater reduction the lower the spawning biomass goes. Below 20%, the stock would be considered overfished and no directed halibut fishing would be allowed. IBHC manages the fishery to maintain the stock at sustainable levels while maximizing economic returns. So it is expected to see the estimated female spawning biomass levels above the 30% trigger reference point, but pretty close to it as we do today. According to IPHC's stock assessment, the coastwide catch limit of 39 million pounds in 2021 is likely to result in a slight further decline in stock status in the short term, as the stock appears to be between strong year classes contributing to the fishery. However, the adopted coastwide limit is not expected to drive the stock to overfish levels or close to it. Shifting away from policy matters for a minute and focusing on the biology of the species, the oldest halibut on record is a 55-year-old, though it is rare to encounter halibut older than age 25. The number of eggs a sexually mature female can produce varies with the size of the female. A 50-pound female can produce 500,000 eggs, and a 250-pound female can produce 4 million. Pacific halibut are opportunistic feeders. Larger fish can leave the bottom and feed, enabling a greater diversity in their diet. This diet can include smaller halibut on occasion. This slide gives you an idea of where the major stages of reproduction are happening for halibut.
Hey, Christian. Hey, Christian.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. My apologies, but your slides are getting cut off. So we're seeing I'd say about 80% of them. We don't see the left margin or the bottom. And so I don't know if there's something you can adjust on your screen, but I just want to make sure you're aware of that. The commissioners do have the full original presentation as well.
Give me 1 second.
It wouldn't be an appropriate Zoom meeting if we didn't have some technical like this. So
I could unshare and try resharing and see if that'll get us there. There, move. 1 second.
You're doing great though. No pressure.
Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, here, hold on.
I'm glad you mentioned it, Kurt, because I was trying to work with my screen to get the rest of it on there. So
Trying to see it. Give me 1 second. Apologies.
no, take your time.
I'm getting advice from other folks as well. That didn't work. I lost the Zoom. Are you guys still there? I don't see anything.
Yes, we're still here and we can still see you. We just are not seeing the screen, or I'm seeing you.
All right, there it is. How was that?
Your screen is back on and it's not just your slide.
I don't know why it's doing that.
That's okay if we're seeing the full presentation picture. I mean, to me, it's not that much of a distraction. If we're able to go forward.
Yeah, it's okay like that, Christian. All we can see is the slide. I mean, we can see the appropriate slide and we can see the next, the queue of slides, but it's fine.
Now I can't see my words.
Oh, okay.
That's always something. Oh, here we go. Wait. I might find it. That's the wrong one. We do this. How is that?
Great.
Perfect.
Perfect. All right, I gotta switch this back over again. That's fun. But you get the whole picture. I'm gonna skip ahead and fast forward here.
Looking good.
Roger.
Oh, wait, that was it. Okay, we'll start here. Apologies. I can recap a little bit if you'd like, or I could start right in on the migration patterns.
I think you could go right ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep.
All right, spawning migrations. This slide gives you an idea of where the major stages of reproduction are happening for halibut. The orange shapes up in the Gulf of Alaska indicate the major spawning grounds. And larvae are then transported westward by prevailing currents and settle as juveniles in the large pink shaded area that extend well up into the Bering Sea. Larger juveniles and adult halibut then migrate eastward and eventually south to Area 2A. I'd like to note here that no significant spawning occurs off Washington, Oregon, or California. Halibut enter the fishery at about age 7, sometimes younger, when they become large enough to be susceptible to the gear and are of the size that interests recreational anglers and the commercial processors. They start showing up in the IPHC annual survey at about age 5. This bubble plot here helps us visualize the age structure of the halibut stock, starting with age 5, which are generally the youngest the survey sees. The horizontal axis shows years since 1992, and the vertical axis represents the age distribution of fish caught in that year. The larger the bubble, the more fish of that year that were in that year's catch. For example, on the far left, in 1992, most of the fish caught were between the ages of 9 and 15, with some smaller numbers, smaller circles, of the younger and older fish. This chart allows us to see a larger age class enter the fishery and follow it over time in the larger bubbles as the larger bubbles move diagonally up and to the right each year, representing another year older. Following a big cohort, we see a large contributions to the catch for a period of time before fading out of the catch as those fish reach the end of their natural lifespan. Highlighted here by the blue lines are the 1987 and 2005 year classes, which are particularly strong. Again, noting that fish don't show up until they're age 5. So on this graph, you see those lines start at 1992 and then in 2010, but they are already 5 years old at that time. These bubble plots help visualize a pulse and in the age class in age classes contributing to the fishery biomass, fishable biomass. Arrows on the right point to bubbles representing year classes 2011 and 2012 and our most recent 2020 catches, as they are showing potential of being strong recruitment years. This potential pulse has just begun to enter the fishery and will enter into the spawning biomass in the next couple of years as they reach reproductive maturity. There is a correlation between halibut recruitment and the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, PDO. PDO is a long-lived El Nino-like pattern of Pacific climate variability. The extreme phases of the PDO are termed either warm or cool, as defined by ocean temperature anomalies in the Northeast and tropical Pacific Ocean. During a positive PDO event, sea surface waters are slightly warmer along the US North Pacific coastline, and conversely, during a negative PDO phase, these same waters are cooler. This graph shows years across the bottom and the annual average PDO anomaly value on the vertical axis. The circles are the annual averages, green being positive and red being negative, with a black line smooth out to help us visualize these values over time. Unlike salmon, where good productivity is generally correlated with a negative or cool PDO, Pacific halibut recruitment is estimated to have been higher during positive PDO regimes. PDOs are a widely used indicator of productivity in the North Pacific. Historically, these regimes include positive conditions prior to 1947 and again from 1978 to 2006, and negative conditions from 1947 to 77 and again in 2007 to 2013. Annual averages from 2014 through October of 2018 have been positive. However, many environmental indicators, current and temperature patterns have been anomalous relative to historical periods, and therefore we are uncertain whether the historical patterns of halibut productivity related to the PDO are really relevant to the most recent years or to the future. Looking ahead, we expect the high recruitment years of 2011 and 2012 to begin contributing to the fishery catch and the spawning biomass, as I mentioned earlier. But for future recruitment success, it's difficult to predict. The IPHC has a robust program of biological and ecosystem science research including studies of reproduction, growth, migration, and genetics, and each stock assessment provides relevant information on ecosystem conditions. They are working to understand predicted future conditions and how the stock may respond, so management can be adjusted as needed to continue to ensure that harvest remains at a sustainable level. This aligns with key principles for science and for species management in ODFW's climate and ocean change policy. The graph on the left here shows us both the number of angler trips, green bar, and total halibut pounds landed, blue line, of the Oregon sport halibut fishery over the past 10 years. Sport halibut fishing is a popular spring and summertime activity. Last year, we had almost 20,000 angler trips target halibut out of an Oregon coastal port. Catch rates vary by year, but have been a little lower recently at just over 1 fish for every 2 angler trips. The directed commercial halibut fishery, graph on the right, has seen both an increase in revenue as well as an increase in number of vessels that participate in the fishery out of Oregon. Highs of both over the past 10 years were reached this past year. The total catch of halibut in the sport and directed commercial halibut fisheries in Oregon was just over 250,000 pounds in 2020. Because this is such a small amount compared to IPHC's coastwide 39 million pound catch limit, and also because we are not fishing on spawning biomass here, a reduction in Oregon's catch would not be expected to change the overall halibut stock status or the projected slight decline under this year's 39 million pound coastwide catch limit. The annual halibut process is lengthy and involved. This process allows for public input at multiple times and in multiple venues. For Oregon specifically, approximately 120 individuals provided feedback in February. 26 attended our virtual meeting, a couple reached out via email, and 91 responded to our online survey. 336 individuals responded to our online survey this past fall, with a couple reaching out via email. Today is the final step in this process: adopt halibut regulations, including the number of days and dates for the Oregon Central Coast Subarea all-depth spring halibut fishery. IPHC commissioners approved 1.5 million pounds for Area 2A. The IPHC stocks assessors and commissioners agree that regulatory 2A has minimal impact on the health, productivity, and status of the Pacific halibut stock, as we are on the southern fringe of this species habitat range. A 4-year plan at 1.5 million pounds was initiated by the tribes in 2019 to help provide stability for fisheries in Area 2A and to better meet the treaty obligations with Washington tribes. This diagram shows how the 1.5 million pounds are allocated to the different fisheries in Area 2A. There's a lot of information here. The intent is only to show that there are a variety of sectors and seasons that receive halibut allocations, and there are a number of calculations that go into getting to those allocations. The following slides will focus on the Oregon sport fishery, followed by the commercial fishery. As mentioned earlier, we are in year 3 of 4 of the 4-year plan with a catch limit of 1.5 million pounds. The discard mortality or discarded dead of Pacific halibut has decreased in recent years, so our local fisheries are benefiting. The decrease in halibut wastage is a local success story. Halibut excluders have been developed by scientists and industry and implemented into the commercial trawl fishery in efforts to avoid halibut. For 2021, an additional 10,000 pounds are now available for Area 2A. What this means for Oregon sport fisheries is that we see an increase of nearly 2,000 pounds. The southern Oregon subarea remains capped at 8,000 pounds, while both the Columbia River and Central Coast subareas see a slight increase. There's only one change to the catch sharing plan that will impact Oregon sport anglers this year: the additional opportunity for fishing midwater rockfish during all-depth halibut days. Long leader fishing trips will be allowed on the same trip as an all-depth halibut fishing trip during the months of June, July, and August. There are specific regulations tied to this added opportunity to harvest fish, mainly that once a rockfish is retained on the boat, fishing for halibut will no longer be allowed. The reason behind these regulations are to limit yellow eye rockfish encounters, and thus written in a way for OSP to enforce the regulations. Yellow eye rockfish remain a constraining fish species, meaning many of our regulations are in place to avoid encounters with them. The good news is that now yellow eye rockfish are the only species of rockfish off the West Coast that is classified as rebuilding. Now we move on to the season structure for sport halibut. Starting on the North Coast, the Columbia River subarea season is designated in the catch sharing plan. This subarea is managed by both Oregon and Washington Fish and Wildlife agencies. The all depth dates included in the catch sharing plan all fall on Thursdays and Sundays with specific dates prior to May 27th, followed by every Sunday and Thursday thereafter. The nearshore fishery is Monday through Wednesday, starting May 10. For those that are unfamiliar with with some of these terms, the halibut nearshore fishery is limited to shoreward of 40 fathom regulatory line. The all depth fishery has no depth restriction. I will point out the all depth fishery does have more fishing restrictions though, due to high angler participation and yellow eye rockfish concerns. It is important to note that both the all depth and nearshore fisheries will end on either September 30 or when the quota is attained. In the Central Oregon subarea, we have spring and summer all depth season along with a nearshore fishery. This subarea is where most of the Oregon sport allocation goes. For the spring all depth season, there are two questions that need to be answered. How many fixed dates should we have and when should we have them? These are dates that are guaranteed to be open unless the entire sub-area quota has been taken, which allows for anglers to make plans more than a week in advance. Backup dates are dates that are available should any quota remain after the fixed dates. Too few fishing days could leave quota on the table. Too many could exceed the quota, which is then taken from the summer all depth and nearshore fisheries. The Central Oregon Coast spring all depth season dates have both fixed and backup are recommended by ODFW. Fixed dates are set up in an attempt to accommodate angler preference. To inform this, ODFW staff solicited public input via email, phone, virtual public meetings, and an online survey. Approved dates must fall within limitations of the catch sharing plan. Finishing up with the Central Coast subarea, the summer all depth and nearshore fisheries, both of which are set in the catch sharing plan. The summer all depth allocation based threshold will not be known until the spring all depth fishery has expired. The start of the fishery will likely be Thursday, August 5th, as the current allocation is over 68,000 pounds. If the spring all depth fishery dips into the summer all depth fishery, the allocation based threshold may move this into a Friday, August 6th, making the summer all depth season a 2-day or Friday, Saturday opener instead of a Thursday through Saturday opener. The nearshore allocation based threshold is not dependent on the fishery and is scheduled to open on May 1. The Southern Oregon subarea is open at all depths 7 days a week from May 1 through October 31 or until quota is attained. This fishery is capped at 8,000 pounds and rarely do we have to shorten the season. Simply put, there are less halibut to be found in this subarea. And finally, commercial fishery for Area 2A. This includes Washington, Oregon, and California collectively. Major changes took place in the commercial fishery in 2020. IPHC asked PFMC, again, Pacific Fisheries Management Council, to look into other approaches to the then current 10-hour derby style opener. The majority of the effort in landings occur in Oregon. So in order to make sure participants were aware of the potential changes and to understand their perspectives and recommendations, ODFW held public meetings for commercial halibut fishermen and buyers in ports up and down the coast during the summer of 2019. ODFW then provided this feedback to PFMC for consideration. PFMC then developed a 3-day opener as opposed to the 10-hour opener with the help of state and federal agencies along with the many fishery representatives involved. For 2021, an additional request is in effect. The Monday through Wednesday fishery of 2020 will be a Tuesday through Thursday fishery in 2021. This was requested and supported by many representatives of the commercial halibut fishing industry during both a virtual meeting hosted by ODFW late last summer and again at the IPHC annual meeting held earlier this year. For 2021, the first opener is scheduled for June 22nd through the 24th, and if there is enough quota remaining, a second opener will take place on July 6th through the 8th. Additional openers will follow every 2 weeks if enough quota remains. Vessel limits will be determined and announced by IPHC prior to each opening. Staff recommendations. Adopt recommendations as shown in attachment 1. Adopt the federal rules for Pacific halibut sport and commercial fisheries by reference, which include harvest limit levels, the 2021 catch sharing plan, of which final rule was published on Wednesday, April 21st, and the sport season dates along with the commercial opening dates. And with that, I would like to thank you all for your time and patience. I will answer any questions to the best of my ability and may defer to Maggie Summer if further clarification is needed.
Thank you, Christian. That was a packed report, and it was great to get all that information. I want to mention one thing, and this refers back to a comment that was made under commission reports or other business, and that is on reading the materials and that sort of thing that come to us. It's worth noting, and it's actually one of the reasons that I appreciate serving on this commission with this set of commissioners, is that for the material that we get, people read that material, pay attention to it, they listen to staff, and similarly with public information that comes in, this set of commissioners seems to pay a lot of attention to reading and listening to those materials. So it's just one of the positives actually for serving on this commission. So anyway, looks like we have some hands up. So Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, and I understand that we're pretty much rubber stamping something, but I have some questions about the halibut. But the first one is I added up. So the Oregon allocation is 291,506 pounds for let's see, for sport fishing. But down below that, when you add up the different allocations for the different areas, it actually equals 300,065 pounds. And that's also in the Federal Register. So I'm wondering why is that? And then I have a couple other questions.
Commissioner Zanowitz, Chair Wall, thank you for the question. I believe that is because we're including the Columbia River, which is shared with Washington and Oregon. So there is additional poundage coming in from the Washington side for that fishery. We allocate so much, I don't have that number off the top of my head, and then Washington has as much as they allot to that section as well.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense now. And also, does the International Halibut Group or the PFMC or NIMS have any goals to increase the population of halibut beyond just sustainable? Because obviously from that graph that you had earlier, there was quite a larger population of halibut, and it wound up getting fished down to where it is today.
Thank you again for the question, Commissioner Zanowitz, Chair Wall. I will actually defer to Maggie on this one. I think she might have a better IPHC answer for you. And their hands up. So.
Hi, Maggie.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz. The International Pacific Halibut Commission does not have a formal halibut management policy at this time, but they have been working for about a decade now through a very extensive management strategy evaluation process, and they are considering a number of biological, economic, and social goals related to that. One outcome of that could be the specification of a target biomass. That's not yet certain. Right now, IPHC works under, their objective is to maximize optimum yield for the fishery. So they have determined the thresholds that Christian presented earlier that they believe the stock needs to stay above, but don't have a specific objective to increase it beyond that at this time.
Okay, and I appreciate that they're working to at least keep the halibut sustainable. Then I also understand it looked like the halibut prefer the warmer conditions of the El Nino. And as global warming happens, the Pacific decadal oscillation is also kind of evening out. It's not as evident anymore. So I guess, are we looking at better conditions for halibut in the oceans?
Commissioner Zanowitz, Chair Wall, thank you for the question. There's a lot at play as far as what is the setting that they prefer. There's a correlation with the positive PDO, but that's not necessarily a direct tie. We don't know exactly what connects those two. with all the changes of El Nino is a little different than the PDO, and with the changes of what happened with the blob recently and current changes, there's a lot of unknown there and a lot of uncertainty. So we're hesitant to say that we know what's going to happen based on PDO cycles and how that's going to affect spawning biomass in the future. But we're looking at it, well, not me specifically, but IPHC researchers are looking into other triggers, other things that might indicate a positive recruitment year. It's hard to say at this time. We're definitely facing different climates, as you noted.
Okay.
Maggie have something more to that.
Yeah, so they're starting to consider climate change and ocean change in their calculations, because it looked like they had a lot of calculations trying to model maintaining the fishery, which I think that's great. And do the adults that are off Oregon migrate back north to spawn?
Commissioner Zenowitz, the chair. Well, yes, yes, they do. I don't know if all of them do, but yes, they definitely go back and migrate. It's a part of their natural life cycle.
So they spawn every year or every few years? Or...
I honestly don't know the answer to that question, but they definitely continue spawning.
Okay, all right. That's all I have now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz. Vice Chair Woolley.
Thanks. So thank you for that, Christian. And some of those graphs really require a lot of attention to follow. Very detailed. I should talk about compensatory migration. I wasn't familiar with that term. And then I have one other question.
Oh, Maggie put that one in. I'm gonna let Maggie work on that one.
There you are. Go ahead, Maggie.
Thanks, Chair Wall. My apologies, Vice Chair Woolley. Would you repeat the question, please?
Could you talk more about compensatory migration? I wasn't familiar with that term.
Sure. Thanks, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley. The primary spawning areas are in the Gulf of Alaska. You saw the diagram Christian presented earlier. And then due to prevailing ocean currents, the larvae are transported westward out toward the Aleutians, some up into the Bering Sea. Then as they grow into kind of larger juveniles and as adults, then they intentionally migrate back eastward and eventually southward. So it is an overall, looking at the entire population scale movement dynamics of the halibut stock, it is kind of keeping the halibut distributed throughout that range.
Okay, I think I followed that. And then my other question was, I guess in your, addressing the public with the policy, did you hear any concerns or pushback around only being able to retain, well, having, halibut and rockfish gear and then catching rockfish and not being able to catch a halibut, having that prohibition in place? Was there any concern about that?
Commissioner Woolley, Chair Wall, thank you for the question. There's been a lot of work back and forth with the public and the charter industry trying to figure out the best route. We have a little bit more yellow eye rockfish to work with, so not harvest, but there's as that stock continues to improve and rebuild, there's a little bit more wiggle room with discard mortality assigned to that species. So we're able to open up a little bit more opportunity. And this year we're able to open up the bottom fish fishery at all depths for the months of May, which hadn't happened in recent years. And we're going to allow bottom fish fishing and halibut all depths on those days. But June and July, August is when we have a lot of effort. There's a lot of boats out on the water. So that one we're restricting it to just the long leader fishery, which I believe you're talking about. And that there is a little bit, we're still working through some of the ideas as far as if I catch a rockfish with halibut gear and then have to throw it back because I'm not targeting with long leader yet. There is a struggle, and we're getting some feedback of we're still having to toss fish back and then target them later. And that's always going to be an issue. But the idea is if you're targeting bottomfish, rockfish on halibut grounds, the encounters of yellow eye would just, it might just go up too high. And then we'd have to take other steps as far as maintaining encounters with yellow eye rockfish.
Okay, so it sounds like you're still kind of working through that.
Sorry? Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're still kind of working through that to some degree. Yeah, sounds like.
This year we're able to have the longer fishery for June, July, and August. And if there's, we're going to look at it every next year as well, and maybe we'll be able to open up more bottom fish on all depth halibut days.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Christian.
Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I just thought maybe I'd give you a little background on the commercial halibut fishery. Yeah, as in one of my former lives, I was, a commercial fisherman, and I fished halibut pretty extensively on the coast here. It was one of my favorite fisheries, fished Oregon, Cal, and Alaska both. But I think before my time, I started fishing probably in the early 80s, late 70s, maybe mid 70s. Before that time, I think there was only a handful of boats fishing commercially here on the coast, and there was, they basically had an open season all summer long. And it went, I think when I started fishing, there was 2-week seasons every month, the summer months, June, July, August, might even start in May. And there was 2-week seasons. And then it went, as more people got involved, it went to, I think, a 5-day season. And then I remember I might be missing one step here, but I know then it went to a 2-day season. And then it went from there, I think we might have had a 24-hour season, then it went to the 10-hour openers. So shows you how things go as more people get involved. And the 10-hour seasons then had catch limits too. So it was based on vessel size. And I believe that's the way it is now also. You have, it made it a lot easier on the boats, because for a 10-hour season, it takes, there's a lot of gear involved, a lot of re-rigging. So for a 10-hour season, you might rig up and then the wind would blow that day and make it really tough, or just make it impossible to fish. So I think the 3-hour or the 3-day season is a lot better, and you still have the same catch limits based on vessel size. So it's not like you're going to catch any more per vessel at that time, because you have a catch limit. And that entails a whole nother thing, because you have to estimate catch limits. So you end up, what you do, you have a weight length table. So you basically measure every fish, and there's a table that the Halibut Commission puts out that you actually measure every fish, and then you have a weight that for that length of fish. And so you have this whole long list of, the numbers of fish you have with their lengths, and then you correlate it out to, you have to stop every once in a while, correlate it out to their weights so you don't go over the catch limit. But it's pretty intensive there. And, a lot of people, I think, just stopped doing it. And that's why they went to the 3 days, because it just wasn't worth it for a 10-day opener. Anyway, that's just a short history. It was, like I say, it was one of my favorite fisheries. I love halibut.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink.
And I'd like to point out, I did get an IM from Lynn, another response to Commissioner Zarnowitz's question. I think it was Zarnowitz, maybe it was Woolley. The halibut, they don't actually move back up from this area. If they're here, they don't move back up to the spawning ground survey or area. So they stay local, and they don't transfer, migrate back up.
Thanks for the follow-up. I have just 2 questions, Christian. I appreciate the connections you're making between what you're talking to us about in the halibut report and the climate change policy, and making the connections that you've been thinking through, which if one of the things that policy is intended is to integrate into the decisions we're making as we go, then you're doing it, and we appreciate it. I have, one of my questions is, if we have concerns, and to sort of follow up on Commissioner Zarnowitz's question about the sustainable levels, if Oregon has concerns either on the front of something like what should the sustainable level be, and do we need to really raise that bar, or on something related to climate change, if we see issues and we think that we need to take actions, how open is this process to Oregon presenting those concerns and getting them heard and being part of that discussion? And it looks like Maggie has come back on as well. So between the two of you.
I'll let Maggie take it.
Thanks very much, Chair Wall. That's a great question. The states have no formal role in the IPHC process. We certainly, as Christian mentioned, we usually send a representative to the process or participate remotely. We could provide any input to them through their normal public input channels. We could provide testimony, for example, at their interim and annual meeting. I will say we do also have some relationships and communication with IPHC staff that we are in touch with them throughout the year, and could certainly informally relay any concerns we have to them. At the Pacific Fishery Management Council process, once it gets there, we are working with the quota allocated to 2A fisheries from IPHC. If the council saw some reason to be concerned and felt that the actions that within the council's authority could address those concerns, then we certainly could adjust the catch limits, for example, to not take the full amount of the 2A allocation in the annual catch sharing plan. However, I would again reiterate, as Christian did, that we really are at the tail end of the halibut stock. The 2A allocation and our fisheries are taking a few percent of the total available coastwide catch limit, and we're not fishing on those spawners in the area of primary spawning grounds. So it is highly unlikely, and certainly the IPHC's own stock assessors have confirmed this, that changes or reductions in the catch in our area below what the IPHC has determined would have any effect on the stock.
Thank you. That's real helpful. I just have one quick follow-up question, and this is just, I don't have a clue what size our staff is. So is it you and Christian that work on these issues? Is it 6 other people? I'm just curious how big our program is that lets us manage the fishery pieces as well as be part of any of these other conversations about the resource.
Thanks very much, Chair Wall. In terms of managing our halibut fishery, it is myself, Lynn Mattis, and Christian Heath. My role is primarily to represent ODFW on the Pacific Fishery Management Council for our decisions at the council level on the annual catch sharing plan. Also very much involved with the public outreach we have been doing that Christian described earlier. Lynn and Christian really lead our day-to-day halibut management. And then of course we have a large number of dockside samplers in our ocean recreational boat survey program who are out there interviewing anglers, meeting boats as they return, measuring fish, counting, etc.
That's real helpful. I just didn't know that one. So thank you. Commissioners, any other last questions? So it looks like Commissioner Spellbrink has one more question.
Right, more of an observation. You'll notice that there's the nearshore season and then the all depth season. And that's one thing that, halibut tended to be distributed in Oregon. A lot of them are offshore in the deeper water. They're a little harder to get to. And that's why you'll see the seasons where most of the quota is caught is in those all depth seasons, because the anglers have more access to the halibut grounds, which a lot of them are offshore. Halibut tend to congregate in certain areas. They like a certain kind of bottom. So, and a lot of that structure and a lot of that area is offshore. So that's why I just wanted to make everyone aware of that. That's why you see the two seasons there. There's the all depth season is structured a lot more closely, a lot less dates, where the nearshore season is I think it's pretty much open most of the summer as long as the quota is available.
Thank you for that add. Anything else, commissioners?
Chair Wall, I would just add to Maggie's answer in that our port sampling is all integrated. So we don't have a sampler sitting there waiting for halibut boats or, they're sampling the full spectrum of recreational anglers or at the processing plants, commercial fish. So it's an integrated program, they're not all standalone.
Thank you. Good clarification. Anything else? Comments, questions? Then commissioners, are you ready to think about a motion on this one?
Yeah, I would move to adopt the staff recommendations for the 2021 sport and commercial Pacific halibut fisheries as shown in attachment 3.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the staff recommendations for this exhibit. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, could I see a thumbs up for those who are in favor of the motion? Can anybody see Commissioner Hatfield Hyde? I don't see her picture right this minute.
Thumbs up, she has thumb up.
Thank you. Then it is 6 in favor of that one. Commissioners, we have 2 more topics and 1 exec session. So, and it's 11:41. If it's okay with you, let's do 1 more of the exhibits. And then we will take a 45-minute break for lunch and then come back for the last exhibit and the executive session. If that's okay with people, let's do a thumbs up. If you would rather take lunch right now, we can do that. But thumbs up if you would like to go ahead with 1 more right now. I see people wavering. Okay. Thumbs up if you would like to go, if you're willing to go ahead with 1 more. Okay, we have at least 3, so I think we will go ahead. Though that puts a little pressure on the person who is doing the next presentation since there were a couple wavering votes. But since we decided that, let's move to ocean salmon regulations. And we have Christine Millette ready to present.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners and Director Melcher. First of all, I would like to find out if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Great. For the record, my name is Christine Millette, and I'm the Ocean Salmon Technical Resource Manager for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I would like to talk to you today about the 2021 Federal Ocean Salmon Regulations, and I will conclude my presentation with staff recommendations to adopt them by reference for commercial and recreational marine salmon fisheries in state waters. So you have heard a lot about other marine animals, halibut in particular, distribution and life history, and my presentation will be no exception to that. I'd like to start off with giving you an overview of Chinook and coho salmon life histories and their relative distribution in the North Pacific Ocean. This map depicts current spawning distribution of Chinook salmon in green, historic spawning distribution in red, which may be blocked or otherwise no longer accessible to Chinook salmon, and finally, their ocean distribution in the darker shade of blue. While this range is fairly wide, for the purpose of this presentation, I will primarily focus on and discuss the area along the Oregon coast. This broad distribution means that the species as a whole will likely be resilient to climate change, but as we will discuss in the next few slides, there will be individual populations that are more vulnerable, particularly at the southern fringes of the range. But as you know, we will manage our ocean fisheries to protect those very vulnerable stocks. Similarly, here's a map for coho salmon. Again, while focusing on coho habitat in Oregon, this map also shows historic habitat in the upper Columbia River Basin and in the Snake River. Orange colored areas show limited spawning distribution in Alaska and Russia. As with Chinook salmon, the broad distribution means that the species as a whole will likely be resilient to climate change, with individual populations at the southern ends of the range being more vulnerable. But again, ocean fisheries are managed to protect those more vulnerable stocks. In comparing the two salmon species, we can say that Chinook salmon have the more complex life history with multiple return years for the same brood, and generally speaking, a greater presence in large riverine systems. While coho salmon prefer freshwater habitats in tributaries and side channels. In terms of how climate change affects salmon, I'm presenting a few bullets intended to help describe, in part, how climate change is expected to interact with salmon. I'm starting with the top circle entitled Sensitivity. We know salmon are sensitive to climate change. In freshwater, they have specific life history requirements for timing of flows, both during their outmigration to the ocean as juveniles and as adults returning to their native streams. Water quality, in particular water temperature, is critical to their survival in the ocean and in their freshwater migration corridor and on the spawning grounds. Survival is negatively impacted by warmer ocean and in-river conditions. We see this sensitivity to environmental conditions reflected historically in the cyclical variation in abundance associated with climate cycles such as El Niño and La Niña events, as well as with Pacific Decadal Oscillation or PDO. During cooler weather conditions, abundance increases, and conversely, during warmer and drier periods, abundance decreases. The lower left circle depicts exposure to climate effects. Because Pacific salmon cross multiple ecotypes during their life history, they are potentially exposed to changes in both ocean and freshwater habitats. In the ocean, we expect conditions to continue to warm and acidify, and almost all populations of salmonids will have moderate or high levels of exposure to these changes. In freshwater, we expect considerable regional variation in changing air temperatures and precipitation levels, meaning that some populations will be more exposed to the impacts of climate change than others. Finally, and in terms of the ability of salmon to adapt to change, they are very able to actively avoid adverse environmental conditions to some degree. Whether in the ocean or in freshwater, salmon will colonize suitable habitat. This is reflected in the historical range shifts over the last several million years. Additionally, their life cycle is relatively short, and they are often age classes from a single cohort present in different ecotypes at any one time. Therefore, Pacific salmon are capable of responding relatively quickly to environmental changes. You may have been already familiarized with what we call the 4 H's: hatcheries, hydro, habitat, and harvest. These categories are commonly used to classify the types of management actions needed to ensure resilient salmon populations. Climate change will essentially affect salmon via the habitat category, but also via hydropower-related warming of reservoir water temperatures that negatively impact fish passage. One may consider predation on salmon to be another category of management actions to increase salmon survival. Specific to our area and intended as an example of a broader issue, there are concerns with predation by pinnipeds, particularly in the lower Columbia River and its tributaries, as well as concerns with avian predation, particularly in the Columbia River estuary. So what does the 4-H's and the Pacific Fishery Management Council have in common? The council's primary nexus with salmon is via management of ocean fisheries. The council establishes harvest management measures and in some cases the conservation objectives, generally through the adoption of escapement objectives. Additional considerations such as Endangered Species Act limitations are enacted by the National Marine Fisheries Service. The council's role is to coordinate the development of salmon fishery plans consistent with conservation goals and then recommend those plans to the National Marine Fisheries Service. The National Marine Fisheries Service is the entity with the federal authority to implement and manage those fisheries. Salmon fisheries are managed to protect weak stocks from fishery impacts. In other words, all fishing is planned around the need to protect the weak stock components in any given year. In doing this, opportunities to catch healthier, more abundant stocks are sometimes foregone. Intensive fishery shaping and planning is required to optimize fishing opportunities for healthy stocks while protecting the weaker stocks. Harvest is scaled to abundance as well. So when stock abundance is low, fishing rates are reduced. Conversely, when abundance is higher, we can allow more harvest without increasing vulnerability to climate change, particularly because salmon are a relatively short-lived and fecund species. This, combined with weak stock management, requires the council to evaluate the circumstances of each year based on current conditions. Thus, changes from year to year are the norm, and the magnitude of those changes can be dramatic. While the council does not have authority over any of the other four H's, being habitat, hydro, and hatcheries, they do still have a role to play. The council is required to comment on any federal action that may affect essential fish habitat of species they manage. In this role, the council has commented on many habitat actions over time, including habitat-based effects from hydropower. There is no requirement for the council to comment on hatchery issues, but they have the latitude to comment on such issues should they choose to do so. In terms of climate change adaptation, the Pacific Fishery Management Council is actively engaged in the development of plans and actions identified here in this list, which you saw last month. These recent council activities have a clear climate change nexus. Relative to salmon, some of the more direct linkages are with the protection of forage fish species, the Ecosystem Indicator Review, and the annual California Current Ecosystem Report. As the council is developing final fishery plans, technical staff evaluates the status of dozens of individual Chinook and coho stocks and examines how the proposed fisheries are projected to affect these stocks. This information is updated several times, documented and made available for public review during an iterative process as the council continues to make adjustments to proposed fishery plans until an option has been developed that meets all constraints and limitations to protect weaker salmon stocks. This slide depicts just a few of those key criteria and focuses on Chinook stocks. And again, this is only a subset to provide examples. However, it does reflect on some of the key constraints for Oregon. The top three are ESA listed stocks, and the 2021 criteria shown here represent the National Marine Fisheries Services consultation standard for those stocks. Lower Columbia River hatchery, Tule Chinook salmon are a primary limiting factor for Chinook fisheries north of Cape Falcon and in the Columbia River. The standard this year is for a total exploitation rate of no more than 38% in all fisheries, including all impacts occurring in Alaska, British Columbia, Canada, as well as Washington and Oregon. The next stock is California coastal Chinook salmon, where the consultation standard is no more than 16% ocean harvest rate. This is assessed by using H4 Klamath River Falls Chinook salmon as a surrogate. Due to necessary actions in order to meet the goals for Klamath River Falls Chinook, the rate for California coastal Chinook salmon is well below the allowable total. The Snake River Wild Falls Chinook ESA ocean fisheries limitation is a little bit more complicated to describe because the standard is based upon a reduction of at least 30% from ocean harvest rates occurring in a base period that has been defined as 1988 through 1993. The annual rate can be no more than 70% of that base period rate, whereas current calculations indicate that approximately 50% of that rate will be achieved in 2021.
Maggie, sorry to interrupt, but could I ask a question just to understand those three? And if you could take the Snake River one, does that mean that we harvest up to, well, probably it'll be 50%, but we could harvest up to 70% of the base period? That seems like a very high percentage.
Chair Wall, thank you for the question. Yes, that means that the base period rate has been established, and the 2021 criterion is that we may exploit up to, it is supposed to be less than 70% of that historic base period rate. And the current calculations indicate that we will be well below that rate and will most likely come in at just over 50%. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
It does. I may come back later, but yes, at least I know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm trying to come back to what I was saying about this. We covered the coastal California and the Snake River. Going to Klamath River, for the Klamath Falls Chinook salmon, the 2021 escapement goal is roughly 31,500 fish. And all south of Cape Falcon fisheries were constructed around the need to meet this goal, as it was the most constraining or weakest stock this year, not atypical. As a result, the Sacramento River Falls Chinook salmon spawner escapement goal is also being met with a buffer of nearly 12,000 additional spawners. And that is because harvest on the Sacramento River stock has been constrained beyond what was strictly needed to meet its escapement goal so that the Klamath River goal could be met. Similarly, for coho salmon in the south of Cape Falcon area, the council considers three main constraints. As with Chinook salmon, many more stocks are tracked and evaluated in this process, while I'm showing only a few. These examples are all ESA listed coho salmon stocks. Starting at the top, the lower Columbia River wild coho stock, 2021 NIMS consultation standard is no more than 30% total exploitation rate in all fisheries. Again, this includes those fisheries occurring in Alaska, Canada, as well as fisheries in the Columbia River. For 2021, we are projecting to be at about 10%. For Oregon Coast natural coho salmon, the standard for 2021 is a total exploitation rate of no more than 15%, while we are projected to be at just under 13%. Finally, the standard for the Southern Oregon, Northern California coho salmon stock is no more than 13% exploitation rate in marine fisheries. And we're projected to be just under 3%. Again, this is just a small subset of the data the council examines in planning fisheries. The take-home message is that there is a long list of annually changing conservation objectives the council must examine each year, and each of those criteria must be met. Which stock or stocks will be the most constraining or represent the weakest stocks will vary each year. This is why the council process is set up to review this information in detail every year and modifying and updating fishery plans for the current season accordingly. So just to orient you, I shared this slide with you last month and just want to re-emphasize the geographic areas applicable to marine salmon fisheries regulations. Going from north to south, domestic fisheries are implemented from the Canada-US border to Cape Falcon, near the town of Manzanita, Oregon. This is the management area commonly referred to as north of Cape Falcon. At its southern end, this area is subdivided into the Columbia River Management Zone from Ledbetter Point in Washington to Cape Falcon. The Central Oregon Coast Management Zone is divided by the Hecata or Hasita Bank Line south of Florence, Oregon, and reaches south to Humbuck Mountain, which is located near the town of Port Orford. The most southern Oregon Management Zone is the Oregon portion of the Klamath Management Zone, reaching from Humbuck Mountain south to the Oregon-California border. Now we have arrived at reviewing the final 2021 Pacific Fishery Management Council developed commercial seasons for federally regulated fisheries in the area from Cape Falcon to Humbuck Mountain. The listed dates represent fishing days with Chinook salmon retention, except that through April 30th this year, the area from the Hasita Bank line south to Humbuck Mountain is closed. Notable is also the inclusion of marked selective or adipose fin-marked hatchery coho salmon retention in July and August up to a quota of 10,000 marked coho. For the area from Humbuck Mountain to the Oregon-California border, Chinook salmon retention is similar during April and May, with added days in June and July and no open seasons in August or thereafter. A 300 Chinook salmon quota has been placed on the June season, and another 200 Chinook may be landed from this area in July. There's no retention of coho salmon in this management zone. Overall, the commercial fisheries regulations are comparable to recent years, which have been fairly restrictive. However, not as restrictive as what was experienced and implemented during the 2017 season. As for recreational fisheries in 2021, in the ocean, the management area from Cape Falcon to Humbuck Mountain is listed here first. Chinook retention is continuous from March 15th through August 31st, with a coho salmon mark select season from June 12th through August 28th, or 120,000 marked coho quota, and a non-select coho salmon season for extended weekends only from mid to late September, or a quota of 14,000 non-select coho salmon. Please note that the mark selective quota of 120,000 coho salmon is shared with the adjacent Oregon Klamath Management Zone. While the area from Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border is close to Chinook salmon retention through June 18th, an all salmon fishery, including Chinook and mark select coho salmon, is planned from June 19th through August 15th. Again, this fishery season shares the quota of 120,000 marked coho salmon with the adjacent Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain Management Area to the north. The mark selective coho salmon fishery continues through August 28th with the same shared quota, however, without retention of Chinook salmon. And there are no provisions for a non-selective coho salmon fishery in this management area. About planning for related but state-administered fisheries nearshore and in coastal freshwater bodies. And contrary to the title in your packet of my presentation, staff is not proposing Chinook salmon fisheries in any of the ocean terminal areas this year due to concerns over adequate escapement to the spawning grounds and guidance provided by the Rogue River Fall Chinook Conservation Plan. Staff continues their stock status review for several Oregon coastal Chinook and wild coho salmon populations and will likely recommend very limited wild coho salmon fisheries for your consideration during this June commission meeting. Consistent with the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan and the Rogue River Fall Chinook Conservation Plan, a few temporary modifications to in-river fisheries for fall Chinook salmon will be developed and implemented this year. This brings me to the commission action that is requested regarding staff recommendation, the listed staff recommendation to adopt the 2021 regulations by reference for ocean recreational and commercial salmon fisheries as proposed by staff and as reflected in the draft Oregon administrative rules shown in attachment 3 of this packet. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm only 10 minutes over or thereabouts. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Christine. Commissioners, do we have questions? And we do have one person who'd like to testify. So let's go first to commissioner questions, and Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, I think it might be good to have some clarification on when I saw you talking about the exploitation rates. There was one, it was, I think, listed as total exploitation rate, and another one is a marine exploitation rate. And then there was the one on the Snake River Fall Chinook, I think that Chair Wall alluded to, where it talked a percentage of the base rate. Maybe could go into a little more explanation of each of those exploitation rates, especially that percent of base rate. Now, I take it that's not a percent of population, that's a percent of a given past rate, or maybe just give us some clarification on that.
Chair, Commissioner Spellbrink, thank you very much for the question. I would like to answer initially and then refer to Chris Kern, particularly on the Snake River limitations. So there's a number of different criteria for different water bodies and geographic areas. And most common, it is the total exploitation rate, including all marine fisheries, freshwater fisheries, everywhere. In some instances, for instance, the Columbia River, we deal with an escapement to the mouth of the Columbia River. So, and then in the case of California, only marine fisheries are considered to calculate the exploitation rate. Does that answer your question, sir?
I think so, but again, going back to the Snake River, when
okay,
I guess maybe a little further explanation on that.
Yes.
I think you could go back to that, maybe back to that slide where
Yes.
it showed the ocean harvest. I didn't get it all written down. It was percentage of base rate. I guess explanation of the base rate.
Yes.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, this is Chris. Can I jump in real quick?
Absolutely.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, Christine actually described it pretty well earlier, but I'll do it a little differently just to cover. And first, let me back up, if I could, to the general question of exploitation rate versus harvest rate in terms of the language. Maybe should apologize that we're using jargon here, but it's a fairly common term in our world, but not so much in others. The simple explanation for me to keep those straight down the road is that a harvest rate typically reflects the fishing impact on a population in the location they are at the time the fishery occurs, whereas an exploitation rate is commonly the amount of fishing taken out of the entire population abundance, most often at the start of the year, but not always. So Lower Columbia Tule total exploitation rate is calculated as the fishery mortality as the numerator in a formula, and the total estimated abundance of that stock out in the ocean before fishing as the denominator. A harvest rate is different. Coastal California ocean harvest rate is the amount of fishing impact on the estimated abundance that's in the fishing area of reference. So it's a little different, but it's a similar formula. And on the Fall Chinook, for Snake River Fall Chinook, that is not a 70% harvest rate or exploitation rate. It is not saying 70% of a population is fished. It is saying that whatever the harvest rate was in those years, whether it was 50% or 30%, the new goal is to be no more than 70% as much as that rate. Now, the reason it's presented as a 70% and not just a fixed rate like the other two are is because it's variable by year. I've asked this question before, and the explanation I've gotten from the smart folks at NOAA that do this every year. Basically, it's an age-specific composition. And so the age structure in a given year compared to what the age structure was in those base periods, it's essentially an assembly of an exploitation rate or I just made a mistake, a harvest rate by age, then recompiled into one number. And so that number will vary from year to year based on whatever the projected age composition is in that year. I was able to quickly scramble and find a spreadsheet to try and find out what that number is this year, and the estimated harvest rate, if I have gotten my correct file pulled, for Snake River Wild Fall Chinook in the PFMC fishery area is 20% harvest rate. And so it's not 70%, it's 20. And if that rate is, there's probably some mathematical nuances that I'm missing because I'm not the modeler that does this stuff. Essentially, that would mean that if 20% this year is 50% of the historic, that would probably make the historic comparable rate 40 in those base period years under similar circumstances. Again, I wouldn't take that to the bank because there may be some nuances I'm missing, but does that help clarify the whole scenario? We actually struggled with whether to even include it because of this very issue, but thought it was important to make sure you did see it.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I appreciate that. And I think that's what kind of scared some people is the 70% number. And seeing that it wasn't an exploitation rate, that's what I wanted that clarified. And I really appreciate that. I think you did a good job.
There, Commissioner Spellbrink, you still have your hand up. Do you have another question?
I'm sorry, I meant to lower it and I probably raised it again.
Oh, okay. Other questions from other commissioners? I do have one more, and then we have somebody who would like to testify on this one. When we talk about these different rates, are we, and they are being set in various groups, PFMC or others are setting these rates. Are they setting those rates based on a goal of meeting ESA requirements, or is it something else that is the bar they're trying to reach when they set those rates?
Chair Wall, I would like to start initially answering the question, but perhaps we need further clarification from Chris Kern on that. So annually, these exploitation rates are determined by a staff review of the stock. So we look at escapement, whether escapement goals have been met or exceeded or otherwise, and we look at the ocean abundance that is determined by looking at how many smolts, for Chinook in particular, multiple brood years are expected to be present. And we're looking at fishery impacts. And from there, through a long series of considerations and calculations by technical staff, we arrive at these criteria. And this is not necessarily something that ODFW would do in a vacuum. That is a collective effort, regional effort with federal, state, and tribal participation. So that's how these numbers come about. And sometimes they are fairly constant. But then again, that would be reflective of the status of the stock, the given stock. Specifically, when it stays relatively constant, like for instance with the Thule Chinook in the lower Columbia, it's been 38% for a while, for a few years. So that's how these numbers come about. And again, Chris Kern might have some additions to my statement.
Thank you. Chris, are you still there?
I am, Chair Wall, Commissioners. I think Christine summarized it well. Maybe if we think about I'm visualizing the Chinook table that you're looking at. As Christine said, the lower Columbia natural exploitation rate is a rate that varies by year based on the abundance of the stock. The California coastal fall Chinook harvest rate in the ocean is a static rate from year to year. It doesn't have an abundance-based component at the moment. Largely, without getting into the weeds, and also related to the reason the age 4 clammets are used as a surrogate. That's a set of populations that California just doesn't have great data on to be able to do a lot with on abundance-based approaches. So we've got a lower rate in recognition that you're just not going to have the information to adjust it from year to year. And then the Snake River wild harvest rate is actually a static rate as well, but of course well, we put the caveats on it before. I think your original question was, and sorry, the two coho rates, Lower Columbia and Oregon Coast Natural, we've talked about those before. Actually, they come from a matrix approach that relates parental spawner abundance with marine conditions. The rogue klamath one is a static rate, similar to the California situation. It's a low fixed rate because there's not a lot of information yet. That is one that is an active review right now by the council to see if they can put an abundance-based approach in, though. I think your original question was, are these rates established to meet ESA or some other purpose? And so for the ESA populations, yes, they are the consultation standard to be no more than a certain amount of harvest impact is integral to NOAA's review of the populations, what's needed to protect them, including, well, through their biological opinion process. The other ones, many of those are actually escapement goal driven, non-listed stocks. And so fishing rates can typically be associated with what's needed to meet those goals. And so they're sort of tied together in some ways. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Sorry for the long-winded answer.
No, it was helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink, you have one more question, and then we're going to go to the person who would like to testify.
I do. Okay. Yeah, I was just making an observation here. I think, as I understand it, on the commercial Chinook salmon troll season, actually fairly restrictive this year. I think I saw that they're basically not going to fish in July and August. if I'm right about that, which are, in the past have been two of the peak producing months for salmon trollers. And I'd like to say I wanted to make that observation because I know there was some public testimony, quite a bit of it from recreational fishers, that concerns that the troll fishery was getting more than its fair share. And I think from what I see, at least the regulations here, it looks like the recreational fishermen did very well as far as seasons this year. So I just wanted to make that observation. I'm not complaining one way or another. I just wanted to make that observation. And I guess maybe I would ask Chris, that it looks to me like the recreational fishers, especially on the North Oregon coast, came out with pretty good seasons this year. Is that right?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. Yeah, that's a full season for Chinook and a relatively long season for coho with a high quota given the high forecast for Columbia coho. So yeah, I'd say that's
Great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we will go to David Moskowitz, who is going to testify. And Mr. Moskowitz, if you can keep it within the 3 minutes, that would be great.
Mary, Mr. Moskowitz contacted me this morning and he is not going to testify today.
Well, his rating goes up for not being between us and lunch then. Thank you. So commissioners, any more questions or comments before we go to a vote on this one? Commissioner Zarnowitz and then Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, appreciate the presentation, Christine, and answers from both you and Chris Kern. I found both of these items, Exhibit B and C, to be very difficult to work through, but maybe it's all because I haven't done much of this, but there was a lot more information certainly in B in our packet, in Exhibit B. The International Pacific Halibut Commission piece was pretty full of acronyms that weren't explained. And so next time, I guess I'd like to have a little ledger or legend of what all these different little acronyms mean. I'm familiar with some of them, but most of them, and that one was not. And then C was very sketchy in that we had some rules listed, and I know that got changed fairly late, and fortunately I found out about that, but because it was puzzling to have those other rules in here and then new rules, and the placeholder for the Oregon Salmon Management Measures and Impacts. And I know that they just finished their meeting, April 16th, something like that, or 15th. So that did show up online, which I didn't notice. So that's my fault. But it would have been nice to at least have, I guess, sent out to us the list of the seasons, at least summarized, so that we can see what we were going to be adopting today, rather than finding out kind of on the fly. So that's the only comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And if staff wants to comment, or else we can go to Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, seeing no staff comments. I did see the dates on there, but when I look at these proposals and then I read the comments and emails, it's a tough decision for all of us, because I'm going to just give you two examples of just total dichotomous here. One comment says your organization needs to be proactive in protecting the sport fishery in this state and less responsive to protecting the commercial fishing interest. Well, Chris and Bob just talked about that. And then one folks on the opposite side, folks, it's getting to the point where it's not worth fishing anymore because you're closing the season on us. And so, when I see two totally different viewpoints, and when I try to evaluate, excuse me here. So when I try to evaluate things, I try to look at the science first, and then I look at the economics, and then I look at the social, and then I look at conservation of ESA listed fish. And I say, did staff address all of those concerns in the presentation? And did they do the due diligence? And so, it's hard to try to, I call it trying to find the common ground where we're trying to balance a number of different uses based upon the science, the economics, the social, the conservation of listed species. And so for those who are listening out there that are saying, you're not doing this for us, and then on the other side, you're not doing enough for us. We're trying to figure out a way to balance this so that we can do all of this in a way that is somewhat reasonable. And so, I think staff's done a good job of trying to do that. Now, is it perfect? No. Is it based on models? Yes. Is it can it be changed next year? Yes. But this is what we know at this point in time. And I would vote no on something if I didn't think there was enough analysis done on at least those factors for me, and then reading the comments of what folks say. And so I just want to make that editorial comment that we try to do the best that we can with the information that we have based upon certain criteria. So thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Chris Kern would like to comment, and then I do have a question as well.
Sorry, Chair Wall, I just missed my window on Commissioner Zarnowitz's comments. So just a quick follow-up. We'll do our best next year to get something to you more quickly. The publication dates that the council has are largely, well, not largely, entirely beyond our control, but there's some other information we can assemble for you more quickly to try and get it to you in a more timely fashion. So appreciate that feedback. We'll take it to heart. And I guess a brief comment on Commissioner Labhart. I appreciate it. I guess to be fair, I'll say that most of the comment we got in your packet today precedes the second round of the council. And so there was a lot of concern over the three alternatives, so to speak, that were being considered coming out of the March meeting. And sort of those comments came in between the window of moving those into the single alternative. So I think that's driving some of that perception is still lingering from the March meeting, so to speak. So thanks. Sorry for taking the time.
Thank you. I wanted to just check in on sort of the climate change and the ESA question that I asked earlier, because it seems to me that we spend an enormous amount of time looking at the harvest side of this, as we must and as it's important to do. But over time, I mean, what we heard in our workshop ahead of this discussion, what we heard in March to get us sort of ready is that the populations are cyclical. We wish for and hope for good returns, but we should look to, with climate change, probably more frequent lows, still cyclical, but probably more frequent lows. And so as I look at it, that tells me that we have more risk and uncertainty. And so my question would be, what do we look to know that that risk and uncertainty are factored into the harvest numbers?
Thank you, Chair Wall, for the question. And since this is a rather visionary question, I would like to refer this to Chris Kern.
Chair Wall, I think if I understand your question, I think what we've talked about before is the notion that, and I think you reiterated it, that the harvest is being scaled to sort of the status of the resource. But not having that relationship, so to speak, be fully static over time. In other words, as I think I mentioned in the March presentation, that just because a harvest control rule has certain steps related to abundance today, so let's look at the OCN matrix, certain harvest rates tied to certain statuses, that doesn't mean that that's going to be that way down the road forever. And I think it certainly has evolved over time from 50, 60 years ago, even 20 years ago, even 10 years ago in some cases. So I've been in it long enough to see those evolutions. It's probably not as apparent to folks who haven't. My belief is those kinds of evolutions will continue as populations decline and become more frequently low, as you mentioned. I don't know if we find that our current approaches aren't reactive to that enough, they will almost certainly be changed. They have before, and they will again. And so, forecasting when and how that happens is a bit of a different issue, or a much harder issue to try and project. But will it happen? It has in the past, and my belief is it will continue to. I don't know if that's adequate to kind of address what your question is. It's hard to say it'll be adjusted by X amount or in X fashion looking down the road, because we just don't know that yet. But monitoring the populations, monitoring the fisheries, and being able to observe what's going on in those populations as things move forward gives us the tools we need to make those adjustments down the road or tomorrow, whatever the case may be.
Thank you. It does help. And I do know that even when I'm asking that kind of question, and when you're giving your answers, we're dealing with just one of the H's, and I keep hearing from staff that, it's the habitat H that we should be looking at. And I think you all are making those connections more and more and more, which is great. And it's just a matter of having us catch up to being able to work more on the habitat side. So I appreciate your answer, and it was helpful. I think we don't have any more hands up. Any other comments, commissioners, or questions, or are you ready to go to a vote?
So, Madam Chair, I would move to amend OAR 635 Division 003 and 0013 as proposed by staff in attachment 3.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that we amend OAR 635 Divisions 003 and 013 as proposed by staff in attachment 3. Any final comments or questions? If not, those in favor of the motion, could you give a thumbs up? Thank you. Then it's 12:30 essentially. Let's be back at 1:15, please, and we will do Exhibit D, and then we'll have executive session. And so 45 minutes, 1:15. Thank you all.
You did a good job in the questions. I know they were weird ones, but you did good. That was good.
Hold on, I just gotta
I
make
still
sure.
Michelle, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Oh my gosh.
What did you do?
I shut down my computer twice, and then I downloaded the latest version of Zoom, thinking maybe something was wrong with that. And I don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah, everything I was searching to see what other, outside of the norm that we were already trying.
Yeah, well, and did you guys notice? Did you notice my little troubleshooters who came in? And
I did. I do want to note that we are still live streaming. So just to make sure.
All right,
yeah.
good.
Yeah, I did see your helpers and I thought, well, there we go. The problem's going to be solved.
I thought, well, I've got that younger generation and they have helped in the past, but thank you so much. All right, I'm going to go on mute. And this is, I don't know. I'm perplexed, but.
Well, in June, let's plan on doing on Thursday, we'll identify a time that works for you and we'll do a test run and make sure that everything's working right, at least the day before.
Yeah, that sounds good. And also I can do a Zoom test. I just haven't had this problem. So
yeah, no, this is a new one.
It was new, but it seems like, I finally got it hardwired in the internet, and that seemed to help with I don't know. We'll be back in person before I get this all straight.
Well, I'm ready for that.
Okay, take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, Mary.
There. Come back.
Things are moving along.
Yeah.
Yeah, despite a lot of early morning special presentations, I think we're doing really well.
Good. And there were some very interesting presentations this morning. That was.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got to send my daughter a picture of that slide with the pygmy rabbit. You know, I mean,
Oh,
she's gonna love that.
oh, that's better than the rabbit pellets.
Yeah, yeah. That must be really challenging to spot those against the ground.
I know.
They're so tiny. Wow.
Very small. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, do you have audio? Yay.
I think I have audio.
Yes, you do. Yay. Welcome back.
And thank you everyone for putting up with my small troubleshooters that were trying to help me earlier this morning, my under 17 tech crew.
Great to have that crew. That's
She's
great.
back? Oh, darn it.
I know, all this time.
Yeah, the chat worked out pretty well, Becky.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's a way to limit me, right? So it's good to pull that one out of the hat. You guys can mute me for the day sometimes.
Not overly loquacious, so don't worry about that.
I think everybody's back. Welcome back, everybody. I think we'll go ahead and get started. We are at Exhibit D, the 21-22 Oregon Game Bird Regulations, and we have Michael Klein as well as Brandon Reichus. And I'm not sure which of you wants to start, but why don't you go right ahead, and whoever is starting can reintroduce yourself if you'd like.
And Chair Wall, if I could, before they kick off, I wanted to say a couple things. In addition to staff, we also have Dr. Christian Hagen, a special guest on this agenda item, and he will be talking a little bit about some of his sage grouse related research. He's from Oregon State University, also our former sage grouse coordinator many years ago, worked on the original, I believe, sage grouse conservation plan. But also I wanted to mention that we do have an executive session scheduled.
Yes.
It should be relatively brief. And we also have some legislative meetings we're trying to schedule around. So if Nick is not available because it's in a legislative meeting at the time of our executive session, I will just cover that topic, his topic for him. So
that sounds great. And when we get to the end of Exhibit D, with we can have Michelle tell people the logistics of going into executive session.
yes, thank you.
Thanks. And I assume that either Michael or Brandon will introduce Dr. Hagen, correct?
That's correct.
Perfect. Shall we go ahead then?
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Michael Klein, Upland Game Bird Coordinator for the department. Today, I'm going to review proposals for the 2021-22 Upland Game Bird Regulations. As a quick overview to the presentation, we'll briefly discuss population status of our upland game birds. We'll review the purpose of the 5-year regulation framework, and then we'll discuss the proposed dates and a couple of changes for the upcoming season, including special hunt opportunities that require annual commission approval. Finally, we'll discuss the controlled sage grouse season and get an update from one of our premier sage grouse researchers. As we track upland game bird population trends using a couple different measures, harvest is really our primary yardstick. For many years, we've used telephone surveys to sample hunters who hold an upland game bird validation, also known as a stamp, and we use mandatory reporting for turkey tag holders. This year marks the beginning of a transition to an email-based survey where we can interview a higher percentage of hunters. But for ease of comparison, we'll present the phone survey results today and probably for the last time. There were 61,610 upland validation holders in 2020, which was up 26% from the previous year. That would be the white line on your graph. Of those validation holders, 20,115 actually hunted, which was down 12% from 2019. However, overall harvest was up 16% from the previous year. That's all of our upland species, not counting turkey. This was a little unexpected, but most of that harvest can be attributed to chukar, pheasant, and California quail, which you may note are birds that don't live in the forest. And those birds were up 38 to 85% in terms of harvest in 2020. Our forested species, forest grouse and mountain quail, harvest effort was far below average, almost certainly due to the poor air quality, lack of access in the fall of 2020. Surprisingly, spring turkey harvest hit record levels despite COVID issues at the beginning of the season, especially affecting non-resident hunter participation. Spring tags sold, hunter numbers, effort, and harvest all broke records in 2020. Fall turkey harvest information just became available this week with the April 15th reporting deadline. And if you remember, we removed tag caps from Eastern Oregon last year, and that resulted in a tag sale increase of 48%, and overall harvest increased 55% from 2019, with those largest increases coming from Eastern Oregon, where we were limiting the number of tags sold before 2020. In terms of forecasting our upland bird populations for the 2021 season, we monitor production with summer brood counts, which will take place in July and August. Weather is also a good indicator of how upland bird populations will look by hunting season. We had a healthy winter with average snowpack, and we will be watching spring precip to forecast whether any events might affect hatch. A warmer than average summer is predicted as La Nina fades in the South Pacific, which means more potential for fires and drier water sources, diminished forage and cover in any areas that are impacted drought-wise. So this information doesn't mean that we need to adjust bag limits or seasons for upland birds, as hunters are typically self-limiting and choose to spend their time and effort in areas where game birds are abundant. Still, we do consider the future of changing habitats as outlined in the climate change policy using these main principles. Habitat determines how many birds the landscape can support. Weather will cause annual fluctuations in that carrying capacity. However, extreme weather events, such as climate change can have more drastic impacts. In this situation, the department has the ability to have an emergency closure of hunting seasons. Closure of chukar season during severe winter weather is one example of this tool that has been used in the past. As managers, we also monitor for failure of long-term population cycles. If populations go from troughs and peaks to a downward trajectory, then more conservative management is required, in addition to close scrutiny of those causal factors. Sage grouse management is a good example of this. When sage grouse populations hit trigger points outlined by the BLM, habitat restoration activities are then implemented as a response. Investing in research to understand those causal factors is a critical component of game bird management, usually funded by 25% hunter dollars and 75% federal Pittman-Robertson funds. And this research, of course, results in management recommendations and increases our understanding of how game birds respond to changing habitat conditions. Department-funded research on juniper removal and sage grouse is an example where we found a 12% improvement in population growth in units where invasive juniper was removed from the landscape. As the climate warms, we expect we may see shifts in the range of game birds, whether in elevation or latitude, and we need to be prepared to conserve the best of the best habitat. With regards to the yearly regulation cycle and the 5-year framework, they provide the levers that allow us to be adaptable in the face of our changing climate. Historically, upland game bird regulations were adjusted on an annual basis until biologists applied the principle that a consistent harvest rate has virtually no impact on upland bird populations. Their lifespans are short, mortality is high. In other words, you can't stockpile upland game birds from year to year by restricting harvest. In 96, Oregon began offering 3-year framework and then a 5-year framework in 99. This was popular with our customers because they could plan their hunting seasons in advance and knew what to expect in terms of bag limits. The framework is based on several biological principles. We covered these last year. Populations fluctuate each year, mostly due to weather patterns. They will cycle on a longer time frame due to more complex population dynamics. Long-term trajectories are related to the carrying capacity of the habitat. In addition to the fact that reasonable harvest rates do not contribute additional mortality beyond the naturally high death rate, hunters, like I mentioned before, have proven to be self-limiting. In poor years, hunting success and hunting pressure decreases. So long story short, outside of extreme events, there's no need to change upland regulations every year. This commission approved the 5-year framework in 2020, which will be good through 2025. So on to staff proposals. There are no changes proposed for forest grouse and basic calendar shifts for partridge, pheasant, and quail. And then here are the proposed regulations for spring and fall turkey seasons. One of the few changes proposed this year is to allow fall turkey hunting to begin on September 1st in those units that overlap Grant County, including a portion of the Heppner unit, the Ritter portion, in order to address continuing wild turkey nuisance and depredation issues in that area. So that would allow some of our early season hunters, like our big game archery and our grouse hunters, to go pursue some turkeys on public land earlier in the season. Staying on the topic of wild turkeys, we are proposing to make an administrative change in allowing hunters who purchase a sports pack more flexibility in selecting the type of turkey tag they want. So in 2022, we proposed that hunters be allowed to choose whether they receive a spring or a fall turkey tag. And there are 2 different fall turkey tags, as you can see in the caption there. So they would be able to choose any of those. And this change is now possible with the removal of those Eastern Oregon fall turkey tag caps last year. Next, we're going to change topics to special hunt opportunities that are not covered by the framework. I'll run through these pretty quick. They include youth hunts, workshops, and fee pheasant hunts. No real changes to youth upland bird hunts listed here. These do take place outside of the regular pheasant season and require annual commission approval. There are 2 additional youth hunts that take place within the regular season in Ontario and on Klamath Wildlife Area. 2 pheasant hunting workshops are also proposed outside the regular hunting season at 2 of our wildlife areas. We didn't host workshops last year due to COVID concerns, but we're glad to be able to bring these popular events back. And then on this slide, you can see the dates for the proposed fee pheasant hunts on 4 Western Oregon wildlife areas. No changes really proposed here. These hunts remain very popular, particularly as wild pheasants get harder to find in Western Oregon. And in fact, we saw a 15% increase in fee pheasant tag sales in 2020, and we'll be offering more pheasants in 2021 for our new customers. And then moving on to our final topic, the sage grouse controlled hunt. I will discuss the status of sage grouse, cover the justification for having a sage grouse season, a quick review of the permit setting methodology, and provide the staff proposal. After that, I will hand the mic to Dr. Christian Hagen to talk about his research on harvest and sage grouse in Southeast Oregon. So we know a lot about sage grouse populations because we monitor them very closely. From spring let counts, both ground and aerial, to summer production surveys, hunter harvest surveys, and wing returns from the sage grouse controlled hunt. Sage grouse are not a listed species, but obviously a species in which we have concerns about long-term declines. As you can see on the graph here from through 2020, blue is the minimum spring population estimates, and then red is the average males per active let complex in red. And this information is all available in the annual population report. You can see there's a cyclical nature to sage grouse populations, peaks and troughs. And we do believe that we're on the increase. In the caption there, you can see that 3 out of 4 BLM districts experienced increases in 2020, but the Vail BLM district didn't hold to that trend. Currently, our biologists are out surveying leks, and so far the reports are good. The aerial survey crew discovered 20 new leks in the Soldier Creek Pack, which is part of the Vail BLM district. Biologists have confirmed that one of those leks has over 50 males attending right now. And just to reiterate, habitat really is the driving factor for sage grouse, and Oregon is fortunate to have very large expanses of intact sagebrush habitat. SageCon estimates 5.5 million acres are functioning well in Oregon, but another 5.1 million are impaired by invasive grasses, and 3.3 million are experiencing juniper encroachment. Through partnerships like SageCon and our local implementation teams, we really have an army of agencies, researchers, and volunteers focused on these problems. So given our concern with the decline in sage grouse populations, we're often asked, why do we still hunt sage grouse? First of all, Oregon's season is the most conservative of any of the states that hunt sage grouse, and we're considered the example of how to hold a responsible hunt. We limit the number of hunters through a controlled hunt process. We have a small bag limit of 2 birds per hunter, and the average hunter only harvests 1 bird on average. And we don't offer seasons where populations are small or isolated, and limit harvest to less than 5% of the estimated fall population in each unit. Secondly, the hunt takes place during a period that minimizes additive mortality. And I think Christian's going to review that for us. And during a time when we can maximize the value of the biological data we get from those wing collections. I have to compliment our sage grouse hunters. They have a really high participation rate in harvest surveys and wing collections, somewhere in the order of 70 to 80%. Response rate on our surveys and wing collections, which allows the department to really gather comprehensive data from the hunt. You can actually tell on the wing what percentage of females had successful nests, when the peak hatch date was, the age and sex ratios of the population, and the adult mortality rate. All of this information tells us what factors are driving the population fluctuations. Sex ratios tell us how many females are in the population. Age ratios from the wings give us the number of chicks. This information would be either impossible to collect otherwise or prohibitively expensive. The third point I will make is that as a game species, the upland game bird program is able to spend stamp dollars on sage grouse management, including fully funding the sage grouse conservation coordinator position and providing matching funds for several sage grouse research projects. The sage grouse season has little impact on population and provides important returns. These birds are best served by keeping the focus on securing and recovering sagebrush habitat. Guidelines on when to open or close sage grouse hunting seasons as outlined in Oregon's Sage Grouse Action Plan. This document was a remarkable effort to coordinate 30 of Oregon's partners in sage grouse management, and was approved by executive order in 2015 by Governor Kate Brown, who directed state agencies to implement in full. Hunting is specifically addressed in the document, acknowledging that it can be conducted without impact to the population, and these are the guidelines we follow today. Specifically, the department sets permit numbers to allow harvest of less than 5% of the fall population, and does not hunt in units with less than 100 males in consecutive years. These guidelines are all based on published research and supported by WAFWA. So given those guidelines, we have created a methodology to set sage grouse permit numbers within those constraints. And so I'll review the math with you real quick. It's pretty simple. First, we need to calculate the projected fall population, which means simply adding up the number of males, females, and chicks in the population. Males come from spring lek counts. Females are calculated by applying age ratios from the wing collections. Chicks used to be determined by summer brood counts, but we had some concerns about the sample sizes of that data. So now we use a very conservative estimator of 0.5 chicks per hen. which is actually much lower than what we find in the wing collections. Once we have a conservative estimate of the fall population, we calculate that 5% allowable harvest. Well within the range science has shown won't contribute to additional mortality. And then once we find the harvestable surplus, we apply the average hunter participation rate and hunter success rate for that area. That gives us a basic permit recommendation for each unit. We do consider other factors. For example, when we opened the trout creeks to hunting a couple years ago, we assumed the birds would be somewhat naive and more vulnerable to harvest. We proposed a lower tag allocation than the calculator provided until we had a better understanding of hunter success rates in the area. And then finally, we do consult with our district biologists to make sure they agree with the recommendations before submitting the temporary rule for permit numbers, which happens in July. So finally, to the recommendation for 2021, we're proposing a 9-day sage grouse controlled hunt, similar to previous years, with a 2-bird season limit. The actual permit numbers will be proposed by temporary rule in July once the LEC survey data has been analyzed. A map of sage grouse range and the units that are open and closed is provided here for reference. So the ones that are shaded are crosshatched are not open for hunting. And then the orange units outlined in blue that aren't crosshatched would be considered for the hunt. And so looking at the table, just so you can kind of see how last year went, last year commission approved 630 permits on 10 different units. That resulted in the harvest of 260 birds over those 10 units. And then you can see that none of those exceeded 5% of the fall population. Last year, we discussed how the department is funding new research to explore the effect of hunting on sage grouse in Oregon. And so here to give an update and provide some of the science behind the research is Dr. Christian Hagen with Oregon State University. And I'm going to hand the mic over to him, but I will be forwarding the slides. So you might hear him prompting me to change the slideshow.
Great, thanks, Michael. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Pleasure to be here. I was just, when Kurt mentioned that, I just realized that it's been 10 years to the month since I sat before this commission. And the last time I was before the commission, we were adopting the last conservation strategy and assessment for sage grouse in Oregon. So anyway, little fun fact of history, but here we are today, and we'll be talking about harvest and the science behind it. So first slide there, Michael. And you can click through those fairly quickly. So what I'm going to talk to you a bit about today is we're going to do a quick review on sage grouse life history, talk a little bit about the research that's ongoing here in Oregon and some preliminary analyses that we've conducted. I'll spend a fair bit of time talking about the science behind the compensatory and additive mortality. You know, a lot of times folks think of these things as these sort of binary categories, when in fact, really, it's more of a continuum, right? So we go, it's not just 0 or 1, there's a lot of gray area in between, and we'll talk about how sage grouse fit within that continuum. Next. So I'm going to take you to my Ecology 101 class, so bear with me here for a moment. When we talk about life history and how organisms maximize their fitness and how they maximize or optimize their fitness, they take on specific strategies. And we often refer to those strategies as an R-selected species or a K-selected species. So in most textbooks that you see out there, when they talk about R selection versus K selection, they use a mouse for R selection and they use the elephant as the K selection. Go ahead and click forward, Michael. But today we're going to replace the mouse and the elephant for the pheasant and the sage grouse. Sage grouse, of course, being the elephant in the room, pardon the pun. You could replace that pheasant with a chukar, a quail, or Hungarian partridge. All of those upland species are R-selected. They come from variable and very unpredictable habitats and environments. They have very high mortality rates. And because they don't live very long, in order to maximize their fitness as an organism and to ensure their genetic code is forwarded to future generations, they have to maximize their reproductive output. So that puts lots and lots and lots of little chicks on the ground in the fall. And really, it's our selection species that really was the foundation of our harvest management for upland birds that dates back to the 1940s. And we'll talk more about that here in a moment, but 12 to 14 eggs in the clutch, very different life history strategy. Sage grouse, on the other hand, are a species that we refer to as high efficiency. Okay, they're long lived, females easily living 6 to 8 years, right? For a wild chicken, that is a long life. But because of that, they have the ability to forego nesting in a given year. So when conditions are bad, we actually see a proportion of females not breeding in a year. And they can afford to do that because they are hardwired through their life history strategy to quote unquote know that they have an opportunity to reproduce in another year so that they can replace themselves and ensure their fitness is optimized and their genetics are forwarded to the next generation. Another factor that's related to these case-selected species that promotes that longevity is they have a more constant and predictable habitat. It doesn't mean it's hospitable, but it's predictable and more consistent. So fewer eggs in the clutch, longer lived. The other important thing to realize here, though, too, is, right, even though we're talking about sage grouse being more case selected in the context of an upland species, right, if we look at them across the continuum of all organisms on Earth, they are far from a case selected species, right? If you compare them to the elephant, they're R selected. So they have these special characteristics to their life history strategy that requires us to treat them differently in harvest management, much as Michael has explained in detail the way in which ODFW approaches that management. Next. Next slide, Michael. There we go. Perfect. So these are the places we've been conducting research in Oregon and are a part of the current harvest study. So there's a small kind of light greenish polygon there in the Warner's and Beatty's Butte unit. That's where we've been examining the sage grouse response to invasive juniper removal since 2009. And then the kind of lightish pink or gray polygon in the Whitehorse unit, that is actually the Trout Creek's research project where we've been examining the effects of the mega fire on greater sage grouse since 2012. And actually that polygon in the lower right there for the Trout Creeks, that is actually the fire perimeter. And that fire was 500,000 acres in size. Next. But those two study areas are providing the basis for this harvest study. So the strength of this data set is that we've been in the Warner since 2009. We've been in the Trout Creeks since 2012. And so we can use the longer term data as well as the more recent information with harvest now being reinitiated to really develop a nice study design. And that study design is what we refer to as a before and after control impact design. It's not quite an experiment, but it's as close as you can often get in wildlife science. It's actually sort of the pretty high standard of research design. And so what that allows us to do is examine how survival rates change or don't change in the Trout Creeks as it relates to harvest occurring starting in 2020 and going forward. But we also have this longer period of no harvest in which we can see if there's a change upwards or downwards. And we also have that same information for the Warners for the same time frame. And of course, the Warners has been a harvested population continuously since 2012 when we first started monitoring there in the Trout Creeks. And so our overall goal from this study is to estimate rigorously the harvest rate, integrate that harvest rate into population models so that we can identify what I call the compensatory additive mortality threshold. And I'll have a figure later on that speaks more to that. But in this study, we'll be using both a combination of radiomarked birds and birds that are only banded to provide those estimates. And you need typically a minimum of 5 years of harvest data for the appropriate analysis. Next. This pie chart depicts total mortality from both study areas for their entire duration. So we've marked either radio marked and banded or just banded birds, over 1,100 since 2009. This pie chart reflects 568 individuals that were recovered or their transmitter was recovered. And what we take away from this slide, these are all causes of mortalities. These are not just slipped transmitters. Unknown is just we could not assign an animal category to that particular mortality site. So 95% of those 568 mortalities were related to predation. Collectively, disease, myopathy, and collision is 3%. Harvest out of all those 568 mortalities was 3%. Okay, and it's really important that that is not the harvest rate. And it's a little bit of nuance. Well, it's not really nuance, but it's really important that that is just simply the proportion of individuals that were harvested over this long duration. Estimating an annual harvest rate is something very different, and that we will be teasing out in the research. So lots of mortality. Most of that mortality is tied to predation, the vast majority. Next slide, please. So going back to our R-selected and K-selected species. Paul Arrington, one of the grandfathers of wildlife management and certainly game management in general, coined the phrase doomed surplus. And Arrington's concept of doomed surplus and compensatory mortality really came from his studies on bobwhite quail in Wisconsin, where he had areas where quail were actively hunted and harvested, and he had areas where they were not harvested. And what he noticed is despite similar fall breeding population sizes, come springtime, the population size were the same, at least from a density, maybe not total population size, but their population densities were the same. And got him wondering, well, how is that possible? If we have hunters out there actively removing these quail, we should have a smaller population than the areas where they're not hunted. And what he began to understand, or at least theorize about, is that there's this doomed surplus of quote unquote extra birds, right? So you have all the reproduction that happens, you have this abundance of birds in the fall, they go through the winter, some of them die, some of them don't. And what the phrase doomed surplus comes from this idea of carrying capacity, which Michael spoke to earlier, right? So the easiest way I know to explain carrying capacity is through density dependence. So if you think about a fall population of say 200 quail, but all you have is enough winter habitat for a carrying capacity of 100 quail. So no matter what you do, unless the winter is really, really mild, you're only going to have 100 birds come the following spring. So essentially you have 100 birds that could be harvested, could be predated out of that 200, and you'll still have 100 birds come the following spring. So this sort of excess of birds is really related to limitations of habitat in the population. Next. So a couple of formal definitions here. And I'm just going to back up a half a step. I failed to mention earlier. So when we think about K-selected species, right? When we're thinking about sage grouse and you're thinking about elephants, those life history strategies tend to be more tied to additivity. And so that's why you see the approach that we tend to take with sage grouse. So under compensatory mortality, we assume that an increase in harvest mortality does not result in an increase in total mortality, i.e. there's no effect on spring population numbers. And that's because there are these density dependent factors operating on the population. Again, quail, you only have enough winter habitat for 100 birds. If you have 200 birds in the fall population, there's going to be a population reduction whether you hunt them or not. Under additive mortality, we assume that mortality caused by hunting reduces that survival rate below what would have been experienced in the absence of hunting. And it also assumes there's no density dependence, right? So you would have your harvest season, and then there's basically just random mortality that's inconsequential until the following breeding season. And for a long time, we thought there wasn't density dependence in sage grouse populations, right? You go out to the desert, and my goodness, it's sagebrush, horizon to horizon. How could there be any density dependent factors operating on these populations? Well, what we discovered probably 10, 15 years ago, maybe slightly longer, when the states began amalgamating their data sets from across the range and fitting these long-term demographic models, they found that the models that best explained the data of sage grouse were population dynamic models that included density dependent factors. Those factors are not mechanisms. They are a part of a mathematical model. So currently there is field research underway to better understand what those mechanisms may be that are driving these density dependent patterns in sage grouse populations. So there is density dependence in sage grouse, which is very much an R-selected trait. Okay, so again, we're sort of in this in between R and K selected species. Next. Okay, any good science talk isn't a good science talk until there's a figure that makes you go cross-eyed. So this is the one. This is a classic figure that helps us understand the difference between compensatory and additive mortality. And this is the classic figure from Arrington's work. Okay, and so I don't have the ability to control the mouse, so you have to bear with my navigation, and maybe Michael can try to be my surrogate hand and move across the dotted lines here. But the dotted line you see, yes, that comes straight across out of 0.6 and then takes an angle down, that is our compensatory curve. And so you have survival on the y-axis, you have harvest rate on the x-axis. And so under Arrington's theory of complete compensation, you can harvest a species up to just below its survival rate. So in this figure, I stopped the harvest rate at 50% because, as absurd as that is, it still seems slightly more reasonable than harvesting sage grouse up to 60%. So 60% is kind of the annual survival rate of a greater sage grouse or a population when you look at them population-wide. So under complete compensation, that flat line from 0 to 0.5 indicates there is no relationship between survival and harvest rate. But I'm here to tell you that if we shot half of the sage grouse that were in the fall population, it would absolutely affect our spring numbers. You can't harvest half of the population, especially if something as long-lived as a sage grouse, and not affect their demographic. So if we look at additivity on the other hand, which is the red line, right? So this red line, that's a one-to-one relationship. That's a perfect correlation. And so that means for every individual removed, you've removed another individual from the population. So we know from the data that sage grouse exhibit density dependence. We're not exactly sure, we're not exactly how and why yet, but we know it exists based on the demographic models. So that is also not true. Next. Recent research out of University of Nevada, Reno that looked at a long-term banding data set from Colorado and their own data set from Nevada examined the harvest rates or rigorously estimated harvest rates for those two states and did correlational analyses between harvest and survival rates. And what they found is that from up to 10% harvest rate, there was no effect on the population. Now, the one caveat is that they didn't, in none of the years of the study, the years that they studied, did they have harvest rates that exceeded 10%. Okay, so all that means is we don't know what the upper bound is. But at a minimum, you could harvest out to 10% and have no effect on the population. So next. So additivity definitely does not apply. Complete additivity does not apply. Next, but it does apply after 10% based on their work. Next. So complete compensation, as Arrington thought about it, does not apply. Next. Nor does pure additivity. But what we're finding and what we're hoping to find in Oregon is a better point on that inflection point on the graph that the blue arrow is pointing to. So what does that mean for Oregon? When I was staff with ODFW 10 years ago, go ahead next, Michael, please. We amalgamated all the radio telemetry data we had available to us at that time. And we had a handful of hunter harvested birds that were reported. And we were able to estimate a harvest rate at that time of somewhere between 2 and 3%. So what that indicates is as we currently hunt sage grouse in Oregon, we are well below the threshold of additivity. Again, we will put a finer point on that, but I don't anticipate it being anything less than what we see there. In fact, because we know our harvest is set to be 5% or lower, that's what I'm curious to see, is if we need to be, if it's more conservative than 10%. But we'll just have to wait and see. But the good news is that we are well below the known threshold that science currently supports. Next. So just to recap, sage grouse are case selected, but they also exhibit density dependence, and that density dependence is key to understanding the ability for this species to actually exhibit compensatory mortality. Out of the 560 some odd birds that have died on our telemetry studies, 95% of that mortality was related to predation, and only 3% was related to harvest. So we're really looking forward in the years ahead in our research to refine those estimates of harvest and modeling that inflection point to better understand additivity as it relates to how we harvest grouse in Oregon. And with that, if there's time, I'd be glad to take any comments or questions from commissioners, the chair, or the director. Thank you.
Michael, do you need us to take
Oh, I think if I expand, I'll just turn the slideshow off. How about?
Great.
There we go. No? Okay, now I can see everybody. Okay, Commissioner Woolley.
Oh, okay, thanks. I think these are probably for Dr. Hagan. So in your slide that has the graphs for a minimum spring population estimate and average males per active complex, the gaps between the troughs and the peaks have been getting closer together since around 2008. And so I just wondering what you would attribute that to. Yeah, for either one of you. That's one of my questions. Yeah.
So why the troughs are getting closer together?
Yeah. So the years between the peaks and the falls are closer together. They're closer since around 2006, 2008.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't have, I can give you my educated guess. We don't have any analyses that speak to that specifically. I think it's fair to say in parts of Oregon, what has interrupted the population cycles in a large part has been wildfire. So with the changes in climate and the invasive annual grasses, we are seeing sort of this decoupling and interruption in what would normally be about a 10-year cycle. And it's not just, that's not unique to Oregon. We're seeing that in other game birds and other places. The cyclical nature of these upland species are being affected by climate and fire.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. And another couple quick questions. On your slide for climate change and game bird management, I have 3 photos across, and one of them shows prescribed fire, and I was wondering how prescribed fire is being used for upland game management.
I'll tackle maybe grouse, and then I'll let Michael take the rest. Typically, for sage grouse, we're not seeing the use of prescribed fire much these days because of the threat of annual invasives. We do use it on a limited basis to clean up juniper treatments after they've been cut, but that's usually what they call a jackpot burn, where they'll pile up the trees or burn individual trees in the winter. But we're not seeing a lot of broadcast burning for sage grouse these days. It's just too risky with the invasive annuals.
Okay. And the last question, how do you recognize predation mortality?
Yeah, and it's not an exact science. I'll be the first to tell you that. That's why our unknown category is so large. But typically there's, you'll see traces of blood on a transmitter. There's usually some feathers that have been chewed. I mean, it's always possible the bird died of natural causes and was scavenged. Of course, we don't have perfect information there. But usually if there's sort of fresh blood, that indicates a kill that was on a live animal. So so that's typically how we do it. I mean, birds tend to, you know, eagles and falcons, they tend to pluck birds, and so there's usually a huge feather pile, and coyotes and other things usually chew everything up, and so there's lots of broken bones and broken feathers.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, sometimes radios are stuck in a golden eagle's nest, so you kind of know where
I was wondering
what
if you
happened.
covered those in the gut of something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
We go to Commissioner Hatfield Hyde next.
Thank you. I feel like Commissioner Woolley asked some of my questions, but first, Dr. Hagan, thank you for your excellent presentation. I really enjoy learning more about this. I guess I'd like you to talk a little bit more both about the fire, the Trout Creek fire area, and what you see for the future for grouse in that area based on what you guys have been studying. And then my second question is just to dive a little deeper into what those predators are looking like, and how you're viewing the predators from your perspective in terms of balance, if there's such a thing. I'm not the wildlife biologist, so I'm sure there's like some nice term for that if I was, but that's my best shot at it.
Well, we'll leave you with some jargon so you can impress your friends later.
Oh, good. People are highly impressed in Paisley at the saloon.
Very good. So let's see. Okay, the fires, Trout Creek fires. Yes. So what we have seen, we have a publication that hopefully will be submitted here very soon. What we basically have observed in the Trout Creeks was about the first 2 years post-fire were pretty abysmal. The birds, you know, these birds are extreme, you know, long-lived. They're very stubborn. They like to go back to the places that they know, and they went back to the places they knew, and they died. They tried to reproduce. They didn't reproduce. Nesting survival was cut by like 75%. But by the third year, at least the female cohort of the population kind of came back to normal. We saw a population growth rate that was stable, if not increasing. And then since then, things have kind of leveled off. There's a little more uncertainty in our data than I would like, but the trend is basically showing, you know, it was down, it went up, and then it's kind of came back down again, and it's hovering just below stability. And in fact, from a scientific standpoint, you can't say that it's not stable, if that makes sense. So the good news is parts of the Trout Creeks are recovering beautifully. The high country is kind of the Garden of Eden for sage grouse. Some of the lower elevation sites are probably lost indefinitely. And then you kind of have everything in between those high elevation and low elevation, especially south slopes are pretty tough places. And then, so that's kind of a synopsis of the Trout Creeks post-fire. And then you were asking me about predators, and in the context of Trout Creeks or in general?
Well, I'm thinking Trout Creeks just because you guys have done so much study in that area. So that, I mean, I'm interested in general.
Okay, so we've been in the Warners too since 2009. And generally what we see, and the Warners is a great example where things have been intact. And in fact, we've been restoring habitat, and we see survival rates of birds that are what we would expect to occur naturally. And then once we started restoring the habitat, we've actually seen improvements in adult survivorship. So what we know to be true about sage grouse in general is they are long-lived, so they have this high annual survival rate. So given quote unquote natural conditions, they should survive and coexist with predators just fine. What we see in a highly disturbed landscape like the trout creeks, especially the first few years post-fire, was a huge hit to survival because predators, right, you have, so of that 500,000 acres that burned, 25% of that, inside that perimeter, only 25% of that was still sagebrush. So you have these little pockets of sage, so to speak, and, you know, I mean, if you're looking for dinner, if you're a hungry predator, where are you going to go? And so it's not the predator's fault. It's just you have this limited habitat, and they get to take advantage of that. And so what we're seeing is, I wouldn't call it equilibrium, but things are starting to stabilize a bit in the trout creeks in terms of survivorship. It's still a little more variable than we're probably seeing other places, just because things are still recovering. Does that answer your question? Great.
Thank you so much.
And Becky, if I may ask, Commissioner Hyde, are you related to the Hatfields?
Yes, so Doc and Connie were my parents.
Yeah. So we met briefly at your folks' place many, many years ago. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Yay. Let's go to, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Zarnowitz and then Commissioner Labhart.
I think Commissioner Labhart was first.
In that case, go right ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
And my question is timing. It's mainly a question for Michael about mourning doves and turkeys. So should I hold off on that?
Commissioner Labhart, I'd be happy to talk about turkeys, but we'll have to call up Brandon for any mourning dove questions.
Okay, but should we wait till we're done with sage grouse? Is your question on sage grouse, Jill? Okay, yeah. I can come back.
One question for Dr. Hagan, and that's, are you also collecting like coyote scat and things like that to see if sage grouse are in predator scat and what percentage?
We are not currently studying the predator side of the equation. Currently, we're just focusing on the birds. But that is something that we potentially could do. Dr. Levy in my department there at OSU does a lot of that sort of work. And we're actually in another study area, we are starting to collect coyote scats and other mammal scats to see what is in the diet. That is something we could certainly do in this next leg of our research. Might change the budget, Michael, but yes, we could do that.
Okay, thank you. And then for Michael, on the tags, I noticed a high percentage of people don't hunt that get the tags, and the people that do hunt are very successful. 86% is pretty amazing success for hunting. Of course, I can understand why, but so is there a reason that less than around 50% of the people don't hunt?
Yeah, Commissioner Zarnowitz, that's a great observation. And I think our participation rate was very low in 2020. We heard from a lot of hunters who just couldn't get to their hunt because of smoke or COVID issues. And so, yeah, participation was down this year. Our average harvest rate, so we only allow 2 birds per hunter, and our average harvest rate. We'd like to see it around one bird. If it starts to get lower than that, then that actually causes concerns that people aren't actually encountering birds, and that could be a red flag. So we'd like to see it at one or above. And so, yeah, I think, depending on the unit, some units are a lot more, you're more likely to run into birds than others too. So, for example, the Malheur River unit or the Beulah unit, often those birds have moved on to private land by the time the hunt rolls around. And so people do have a hard time finding birds in those particular units.
So if, excuse me, if everybody hunted and everybody got 2 birds, we'd still be below the 3% on average.
Commissioner Zarnowitz, if you remember the slide where we talk about calculating our tag numbers, we use the average hunter participation rate and the average hunter success rate over the years. So I feel like we're as close as we can get to figuring out how successful our hunters are going to be in that equation. So last year, those numbers might take that number down a little bit in terms of hunter participation rates, but it is part of a long-term average.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I do have a couple questions on sage grouse, and then I think we can go back to Commissioner Labhart for moving on to a different topic. But one of them is, could you give me a little bit more context on if the predators are 95% of the known, then are we, maybe interfering is too strong a word, but are we interfering with the balance of things or the system if we are using, if they would take 95% of that, are we somehow interfering with the balance by taking those out as hunted?
No. So think back to the bobwhite quail example.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're losing 95% of our birds to predation, then those are birds that are going to be lost anyway, right? So by us taking 3%, so we think to the bobwhite quail, but we'll put in the context of sage grouse. If we have 300 sage grouse in one of our hunt units, and we're going to lose 60% of those in a year, or we're going to lose 40% of those in a year to predation alone. Let's see, how am I going to say this? So we'll go back to the quail example. So you've got 100 birds, 200 birds in the fall, and you only have a carrying capacity of 100 through the winter. So that's the same way to think about what we're seeing with predation is our mortality from harvest is not adding to that. It is simply removing a few birds that would be lost otherwise to predation. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And the question is just, it's probably not much of a question, but aren't we taking then birds that in the natural scheme of things would go to those predators? Or is that not the case? I just don't think I have the context right. So are we, in the big picture of the system, are we taking out birds by harvesting that would otherwise go to predation?
They might be predated otherwise, yes, but there's no, the other thing to remember, the predator community on sage grouse are generalists. There's this example of the lynx and snowshoe hare, right? They are 2 species intertwined. That doesn't exist for sage grouse. So you have these generalist predators that are out there that happen upon a sage grouse and they eat them. Most of the time they're eating voles and mice and snakes and everything else, jackrabbits, everything else under the sun out there. So we're not hurting the predators by taking a few sage grouse out of the population.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Then the other question is on the wings and the information they give us, do we absolutely need that every year?
I would say yes. I would say yes. I mean, we're actually in the throes right now. I've just hired a new postdoctoral scholar who is currently analyzing all that data to provide some predictive capability to better understand what production is going to be in a given year before we even do brood surveys. And so it's very, very important information. And my last understanding is that the states that do have that information on an annual basis, and you can correct me here, Michael, if I'm wrong, but I thought that was all being rolled into a range-wide population model where they were going to combine LEC data and wing data. So it's really a valuable piece of information. But I think as well, I can't speak for the agency anymore, but past, I could say that, well, I think the proof is in the pudding. You look at the units that are closed today, right? If the biology and the science deems a unit not appropriate to hunt, we stop the hunt, and yeah, we give up that information. There's other ways to get that information, and it's incredibly expensive and difficult to acquire. But I think as long as the biology and the science supports the harvest, that yeah, absolutely, that annual information is critical, especially it's with ESA issues, to have that kind of information to be able to respond to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, absolutely critical.
Thank you. That
You bet.
helped. We have a couple other hands up. For Commissioners Arnowitz and Woolley, are your questions sage grouse?
Yes.
Okay, then let's go back to the two of you. And I don't know who had their hand up first, but let's go to you, Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay, just a follow-up question to the last comment. So has that voluntary information ever been monetized? Do you have an idea of the value of that compared to if we had staff in the field who are gathering this? Because that's usually the argument for gather this from hunters. So is it
right? So to monetize estimating nest success and productivity, yeah, I mean, it costs. So to get that information from the field, way that we do is somewhere between 150,000 and 200 grand a year, and that's for one little isolated study area. So between the Trout Creeks and the Warners, you're looking at $500,000 to get the level of detail that you can get from the wings across the entire state. So that's a rough monetization. There's probably other ways you could do it less expensive, but still incredibly, the information you get from the wings is just, on a cost per unit effort it's hard to compare.
Okay. Yeah, that gives me an idea. Thanks.
Okay.
Commissioner Zarnowitz and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay, back in the early 2000s, I was working with the vector control districts and Colin Gillen, and it came to our attention that sage grouse had no immunity to West Nile virus. Is that still the case, or have they developed immunity? Do you know? Because that was very deadly for a while.
Yeah, Commissioner Zarnowitz. We have not followed that story as closely as I would have liked since the 2004, 2006, when we were seeing that even here in Oregon. There's been suspected outbreaks here and there. The bottom line is that immunity and resistance is still very, very low. The last study I looked at was probably 7 or 8 years ago, and it was still abysmally low. So they're just not surviving those infections.
So that could be part of your mortality. That was the unknown.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point. I mean, again, like I said, that pie chart is not perfect because we can't get to those transmitters for a couple of days, and so we don't know exactly what's going on. But we do know that the time period in which West Nile is an issue, and we've had a couple of blips in the last couple of years that are suspect in terms of the timing of mortality. We've gone back and looked at air temperature because there's a direct link between certain ambient temperatures and the virology of, or the viremic capabilities within the mosquito. You got to be above a certain temperature, and we haven't quite reached those thresholds when we saw those peaks in mortality, but the timing was definitely suspect that maybe we did have a West Nile event that we just didn't detect.
Thank
Does that help?
Yes.
Commissioner Zarnowitz, I would add that that some of our local implementation teams are prioritizing surveillance for West Nile virus, especially in the Baker area where we have an isolated population. Fish and Wildlife Service actively surveils for West Nile virus in that area for sure.
Great, sounds good. Thanks.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay, so I'm cognizant to the fact that I could go on and on, right? And want to ask questions for like the next 5 years. Try not to do that. But the follow-up is on your wing data that you guys are getting. And I know Michael talked to me about this last year because I was curious and didn't understand that myself before we had a great conversation about that. So those packs that are more at risk, essentially you're not getting important data because we aren't hunting those. And I understand why we're not, but what do you think about that? I mean, how do we monitor important things about those packs? I mean, how do we know what's going on in those at-risk areas? It seems to me like everybody, the science would just draw to where you've got good monitoring and easy monitoring, right? Like,
no, that's a great question, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. And I know that Dr. Jonathan Dinkins, also at OSU, is conducting research in some of those, at least the Baker pack. It sounds like there'll be some funding. I'm working with BLM, actually going to your old neighborhood. We'll be up in the Brothers pack, I think, starting next spring. So that's a place that is not harvested. And we will be getting more specific information. But yeah, that may be a part of a broader conversation. I mean, certainly we have the let counts in those areas. But yeah, we will be missing out on brood production. I mean, Mike, we staff still doing brood surveys?
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, what we do in those situations is actually marry the data from adjacent units that are hunted to those that are not, and so we make connections to those packs that have that are close relatives to hunted and non-hunted units, and so we can make some supposition from those. We call them data analysis units. So if you see DAU in the annual population report, that's what that is. And then production surveys, Christian, are still ongoing. We just haven't had, I feel like our detection rates are just not, not good enough to make really good conclusions. So
right.
that is what it is right now.
Sure.
Okay, then, thank you. Let's go to I think we can close this small part and go to the question from Commissioner Labhart, and then we should have Brandon's presentation, and then we do have 2 people who would like to testify.
Maybe I should wait till Brandon's done. He might answer my question, so I can pause. So I'll be glad to wait till he's done.
Okay, sounds good. Then we thank the 2 of you for now, though I bet you probably should stay around if you will, and then go to Brandon.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the commission. I believe my video is freezing up. Can everybody hear me fine?
I can hear you. We're just seeing Dr. Christian Hagan on the screen, however.
Yeah, my video is locking up here in one of the offices in the
Yeah.
building. So I'm gonna turn video off,
Okay.
and I'll share my screen, and that's what you want to look at anyway, not necessarily me. So
Well, we'll be satisfied with at least that. Okay, we do see.
okay, can I confirm that everybody's seeing my presentation?
Yes.
All right. So for the record, I can't remember if I mentioned this, but for the record, my name is Brandon Reichus. I'm the Migratory Game Bird Coordinator for the department. And today I'm going to be presenting to you the department's proposals for the 2021-22 Migratory Game Bird Hunting Regulations. My presentation will be broken into 4 sections. First, I'll discuss the regulatory process for migratory game birds. Second, I'll go into the department's proposals for seasons and bag limits for the coming year. Third, I'll present game bird related changes to wildlife area hunt programs. And last, I'll present some minor updates to the rules regarding department owned lands. The process to develop migratory game bird regulations differs substantially from that of the upland game bird species that Michael and Christian just talked about. Because migratory game birds are protected under the Federal Migratory Bird Treaty Act, the federal government, through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, has preeminent management authority for all of the species. However, the states working through the flyway systems consult with the service to develop annual season frameworks. Oregon is one of the 11 Western states which comprise the Pacific Flyway. Essentially, the administrative flyway is from the crest of the Rocky Mountains to the west, and then also including Alaska. Once the frameworks are established, each state then selects their hunting seasons within those established sideboards, which is what you're doing here today. The concept of adaptive management guides many of the harvest management decisions made by the service in the flyways. And here in the Pacific Flyway, the overall duck season length, timing, and bag limit is determined by the Western Mallard model. The model annually takes into account the current, long-term, and the projected population status of mallards breeding in Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California to determine the appropriate hunting season frameworks. And that's for the overall duck season. For the most part, mallards are used as a surrogate for most of the other species of ducks. Additionally, we have a few duck species that have separate AHM protocols that guide their management. And these are generally used for species whose population status necessitates more restrictive regulations, such as pintails, scaup, and canvasback. Frameworks for mourning doves and bandtail pigeons are also based off adaptive harvest management protocols. And for goose populations, frameworks are guided by harvest strategies contained in management plans developed by the flyways with the cooperation of the service. These plans contain population goals, which are based off environmental and social considerations. Harvest decisions are annually weighed against these goals and the agreed upon harvest strategies in the plans. By including new information from population surveys, harvest surveys, and habitat surveys on an annual basis, these model-based systems and harvest strategies take into account changing demographics of the populations as they respond to current habitat conditions, long-term climate change, or other stressors. This could include drought cycles in the prairie pothole region of North America, which greatly influence the North American duck populations, or a warming Arctic, which at least in the short term appears to be beneficial for most Arctic nesting geese. Last, many of the game bird hunting regulations which restrict hunting methods, such as the non-toxic shot requirement for waterfowl hunting, the magazine capacity limitation for repeating shotguns, and the baiting prohibition, are also federal rules. Due to the lengthy nature of the federal rulemaking process, migratory game bird hunting season frameworks use population status information from the previous year, as well as long-term trends to inform the frameworks. That means that the 2021 frameworks are based off information collected through the 2020 calendar year. However, due to the ongoing pandemic, nearly all of the aerial waterfowl surveys in North America were canceled last year, and as well as nearly all Arctic goose field work. In response, the service substituted model-based predictions of population size to inform duck season frameworks. For geese, most management plans already use the most recent 3-year average as the measuring stick to inform decisions. So the 2017 to 2019 estimates were used both in 2020 as well as 2021. Field work to inform mourning dove and band-tailed pigeon frameworks was able to be conducted. It's not an aerial type survey. It's usually field work and one person at a time doing surveys, and also didn't have to incur cross-border travel into Canada. So those frameworks were unaffected by the pandemic. Several surveys have already been canceled for 2021, including the service's waterfowl breeding population and habitat survey, which surveys waterfowl populations and habitat across much of North America. That's the big survey that's been going on since 1955. And so these last 2 years will mark 2 years in a row without that survey. However, Oregon will be conducting our aerial waterfowl surveys that we've been doing since 1994. We'll be actually starting those up next week here in Western Oregon. And additionally, the service will be conducting most of their surveys in Alaska, including surveys for dusky and cackling geese, which are important to Oregon, especially here in the Willamette Valley in the west side of the state. So next, I'll just be presenting our season and bag limit proposals for the 2021-22 hunting season, and I'll go into depth on any of the proposed change, significant proposed changes from last year. So first, most of our migratory game bird season proposals for 2021 and 22, or the 2021-22 season, are unchanged from last season, except for standard opening date shifts to ensure most seasons open on a Saturday. The same things that we do every year. So no changes are proposed for band-tailed pigeons, the regular duck season, the September Canada goose season, the brant season, snipe and coot seasons, the crow or the falconry seasons. Additionally, no changes are proposed for the special youth waterfowl and the special veteran and active military personnel waterfowl hunts. Recall that last season was the first veteran and active military personnel waterfowl hunt that we held. So we made sure to reach out to our wildlife areas to see what participation was like, at least at our wildlife areas, where we can track that pretty easily. The participants enjoyed great hunting success. We had 115 hunters check in at some of the areas such as Sauvie Island, Summer Lake, Loud Marsh, Klamath Wildlife Area, and they averaged nearly 4 waterfowl per hunter for the day, which is a fantastic day indeed. So the first major change that we're proposing for this year from previous seasons is to establish mourning dove hunting zones and a split season for mourning doves. Recent changes to the allowed zone and split configurations for mourning dove seasons by the service now allow Oregons to select seasons in 2 different geographic zones and to split the season into 2 periods. Although most mourning dove harvest takes place in early September, good numbers of mourning doves are present during the winter in some areas of Western Oregon. However, due to the previous federal restrictions, we could not hold a season during the late fall in Western Oregon without impacting opportunity in other areas of the state. With the ability to select seasons by zones, we're proposing to divide the state into 2 zones, Zone 1 and Zone 2. These are the same zones that we already utilize for our duck season and our snipe season, and it's same zones that we've used for duck season since I believe 1997. So hunters are very familiar with these current zone boundaries. In Zone 1, which is Western Oregon and the counties which border the Columbia River in Eastern Oregon, we're proposing to establish a split season. And so half of the days would occur in September, as the whole month of September. And then the remaining 30 days would start November 15th and run to December 14th. The season dates in Zone 2 would remain unchanged from previous years. The second major proposal that we're bringing forward today concerns the bag limit for white geese and goose season structure in Eastern Oregon. So white geese are defined for management purposes as Snow and Ross's geese, And there are 3 North American management populations which occur in the state: Wrangel Island snow geese, Western Canadian Arctic snow geese, and then Ross's geese. Ross geese not having any kind of subpopulations within the overall continental range of their species. The following proposals are meant to mostly address the Wrangel Island snow goose population. Because Wrangel Island snow geese nest in Russia, management is more complicated than for our other North American populations, since Russia is not formally part of the flyway system. However, the Pacific Flyway does have participation from the Russian biologist who leads the monitoring effort on Wrangel Island. So we've had long-term partnership with Russia and the work that they've done on Wrangel Island, which gets us some fantastic population size information. Across North America, most white goose breeding colonies have seen massive growth during the last several decades, and goose numbers are very high across the continent. This has led to concerns about habitat damage to fragile Arctic ecosystems, as well as increased depredation of agricultural crops in migration areas and on the wintering grounds. Because they are so abundant and have the capability to negatively affect their habitats and other wildlife, white goose regulations have been very liberal across much of the continent for many years now. However, the Wrangel Island population had not experienced that growth observed in other colonies. So regulations had stayed more conservative in areas where they're the predominant species, which in North America, at least on the wintering and migration grounds, is Washington and most of Oregon. However, over the past decade, Wrangel Island has experienced explosive population growth. It's likely due in part to favorable nesting conditions and then immigration from other nesting colonies in Canada and Alaska. Although the exact causes for the population growth are elusive, Arctic nesting geese can experience near total reproductive failure in some years if wintry conditions persist into the spring. So they either show up and the snow just never leaves their Arctic environments, or they show up, start to nest, and a blizzard lands on top of them. Since they don't have a time period in which to re-nest. If you lose your first nesting attempt as an Arctic nesting goose, that's it for the year. So winter weather can wipe out entire years of production. If you end up getting several of those types of event during a handful of years in a short span, you can start to turn the population around rather quickly. However, as the Arctic warms, these wintry conditions may be moderating, which may be leading to higher reproductive output and higher population sizes. As you can see, the population grew slowly starting in about 1990, and then after 2013 grew very rapidly from about 160,000 adult birds on the colony in the spring to nearly 700,000 last summer. And yes, the Russian biologists were out on the island last summer. It was basically the only Arctic field work that was done. There was none in North America, but we were grateful at least to continue to be able to track this rapid increase in Wrangel Island and have the biologists out there last year. So the population is now greater than 5 times the flyway's population objective of 120,000 birds. Also, about a decade ago, most white geese that you would encounter in Oregon were spring and fall migrants. They were usually encountered in the southeast and south central areas of the state, such as Klamath, Summer Lake, the Harney Basin, typical places you would kind of expect to see snow geese, and usually only during the fall or the spring. There were some that wintered in Oregon. There was a small flock around Savi, a small flock in the lower Columbia, all the way down near Astoria. You could encounter them in the Columbia Basin up by Boardman, but there were not large numbers. They were not something you thought of as a wintering resident for Oregon. However, concurrent with the increase in the Wrangel Island population, the number of snow geese wintering in Oregon has increased significantly. Our surveys have now documented about 25,000 wintering at Savi Island and adjacent areas of Washington. They all do actually seem to roost at Savi Island in most times of the year, most times of the winter. And over 150,000 wintering in the Columbia Basin most of them wintering between the Tri-Cities in Washington and the Boardman area, essentially McNairy National Wildlife Refuge down to Umatilla National Wildlife Refuge, and then Carty Reservoir. Leg band returns from hunter shot geese in these areas suggest that most of the wintering geese in these wintering flocks are Wrangell Island birds. Because all three populations of white geese that occur in Oregon are at very high levels, we're proposing to standardize the daily bag limit at 20 per day. This is the Flyway's default bag limit for white geese, and it's the bag limit that we already utilize in Klamath, Lake, Harney, and Malheur counties during late season hunts. This may lead to a moderate increase in harvest and will hopefully keep hunters in the field longer, which can help reduce depredation to agricultural crops caused by the large numbers of wintering geese. And you can see the maps here coming up for some zone changes. So additionally, to further address the agricultural damage issue through the use of late winter seasons, the department has worked with the service to modify goose zone boundaries in eastern Oregon. Previously, Klamath, Lake, Harney, and Malheur counties were one zone, and the remainder of eastern Oregon comprised a second zone. And that's the map that you can see on the left with the kind of split relatively evenly between red and blue. The zone boundary changes, the map on the right, would shift the counties essentially from Deschutes and Jefferson northeast through Wallowa to the zone that includes Klamath, Lake, Harney, and Malheur. This leaves the counties bordered by the Columbia as a separate zone. We would rename these zones entirely to make them just kind of describable to the hunting community, and we would call simply the Mid-Columbia zone, and then the High Desert and Blue Mountain zone. This change helps us align the duck and goose zone boundaries in eastern Oregon, so that Mid-Columbia zone would now align with the Zone 1 dove and duck seasons, and then the remainder of eastern Oregon would be entirely encompassed and aligned with the Zone 2 duck zone. So that makes things easier to understand. It also helps us align the opening days for ducks and Canada goose seasons. In Jefferson and Deschutes and then through Wallowa, that band of counties in previous years, the duck season was actually opening a week before the goose season because they were different zones. So this should make that simpler for hunters as well. They know if it's the opener for waterfowl, they can shoot ducks and geese. And it allows us to align late season hunt opportunities with the presence of geese on the landscape. So now that the goose zone boundaries have been modified, the agricultural depredation issues in the Columbia Basin can be addressed to some degree through implementation of a late season hunt period in the Mid-Columbia zone. However, we already utilize the maximum number of hunting days allowed under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So even above and beyond the frameworks that are set by the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act itself says that you cannot hunt any species of migratory bird for more than 107 days. And we already have 107-day goose seasons. Therefore, to implement a late season hunt period, days need to be shifted from earlier in the season. So we're proposing to delay the opening day for white and white-fronted geese only in the Mid-Columbia zone until November 9, and then shift those saved days to a late season hunt period in February. This proposal includes white-fronted geese in addition to white geese. And if you're curious what white-fronted geese may be, hunters commonly refer to them as speckle bellies or specks. Since white-fronted geese are, and the reason we're including them is that white-fronted geese are also well above their flyway management goals, are most goose populations across the continent. And the current late seasons in other areas of eastern Oregon already include white and white-fronted geese. So it's much simpler from a reducing confusion standpoint that the late seasons apply to both whites and white fronts. This should help keep the regulations easier to understand for our hunters. For the High Desert and Blue Mountains zone, no changes are proposed for Klamath, Lake, Harney, and Malheur counties, but the remainder of the zone, which is those counties, again, from Deschutes up through northeast through Wallowa, would see their goose season dates shift to match those in the southern counties, which also includes the late season in those southern counties for white and white-fronted geese. As we currently do at other eastern Oregon wildlife areas like Summer Lake and Klamath, Ladd Marsh in Union County would be closed to the late season opportunity. This will align the opening dates for duck and most goose seasons in most areas. It will help address the damage occurring in the Columbia Basin with the large wintering white goose flock, and it will maintain early season migrant goose hunting opportunity in the rest of eastern Oregon, where these birds don't winter. All right, so moving on to wildlife area hunt programs. The department is not proposing any substantive changes to the wildlife area hunt programs this season, except to implement an outdoor skills program waterfowl hunting workshop at Sauvie Island's east side. This workshop will be geared towards new waterfowl hunters. It'll be administered by the I&E division here, and it will give the participants in the workshop hands-on experience in all aspects of waterfowl hunting. However, because the east side at Sauvie Island is currently a controlled hunt, it would take commission action to reserve a portion of the wildlife area in which to hold the hunt. Therefore, we're proposing to reserve the mud hen subunit only on November 14th for workshop participants. So it would essentially come out of the controlled hunt tables, and allocation of those hunting spots would be doled out by the information and education program for the people who have signed up for the hunt. And then they would have mentors and be provided gear and instruction and all of that. And then hopefully decide to become full-time game bird hunters, or maybe even other types of hunters. And the last thing that I'll have today is the department's been working on a cleanup and standardization of the rules for department-owned lands for some time. Most of these lands are our wildlife areas, of course. This year, we're proposing to standardize some of the language for discharge of firearms at wildlife areas, modify camping regulations at some areas, clarify or modify ATV and snowmobile use at some areas, add a parking permit requirement at Wanaha Wildlife Area, modify the rules at E.E. Wilson, which are tied to the fee pheasant hunt dates, and then also at E.E. Wilson to clarify that hunting is prohibited at the Adair Tract, which lies south of the main wildlife area, right next to or almost within the village of Adair. So hunting would be clarified that hunting is prohibited there except for falconry. And so with that, that's all I have for my presentation, and be happy to take your questions.
Shall we go first to Commissioner Labhart, since he had a question from before?
Okay, thank you. I have a question on mourning doves and then a question on turkey. So let's do the mourning doves first. Brandon, on page 17 of our packet, I'm going to read about this. It says the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has estimated the mourning dove population for the Western Management Unit, which includes Oregon, Washington, California, Idaho, Nevada, and Arizona, and Utah. Estimated the population is down 58%. When I saw that, I'm going, wow, 58% reduction in mourning doves in that area. But then I kept reading, and it says for Oregon, the trend is inconclusive. So can you help me? Are we part of that 58%, or do we know what the mourning dove population is? Because that's, you know, a 60% reduction in mourning doves is quite troubling. So help me understand what it means for Oregon.
Sure, Commissioner Labhart, Chair Wall. So we are a small part of that reduction, and I would hesitate to say that Oregon's population was up or down. We don't have very good data, and that's where the inconclusive comes from. So the vast majority of the Western Management Unit, which is essentially Western North America, the vast majority of those dove populations are in Arizona and Southern California. And that's where the vast majority of mourning dove hunting occurs in this end of the continent. And we're a little unsure what's going on there. So the
That was
mourning
my
dove
next
abundance.
question. Yeah. What's
Mourning
happening?
dove abundance is geared we estimate mourning dove abundance with a Lincoln estimator. So birds are banded before the hunting season starts. They are then harvested, and we can estimate a harvest rate through that using the banded birds. Then we also follow up with harvest surveys to the hunters. And so once you have the harvest rate and you know the estimated harvest, you can back yourself into how many birds must have been on the landscape when the season opened. And that's where those numbers come from. We last year have also started a nationwide program to reassess how we estimate how many hunters actually tell you that they shot a banded bird, because not everybody does. And so that has shifted around some of the allocation and the banding effort, and minor tweaks like that can have unintended consequences. And so there were some changes in where birds were banded in those southern areas, not in Oregon. And that may explain part of it. But it certainly has left ourselves scratching our heads. Nobody in the field has essentially said that they buy that there was that big of a decline in population. Nobody's said we've noticed huge declines in mourning doves from one year to the next. As you know, that number is a year old. The new number will be produced this summer. Essentially the population estimate for 2020 will come out here in about a month, 2 months from now. And so we'll have some more clarity on whether that was a 1-year blip in methodology, which may have affected the estimate.
So you feel comfortable with where we are in Oregon with our recommendation then? I take it.
I do.
Okay. So Michael, question on turkeys. On page 13, said wild turkey nuisance and damage complaints continue to increase in the vicinity of Grant County during the winter of 2020-21. And that's probably the reason that you did the September additional hunt there. Have you heard any feedback from the folks? I know we haven't implemented it yet, of course, but have you heard feedback saying, yeah, let's give that a try? Or because it seems like, we've got a concern, a pretty major concern, and the department is trying to address that. And are you satisfying the folks that have that concern in Grant County?
Commissioner Labhart, Chair Wall, we considered several levers to pull for how to address that Grant County turkey population issue. I didn't feel confident in doing things like increasing the bag limit yet, because we didn't have the survey information from mandatory reporting until just a few days ago. So it wasn't really enough time to take a solid look at that data, because we just removed tag caps last year, and we didn't know the effect that was going to have on harvest. And certainly it did increase harvest. What we really need to do with the Grant County population, we have been actively trapping and transplanting those birds. They moved almost 800 birds this winter out of there. So it's a lot of birds. And so just adding a little bit of hunting opportunity where people can access the birds on public land was where we landed, because in the wintertime, they're on private land. And until we can really crack the nut on access, we need to give people an opportunity to take breeding females out of the population where they can actually access the birds. So that's where we landed for this year. We will reevaluate and probably talk about this again next April.
Okay, thank you. I just hope that, if some of these private landowners, if they have issues with birds, allowing public access for responsible hunters is a good method to try to address that. So I hope some of these landowners that have issues would allow more hunting from responsible hunters. So thank you for your input. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would just add to that, if I might, Chair Wall, that Commissioner Labhart, we're much like with the elk damage issue on private land. We're really taking an adaptive and iterative approach to solving the problem, and we're going to make changes in the coming years as we see any benefits or lack thereof of these liberalized seasons. So it's iterative and it's adaptive.
Good point. Thank you. We may have a couple more questions, but we have two people who have been waiting incredibly patiently to testify. So if we could have David Stiefvater and then Tyler Dungannon go ahead. And if you'll introduce yourself and try to keep it fairly close to 3 minutes, if you will.
Hi, I'm Dave Stiefvater from Ontario, Oregon. I'm with Malheur County Chapter of Pheasants Forever. I sent in a written testimony.
Yes.
And would like to support the scientific study. And I've been in Oregon since '71, and I like to hunt the forest grouse. And ever since then, they've always collected the wings, and that's part of their research study. So the scientific side of it, and the value of having hunters out that are paying to go out, and then also offering the wings for the study is good scientific study. I appreciate Michael Klein and Dr. Hagen's report. It was kind of an eye-opener for myself to see how in-depth the research is and how important our information is. So I just wanted to share that with you, and hopefully we can get things turned around for the sage grouse. I had a couple questions for you. When you introduce yourself as a commission, commissioners, when you do the district, I have no idea what districts you're coming from, so or what geographic area. So it'd be helpful for us newbies on screen to kind of hear where your geographic areas are along with your district. So I appreciate that.
Good point. And just for the record, those are the congressional districts in Oregon, but that's a good point, and we'll try to add a little geographic information.
I appreciate it. So, and the other thing I noticed that you're talking about possibly doing a habitat division development. I think that's really important to start looking at our habitat, because here in the lower Treasure Valley, we used to be the go-to place for pheasant hunting, and we're no longer that because we're continually losing our habitat. And I know Pheasants Forever started a new program up, putting over $50 million into it, called Call for the Uplands. And it's affecting all of our wildlife, because we can see locally how much our habitat is disappearing because of our pivots now. They can go over hills or mountains almost. So they're taking out a lot of habitat in our country and in our local area, and I'm sure it's nationwide. So I don't know how we can turn that around, but we need to save what we do have. So any questions from you guys for me?
I am looking to see if there are any hands up, commissioners, for any questions to David. We do have one. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, David, stay on top of the habitat, because you know what happened in the Willamette Valley. When I grew up here as a kid, we had pheasants. I could walk from the house there any direction and there was birds, and now there's none. So definitely pay attention to the habitat.
We'll work at it. Thank you. We are working at it, as a matter of fact. So thank you.
And thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I don't see other commissioners, so thank you very much. And we will go to Tyler Dungannon.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Tyler Dungannon, and I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Hunters Association. OHA represents 10,000 conservation-minded sportsmen throughout the state. OHA is well aware of the sage-grouse population trends in Oregon and the many concerns surrounding the bird and its habitat, as Dave just mentioned. Conserving the species for future generations to enjoy is, at the end of the day, our primary goal. So therefore, we support continued harvest of greater sage-grouse due to the fact that hunting does not limit sage-grouse populations in Oregon. The data that hunters provide to ODFW for better management, the considerable amount of funding that hunters provide for conservation of the bird, and because the opportunity to hunt these birds, we believe, is important for retaining interest in sage-grouse conservation as a whole. Those were phenomenal presentations by Michael and Dr. Hagen. They've illustrated several of these points, and that there are many factors driving sage-grouse population decline, including predation, habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation. But hunter harvest is not one of those factors. It's been noted several times, and it was by Michael today, that hunters and sage-grouse hunters in particular are excellent conservationists, as indicated by not only their willingness to participate with ODFW and contribute, but their excitement to do so. And like the 80% number of wing return rate that Michael mentioned is phenomenal. And we think that these folks ought to continue to be able to do that. Sage-grouse hunting is a coveted opportunity for a few individuals that are fortunate enough to draw permits. And this hunt helps sportsmen carrying on our hunting heritage to future generations. So we strongly encourage that the commission attend to ODFW staff recommendations into the foreseeable future, where we will hopefully find sage-grouse populations on the upswing as a result of our conservation efforts of the last 2 decades. And before I get into some of the migratory birds, I'd just like to say that I spent about 5 years researching sage-grouse, 3 of which now under Dr. Hagan. And I just want to mention the issue of finding birds, that may be diseased and how that was contributing to the pie chart in Dr. Hagan's figure. Well, I can tell you that, anecdotally, of course, I found a lot of birds under power lines, and they were whole birds and they weren't scavenged. And that's what led me to assume that when I found a bird picked apart and I got it there 2 days later, that bird had been predated on. So that's why I thought that, and I just wanted to add that bit. Moving forward from sage-grouse, I know I'm running out of time here. OHA applauds ODFW staff for proposing the use of hunters to address landowner conflicts related to turkeys in Grant County. OHA supports migratory game bird proposals as presented by staff. We appreciate the effort to simplify the regs. And we support proposed changes for the mourning dove season in Western Oregon. And finally, OHA applauds ODFW's support for a Learn to Hunt program for waterfowl. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for letting me go over my time a bit. I sure appreciate it. We can answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Tyler, for staying with us for so long. Appreciate it and appreciate your testimony. Commissioners, any questions to Tyler? Okay, then we will.
Commissioner Hyde has her hand
Commissioner
up.
Hatfield-Hyde, thank you.
Hi, thanks, Tyler, for your testimony. One question I had for you, just your anecdotal under the power lines. Do you think that it was birds hitting power lines, then dying, then being eaten? Or was it, I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow that and I'm interested.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, Chair Wall, thank you for the question. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. I kind of had to blurt that out. What I was saying is that in my study and as my time as a technician and as a graduate student, I would occasionally find sage-grouse carcasses, whole carcasses under power lines, which was, obviously indicative to me that the bird hit the power line, right? And sometimes you can do an autopsy and actually determine that, but us busy grad students, it wasn't part of my study. But what I was trying to get at with that point was that, the predation aspect of Dr. Hagan's chart, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Hagan in any way, but I believe that it's evidence that whole birds can stay on the landscape without being scavenged, right? Or something that would otherwise turn our attention from predation to some form of disease, potentially West Nile virus. So does that answer your question? I hope so.
She's shaking her head yes, so you have a thumbs up. Yes, thank you. Any other questions? I have one quick one, and 2 sentences is enough on the answer, and this is to Brandon. So any other, before I ask that one though, any others to Tyler? Looks not, so thank you, Tyler. Brandon, at least a couple of our commenters talked about the 20 goose bag limit. Could you just say why? And they were saying it might be a little high, but that one didn't seem to get more than a couple people commenting on it. So if you could just say a couple sentences on it. I don't want to ask a question that stretches out our day, but I would like an answer on that one. And then we do have a question also from Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Sure, Chair Wall. I'll try to be as brief as I can. Not something I'm always known for. Before we had these large wintering aggregations in the Columbia Basin and Sauvie Island, Summer Lake Wildlife Area was the snow goose destination for Oregon hunters. At one time, decades ago, Summer Lake likely staged most of Western North America's snow geese on their way to wintering areas in California. They don't do that anymore. Snow geese have adapted to agricultural subsidies. They stay in Canada longer and then fly right to California. So the number of stopping birds at Summer Lake is now, 5,000 to 6,000 a fall at a peak count, when it used to be well over 100,000 and higher, even closer to 500,000 in the 1950s. So there's been a massive shift in the distribution of birds. Snow geese are certainly more abundant than they've ever been, but at least at Summer Lake, where a lot of Oregon hunters think of snow geese, they don't see the large numbers anymore. And I think that is then difficult for them to jive. Why are we raising the bag limit when they're not at Summer Lake anymore? But they are certainly in other areas.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz and then Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, this is for Brandon also. My understanding is that somewhere around 10% of, maybe 10% of the mourning doves are still nesting in early September. Has that been discussed at all? And would that be something we should be concerned about?
Commissioner Zonowitz, Chair Wall, their mourning doves have a very, very long nesting season, and certainly the occasional birds do nest right up until they start to migrate in September. So there is the slim possibility that some portion of the population may still be nesting. Most of those birds that would be nesting would be acting very differently from the birds that are making foraging, flock type foraging trips back and forth from food sources, which is where they're normally hunted. So that traditional September 1st date has been the dove hunting opener across the continent, essentially since the Migratory Bird Treaty Act was passed. Certainly there is the occasional bird that still may be nesting, but I think their behavior tends to shield those birds from the hunter effort that's going on, because they're not the birds that are out in the large feeding flocks, which are the ones that are generally targeted by hunters.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spellbrink, thank you.
Yeah, hey Brandon, just some additional input on the increased snow goose limits. I think if you go online, I think you can see YouTube or any of your online places that you can look at some of the hunting results in different states. I think some of the states, because of the huge population of snow geese, they've actually taken the limits off completely. And I think they even let them use unplugged shotguns. And I saw one, I think I was on YouTube, somebody told me to go look at it, and there was a hunting group that had a pile of, I think for their hunt, they had a pile of 900, I think it was, snow geese. Now, what you do with 900 snow geese, I have no idea, but it lets you know what some of the other states are doing on the snow geese. I think it's, they're overpopulated in a lot of places.
Thank you. Looks like no more questions. So commissioners, are you ready for a motion?
I'm still off mute, so I would move to amend OAR Chapter 635, Divisions 008, 0045, 051, 052, 053, 054, and 060 as proposed by staff.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded to amend OAR Chapter 635 in the divisions read by Commissioner Spellbrink. Are there any last questions or comments? If not, may I see thumbs up for those in favor of that motion? Looks like we have everybody, so thank you. We need to go into executive session. So we're going to have, first, if Michelle will give us a quick reminder on the logistics to do that, because we have to check out of this and into another Zoom meeting. We will then come back. We will adjourn temporarily, but come back in order to adjourn officially. So let's do Michelle first, and then I'll read into the record the 2 paragraphs that we need in the record for an executive session. So Michelle.
Mary, you're correct. For going into the executive session, I will have to have you all leave this meeting. So go ahead and sign out of this meeting and sign into the link that you received for the executive session. At the end of the session, we will again sign out of that link and return using the same link that you used this morning back to this meeting to adjourn for the day.
So let me read thank you, Michelle. Let me read the paragraphs into the record, and then we'll sign out of this meeting. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will now meet in executive session for the purpose of conducting deliberations related to real property transactions and to consult with legal counsel with respect to litigation filed or likely to be filed against the commission. The executive session is held pursuant to ORS 192.660 2E, 2F, and 2H, which allows the commission to meet in executive session to conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to negotiate real property transactions, to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection, or to consult with legal counsel with respect to litigation filed against the commission. So we are temporarily adjourned in order to go into executive session.